This is Audible.
Tantor Audio presents Winning Ugly, Mental Warfare in Tennis. Lessons from a Master. By Brad Gilbert and Steve Jameson. Narrated by Charles Constant. Introduction. Winning Ugly in the 21st Century. The more things change, the more we stay the same. Let's test your tennis memory with this question. Who were the #1 players in the world when Winning Ugly was published in 1992? If you said Monica Seles and Jim Courier, you aced it. Plenty has changed since then, but plenty has stayed the same. I think that's why so many tennis players still come up and tell me how Winning Ugly helps their game today, many years after it was introduced to an unsuspecting tennis world. Nothing brings a warm smile to my face and does my heart more good than when a club player or pro walks up to me at a tournament with a copy of Winning Ugly for me to sign. Great! To me, that's the ultimate compliment, and that's why I wouldn't change a word in the original edition. It still will have a powerful effect on your game. That's my promise to you. I would, however, add some ideas, and that's what this brand new and comprehensive introduction is for, to bring Winning Ugly up to speed in the 21st century. In my opinion, the 3 biggest changes in tennis since Winning Ugly was written are technology, court surfaces, and athleticism. Maybe I should add a 4th. Instant replay, the shot spot. It's great for the game and terrific for the fans because it satisfies our curiosity with conclusive evidence on those close calls. 1. Technology. Those high-tech poly strings and light rackets have transformed shots by allowing pros and lots of club players to hit so much harder and create gigantic spin and angles that let them throw grenades for ground strokes and bombs for serves. Rafael Nadal's ball spins up to 5,000 revolutions per minute, more than twice as fast as Pete Sampras or Andre Agassi in their prime. The ball is hit so hard with so much spin now that it's practically deformed as it rockets over the net toward an opponent. 2. Court surfaces. The surfaces of courts worldwide are more alike than ever before. Grass is slower, clay is faster. Hard courts produce more bounce. All of this makes for much better points. More interesting for fans to watch and more fun for television analysts like me to talk about. 3. Finally, and for me the biggest change, the athleticism and resulting movement and muscularity of 21st century tour players are more epic than ever. Movement means great footwork coupled with quick speed, balance, dexterity, and flexibility both on offense and defense for as long as it takes to finish the job. It comes from advancements in conditioning and strength, among other things. Supreme fitness is a given today if you want to keep up, and a top-end fitness trainer is as prized on tour as a good coach. When you combine that with the new technology, you have today's super tennis played by super players. For example, Novak Djokovic, the Joker, can run down 5 corners back and forth, boom, 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 and then take control of the point, hit a winner, and finish up by doing the splits. He, Rafa, and others can do this for 4 hours. They have the amazing ability of the 20-second recovery. They make it look easy, and it absolutely amazes me. I'm seeing the kind of points played now that just weren't around 20 years ago. It's like watching a video game, or as I've called it on ESPN2, watching Wii tennis. And it has produced players I call all-arounders, who can play great from anywhere on the court. The resulting tennis is unbelievable to watch, and has led to a new golden age for the sport. Where will the game be 20 years from now? 200-mile-per-hour serves? It can happen. And even more amazing is that players will be returning those serves. The face of 21st century tennis so far is Roger Federer. Fed seized #1 worldwide in 2004 and held it until 2008, when Nadal grabbed it for a year, then Fed again, then Nadal again, and then the Joker took over. But Fed's mark, 17 slams so far, the most ever in men's tennis, is the biggest. He personally raised the bar of performance so high that he forced others to follow if they wanted to compete. Rafa and the Joker did. Others will. On the men's side, I've never seen a stronger top 4 than Fed, Rafa, the Joker, and Andy Murray. I doubt we'll see a stronger #1, #2, #3, and #4 for a long time, maybe ever. For the women, Serena is it, although Venus is pretty amazing too. Serena and Venus are 2 of the best things that happened to women's tennis in the 21st century because they shook things up every which way. Nevertheless, Steffi Graf in her prime would challenge either of the Williams sisters because she was so physical and had those powerful groundies, including her legendary slice backhand, an executioner shot. Very tough mentally too, just like Venus and Serena. Old-time tennis fans like to say that the 1980s produced the greatest cast of characters and performers in tennis. McEnroe, Connors, Becker, Evert, Navratilova, Lendl, Borg, and others. But today's lineup is more exciting because of the big changes I mentioned and the athletes who are incorporating those changes into their game. The more things change for the pros, however, the more they seem to stay the same for club players. And these days, you could almost call me a club player. While Winning Ugly was being written, Steve Jameson kept reminding me that my focus was exclusively on what club players can learn from the pros when it came to the mental part of tennis. The basic truth hasn't changed. You can improve your tennis game fastest and the most if you improve the way you think, if you work as hard on your mind as you do on your strokes. However, the new cast of superstars dominating the tennis scene in the 21st century provide additional mental management ideas to add to your arsenal of weapons. Their approach to the brain game will help you beat players who are beating you. who may have better strokes but lack better thinking. First up, Roger Federer. Have you noticed that during matches at the French Open, Fed's socks don't get dirty on clay? And the guy barely breaks a sweat. How is this possible? Especially on the red dirt. It blows me away every time. Everybody else gets covered in dirt and sweats plenty there. Why not Federer? Well, in part, it's because he's just so perfect. His movement is absolutely flawless, elegant, effortless, and efficient. And he has the ability to dictate points with as good a forehand as tennis has ever produced. Maybe Nadal is the only one at that level. But here's what we can learn from Fed. Although he doesn't have the biggest serve on tour, he does have the biggest hold serve out there. Over 90% of the time, Roger Federer holds serve without having the huge serve. How? In part, it's because he can hit his spots with unbelievable accuracy and consistency. Some players can hit a dime. Fed can hit a dot. A big, powerful serve is great, but believe me, a returner can figure out how to deal with your power a lot easier than dealing with your improved placement. In fact, here's a little tip. If your opponent is consistently hitting winners with a big serve, the solution is simple. Just take one step back from where you had been standing to receive the serve. You'll like the results. The lesson? Work on holding your serve, and to do that, practice placement first and foremost. Move your serve around a little bit. You don't have to be Roger Federer to get some results by moving your serve around. Keep your opponent guessing. And remember, if you're going to work on one thing, practice your serve. It may be the most important shot in this game. I think Rafa's comfort zone is when he feels that he's not good enough and has to get better and better to stay competitive. So he's always tinkering with some part of his already fantastic game, never satisfied and always looking to improve. Improve, improve, improve. He doesn't like to have somebody tell him he's the greatest because he absolutely does not want to buy into that way of thinking. Rafa wants to feel like he's not the best, that he has to get better and better, and so he's always working on some part of his great game. When I talk to him at tournaments, he's always fiddling with something. The grip, toss, or something else. The passion you see in Rafa on the court in the fifth set of the finals of a Grand Slam is the same passion he brings off the court to improving his level of execution, to improving his already terrific game. Rafa Nadal keeps his game 1,000,000% during matches, during practice, probably during breakfast too. He's total in his commitment. The lesson? Never quit trying to get better, to raise the mechanics and the thinking with your own game. If one of the greatest players in the history of tennis can feel like his game is never good enough, so can you. And so can I. Here's my own example. When I was on tour, I used to drive players crazy by chasing down everything, keeping the point alive, hanging in there. I waged a war of attrition. Nowadays, the legs and lungs aren't what they were 20 years ago, and I have to be honest with myself and admit it. So I looked to tinker with my mechanics like Rafa because I needed to end points sooner in the seniors matches that I play. To do that, I needed to hit bigger from the middle of the court and hope the ball either didn't come back or came back weak so I could reduce the running I had to do. When I started to tinker with my stroke, I was driving my wife, Mrs. G, crazy because I was walking around the house all the time with a tennis racket in my hand, practicing hitting a flatter forehand and swinging at an imaginary ball. I'm proud to say I never broke a lamp, and also managed to develop a harder, flatter, more forceful forehand. The Aussies call it putting in the hard yards, and I did my version of hard yards in our living room, dining room, and kitchen. Then out to the court. Be like Rafa, dissatisfied with your game. Become a good, hard-working tinkerer, always looking to improve, and you will become a better player who wins more often. And speaking of getting better, Novak Djokovic offers an amazing lesson for all of us when it comes to setting goals. Namely, don't settle for results that are below your full potential, and don't get comfortable. And maybe at one point, the Joker had gotten comfortable. Do you remember when he was the perennial number 3 on tour? 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010? Do you also remember that in December 2010, he led Serbia to victory against France in the finals of the Davis Cup Championship? And then do you recall what happened? He couldn't lose. In 2011, he won 10 tournaments, including the Australian Open, Wimbledon, and the US Open, and set a world record for the most prize money in a single season, $12 million, which can happen when you win 41 matches in a row, second only to John McEnroe's 42-match winning streak. Why did this stunning upgrade occur? Yes, he went on a gluten-free diet, and I believe it made a huge difference, including helping his breathing. Yes, he bought into believing in his serve. Novak tinkered with his service motion, and it wasn't working, so he went back to his original motion, which did. He went from being the only player in the top 50 during the first 3 quarters of 2010 to average more double faults than aces, to having a much more consistent, reliable, productive serve. Both of these changes were important, but I think the biggest change was inside the Joker's head. Leading Serbia to Davis Cup glory made something happen inside his head that shook him up, got him raising his sights and goals, made him dig deep inside for big results outside that became historic. Being triumphant in the Davis Cup made him hungrier, I think, to be the best on the ATP Tour. Maybe the Joker had gotten settled mentally into a number 3 spot, and then the Davis Cup Championship smashed the comfort zone and played the biggest part in his turnaround. Something really significant happened to Djokovic's attitude. I'm not sure if he even fully understands it all, but that's my guess, because the difference in a world number 1 and a world number 3 is usually mental. Djokovic became his own prophet. He saw the promised land, and he moved there. Something similar may have happened to the so-called perennial number 4, Andy Murray, who'd lost 4 Grand Slam finals, including the 2012 Wimbledon Championship against Roger Federer. Earlier, Murray had brought Ivan Lendl on board, 8 Grand Slam singles championships, to help him get over the hump of being the best player never to have won a major. Ivan had also lost his first 4 appearances in Slam finals, but kept battling and believing to go on and win those 8 championships. As a coach, and a good one, he instilled in Andy the same massive, no-quit relentlessness, something that may have been missing in the Scot. And it started, believe it or not, with Murray's 4-set loss to Federer in the 2012 Wimbledon finals. Lendl recognized in the loss that Andy had actually been very competitive for the first time in a Slam finals appearance. He won the first set and was close to winning a couple of others. From my conversations with Ivan, I believe he focused on the positives with Andy after that Wimbledon defeat, got him thinking about the greatly improved performance vis-a-vis the previous appearances in Slam finals, where he lost in really non-competitive straight sets. The proof may be this. A couple of weeks after the Wimbledon defeat, Andy easily beat Fed in the gold medal match at the 2012 Olympics. Although it's not a Grand Slam event, Ivan Lendl basically declared it a major and said that Andy had won his first Grand Slam. With that declaration, he essentially called Murray a Grand Slam champion. Did that take a load off Murray's shoulders? You decide. Strange as it sounds, because when you see him sitting in the friends box watching a match, Ivan appears to be so serious and gruff. He taught positive thinking to Andy Murray. Nevertheless, the years ahead will tell us whether he can retain that Lendl-like toughness, tenacity, and positive attitude and win a bunch of slams. The lesson? You're better than you think you are. You can play at a higher level than you think you can, and you have the potential to beat so-called better players. If you're a competitor and not just playing for exercise, and cardio tennis is great, don't accept where you are. Don't settle for less. Shake yourself up in whatever manner it takes and you'll get results. Like Murray and the Joker, you can turn things around and beat players who are beating you. This don't settle for less attitude was displayed best by a player I like to call Sparky, because of her great intensity and energy on the court. Justine Henin, who, although sort of petite, about 5 feet 5 inches and 125 pounds, played supersized big bang tennis. She could have settled for being a counterpuncher, as everybody told her to be, given her size, but she said no. Justine had a different kind of game in mind for herself and used her unbelievable timing to crack serves and forehands and develop one of the best ever backhands women's tennis has seen. She willed herself to become a dominant offensive player by not going with conventional wisdom or listening to most of the experts. I love that. She overcame the odds and won 7 Grand Slams with a bigger brand of tennis in spite of her smaller stature. Big game, small package. Henin rose above her height with her mind. Tough to do, but she did. And maybe you can do it in your own way. There are times you have to follow your gut, to do what you know is right for you and commit to it like Justine did early in her career. Now, let's focus on one aspect of another female superstar's greatness that you should bring into your game, or rather into your head. Serena Williams, and Venus too, have serious short-term memory loss. By that I mean when things go bad in a point, game, set, or match, they have this ability to mentally wipe the slate clean, to forget about it immediately and not get ruined. Club players? We miss a few shots and lose a couple of games and it gets in our mind. We lose confidence, get rattled, and dial it down. Believe me, I know. That was me on tour plenty of times. As you'll hear later in Winning Ugly, when you get down on yourself, start beating yourself up mentally, there are now 2 players on the court trying to take you down. And one of them is you. Keep Serena's and Venus's memory loss, the ability to look ahead, not behind, in your mind and copy it. When either sister gets off her game, she does not lose faith. She keeps taking her big cuts and going for her shots without anxiety over the score or those mistakes. Each point starts fresh in her mind with no taint from a mistake previously. It's great short-term memory loss, and it helps them stay committed to what they want to do. Opponents know that. They know that Serena, in particular, can be very lethal in that situation because she will not give up on herself, stays totally committed to and believes in her game, and comes out fighting harder and better than before. That's scary when you're on the other side of the net. Nevertheless, if you watch enough matches, you'll see something you never thought you'd see. And during the 2012 French Open, I saw it. Serena Williams lost a first-round match to a player ranked 111th in the world, even though Serena had never lost in the first round of a slam, ever, and was up a set and leading the second set tiebreaker 5-1. How could this happen? Simple. The tide turned, and sometimes you can't turn back the tide even when you are Serena Williams and your opponent has a triple-digit ranking. A bad call here, an unforced error there, and a player, Virginia Razzano, who gets in the zone and has hometown support, and suddenly things get out of control. It may take a long time, but it happens quick, and it did. Serena was within 2 points of winning the 3-hour match a bunch of times, and then saved 7 match points against herself. Razzano finally won it on the 8th attempt. It was a devastating blow for Serena, right? Nope, just the opposite. I loved her response to the media right after the match. You know, that's life. The lesson? Winning is hard enough when you believe in your shots. It's impossible when you let yourself become a doubter. Remove doubt with your own short-term memory loss, and I promise you'll get results worth remembering. A good way to do that is, after a loss, to write down what you did right during the match. Take something positive out of the negative. In Serena's case, she did plenty right to get that close to winning. She kept fighting big when she faced match point against her over and over and over and over. Big pluses. In your own case, look at your pluses. Build on them. Look at your negatives. Fix them. Build and fix. Move on. Tell yourself, that's life. Serena hates to lose any match, especially in a slam, but in her mind this terrible loss was not something she would use to beat herself up with. In fact, she used it to get better. A lot better. Instead of heading back to New York, she headed to the Paris Tennis Academy of Patrick Mouratoglou for some consulting and intense upgrade of her game. She used the pain, and don't let her "that's life" comment suggest that there wasn't big pain, of the French loss to gear up massively and improve for the upcoming tests at Wimbledon, the 2012 Olympics, and the US Open. I believe her fighting spirit, her grit, and her strength of character was ignited by that loss in the French Torrezzano because what followed was unbelievable. Serena won the Wimbledon singles and doubles championships, the Olympic singles and doubles gold medals, and the US Open singles championship. I believe it was directly related to her reaction to the loss in Paris. Club players who suffer a tough loss usually get depressed and out of it for weeks because it creates devastation in their mind. Not Serena. She refuses to beat herself up. Do the same in your own game. Now, let me give you what is still my biggest complaint about club players and your game. Too often, you have the risk versus reward calculation backward. Namely, when you don't have an advantage in the point, like when you're forced over to the doubles alley in the backcourt, you try to rip the impossible 1 in 20 lucky shot like one you made a couple of years ago. Conversely, when you get a ball right smack in the middle of the court, just back of the service line, suddenly you think, oh, I don't want to miss this easy one, and play it safe, just push it over the net. I say, why? What are you thinking? That's the time to get more aggressive. Take some risk. Up the ante. The ball's in your strike zone, and you've got a much better chance to go for a productive forcing shot or winner. It's an easier shot that offers an easier reward. Take it. The lesson? Don't bunt when the ball's teed up for a home run. Don't go for the home run when a single keeps the inning going. But club players often get cautious when they should get aggressive, and aggressive when they should be cautious. The same thing happens on higher bouncing balls. You stand there and let the ball play you and try to make a great shot out of nothing. Don't do that. Run back a few steps or more and return a neutral, higher bouncing ball to your opponent. Maybe you've been taught never to retreat. Well, I say retreat, and stay in the point by returning a neutral ball and wait for your chance. When you see that chance arrive, like a ball in the middle of the court, then step it up and force things to happen. Federer may be able to hit a winner from anywhere in the stadium, including the hot dog stand, but club players should be more realistic in analyzing when to up the risk to produce the reward. Finally, my last lesson here comes from an unlikely tennis source. Metallica, my favorite band, and their drummer, Lars Ulrich, who's my buddy. His dad, Torben, was a top Danish tennis pro back in the 1950s and 60s, and maybe the most eclectic guy the tour has ever seen. Lars and each member of Metallica are still touring the world to huge crowds, even though the guys are not teenagers anymore. But their passion is still huge. Lars is in his late 40s, and he still brings it every single night. Full sweat, playing as hard as he ever has, in front of crowds bigger than they've ever been. They collectively do not take it for granted and give it every ounce they've got. Like Rafa, 1,000,000%. The lesson? In tennis and in life, when you do something you love, appreciate it and respect it by giving it all you can. Never take it for granted because soon enough it will be taken away. Time is tough. Every time you go out on the court, be thankful. Be grateful. Believe me, I am. If you are lucky enough to be a tennis player, you should recognize that it's a privilege to be able to walk out on that court and play the game. I'm also grateful that I get to analyze 21st century tennis on television around the world. Tennis is a moving escalator that's always changing. The players, technology, strokes, courts, rackets, the balls. It's something I love to be part of. There's only one thing missing. I love being nervous. I love waking up at 3:30 a.m. anxious about an upcoming match I'm playing, when I was on tour, or one for a pro I'm coaching. There's nothing like those nerves and the excitement that comes with knowing that in a few hours, 2 men enter the arena and only 1 man leaves a winner. Television broadcasting is great. I have fun with it. I make some great picks, and sometimes I make a knucklehead pick, but it doesn't make me nervous. Dissecting players' games and talking strategy and tactics is fun, but it's not like being in the ring. It's not like those nerves you feel before a fight. That's what's fun. And that's why playing tennis is so great at whatever level you play. A 3.5 club player can have great fun and excitement playing a ladder match or tournament just like a pro on tour. Hopefully, winning ugly in the 21st century will add to your fun and excitement by giving you more mental management skills that can make you a better player right now, today. Believe me, you're not far away from beating those players who have been beating you. Winning ugly tells you how. Good luck. Preface to the first edition. Winning ugly? How in the hell does this guy win? He hits like a caveman who found a tennis racket. That's the incredulous opinion I overheard during the finals of a Volvo Tennis San Francisco Classic while Brad Gilbert was battling and beating Anders Jarrett to win the championship and $32,000. The prize was part of $1.5 million he would win during the year. My reaction surprised me. As one of thousands of fans there to see our hometown hero, Brad lives just outside of San Francisco in San Rafael, California, I didn't like hearing him criticized. However, I had to admit the caveman reference wasn't altogether inappropriate. Brad does have a unique style. He got me thinking, why does he win? How does he beat players like Boris Becker who are supposedly better than him? Looks are deceiving, and with Brad, whose style has been described as ugly, those looks are very deceiving. He has won over $5 million in tournament prize money. He was in the top 10 internationally for 5 years and rose as high as number 4 in the world in 1990. He is an Olympic medalist and has successfully represented the United States in Davis Cup competition many times. Brad Gilbert has been one of the top players in tennis for almost 10 years, all because he was able to beat players who the experts said he shouldn't have been able to beat. How does he do it? Brad's success comes from the fact that he is a thinking person's tennis player. In tennis, he's the best in the world at the mental side of the game. What spectators see are his strokes, and those strokes aren't always pretty. What people don't see are the mental machinations that lead him to victory, what goes on in his head before, during, and after a match. Most tennis players are mentally lazy on the court. Brad uses this to his advantage and believes you can do the same. He utilizes every second of a match to try and figure out a way to gain an advantage. Without overwhelming physical gifts or astonishing shots, Brad wins because he outthinks and outplans opponents. Tim Gallwey's book, The Inner Game of Tennis, focused on the right brain or intuitive process. Brad's focus is on the left brain or analytical process. Gallwey pursued the joys of playing. Brad pursues the joys of winning. Gallwey was concerned with the inner game. Brad is concerned with knowing what's going on right in front of him and taking advantage of it. Winning Ugly tells how to do the same thing with your own tennis game. Brad describes his formula for making the most out of what you've got, and it works. In writing this book with him, I learned about a part of the game I had never focused on before, the mental aspect of tennis. My game improved, and so will yours. After you put Brad's formula to the test, if anyone ever accuses you of winning ugly, just say, "Thank you, I've been working on it." Steve Jameson. McEnroe. A master loses ugly. John McEnroe was having his worst nightmare. Except it wasn't a nightmare. It was the Masters at Madison Square Garden in front of thousands of his loyal, screaming, stomping New York City fans. Tonight, McEnroe, defending champion and ranked number 2 in the world, was slowly realizing that he was going to lose to a guy he didn't like and whose game he despised. That guy was me. It was humiliating for him, and he was seething. His eyes gave him away first. They had the look of a kid who had just set fire to the neighbor's cat, scared and mean. His face had that hateful McEnroe scowl. On a changeover, he snarled over in my direction. "Gilbert, you don't deserve to be on the same court with me." He was heading over the edge. We crossed within a few feet of each other. In case I'd missed the point, he added, "You are the worst. The worst." McEnroe continued to go downhill, complaining about the electronic line-calling machine, arguing heatedly with a spectator during the second set, receiving a code of conduct warning later for a visible obscenity. He was completely nuts, screaming at himself, slamming his racket, storming around and taunting the crowd, his own fans. At times, it looked like he was having a public nervous breakdown. It was one of his better performances, but in the end, the guy who didn't deserve to be on the same court with him won in 3 tough sets. Well, actually 2 tough sets. The third was a breeze. 5-7, 6-4, 6-1. By match point, John was a pussycat. But that wasn't the end. Afterward, he dropped a bombshell. McEnroe announced his retirement from tennis at the age of 27, and he blamed part of it on me. Mac explained that he needed a sabbatical because when I start losing to players like him being yours truly, I've got to reconsider what I'm doing even playing this game. If he thought I'd be insulted, he was wrong. In fact, I loved it. In 7 previous matches, I had won only 1 set. That victory in the Masters was a great win. Too great, as it turned out, but more on that later. The bank doesn't think I'm ugly. John McEnroe and I have never exactly been what you'd call best friends. I guess that can happen when 2 people don't like each other. He thinks I've got bad strokes. I think he's got a bad attitude. But the truth of the matter is that McEnroe is right. On paper, he shouldn't lose to me. And neither should Becker, Agassi, Connors, Chang, Edberg, Courier, Forget, Sampras, Stitch, Wheaton, and a lot of other guys with better strokes and more so-called natural ability. Fortunately for me, tennis matches aren't played on paper. They're played on tennis courts. And because they are, I've been able to beat those players and others to the tune of $5 million. By 1991, I was 8th on the all-time prize money list. When you add in the endorsements and exhibitions that resulted from those victories, my total income from tennis by 1993 is close to $8 million. Winning ugly? All the way to the bank. It happened because I've used whatever talent and skills I do have in a calculated way that maximizes their potential, that gives me my best chance to win. It's why I've been able to beat players who are supposedly better than me. You can do the same. Make the most of what you've got. Play better tennis without better strokes. The new improved you, 20% better. First, I want to tell you one thing about your game. The way to make the biggest improvement in the shortest time is to better understand and use the opportunities for gaining an advantage that exist in every match you play. The big opportunities and the small opportunities, especially the small opportunities, the ones players neglect because of ignorance or laziness. If you want to call that winning ugly, go ahead and get ugly. Develop your powers of observation and analysis and then use the information, and your chances of winning will go up by 20% or more. Brain-dead tennis, the unaware player. Most weekend players, most club players, most recreational players are brain-dead on the tennis court. They go out and run around with no plan, no thought, no nothing. They give it as much study and consideration as jumping rope. And that's why they can be had. With two players of roughly equal ability, the one who's aware of and takes advantage of the dynamics, opportunities, and openings before, during, and after the match will win. The person driving the fancy little sports car may look like he or she should come in first. I'll put my money on the grease monkey in the modified stock car who knows how to get around the track. It's the same for tennis. Pretty strokes are okay, but there's a lot more to the game than that. Smart tennis is a three-step process. 1. Recognize your opportunity. 2. Analyze your options. 3. Capitalize on the opportunity by using the best option. Recognize, analyze, capitalize. That applies before, during, and after a match to all aspects of the game, mental, physical, and emotional. It even involves your equipment. Example, opportunity exists early with the spin of the racket. You should recognize it. Depending on your opponent and the conditions, you should choose and capitalize on the right option. At tennis clubs and public courts, the wrong choice is made about 85% of the time. Coming up, I'll tell you how to get the most benefit out of that situation. It's a very small element of your total match, but it is an element that contains opportunity. You just have to know what to do with it. And there are scores of other openings a smart player uses to gain an edge. I believe if you recognize and take advantage of those opportunities in enough ways and enough times, you'll probably win. I don't think his game is so good, but he makes up for it with his mental ability. David Wheaton, following a loss to Brad Gilbert. Unlike jumping rope, a tennis match doesn't begin when it starts and end when it stops. Tennis begins off the court, continues through your pre-match regimen and into the match, and goes on after you've won, or lost, the final point. Smart players know how to prepare correctly for a match, and once the contest is underway, how to control their emotions. They know how to think their way through a match, avoiding low-percentage shots that carry unnecessary risk at inappropriate times. Smart players observe what's going on in a match and analyze the information. They know how to capitalize on what they know. Obviously, it takes some discipline, commitment, and effort. I mention this because most players will bust their buns to improve a particular stroke. They'll take lessons, hit on the ball machine, bang against the backboard, practice in the hot sun. Blood, sweat, and tears, the whole bit. Then, having improved whatever stroke they're trying to perfect, they won't spend a minute figuring out how to use it to maximum effect during a match. Brain dead. Hard workers, but brain dead. Ahead in this book are the opportunities that you should be aware of, the options you have, and the ways to capitalize on them from pre-match through post-match. How to mentally and physically prepare for battle on the court. How to play against all types of tennis styles. How to recognize important dynamics within a match. How to handle pressure and psyching, and more. It's the nuts and bolts of what I've learned at all levels from junior tennis to a top 5 ranking and a bank account I never dreamed possible. And you can apply it to your game. Some of the ideas are obvious. Others aren't so obvious. Some of it will apply to your game and some of it won't. But all of it is directed to the most neglected aspect of tennis, the mental part of your game. Let's start before the beginning. Part 1. The early edge. The match begins before the match begins. I don't think much of Brad Gilbert. John McEnroe. 1. Mental preparation. The pre-match advantage. Turning pro. Young and innocent. One of the first lessons I learned when I turned pro in 1982 was how much of an edge could be gained before the match even got started. It became obvious to me that for the best players in the world, their match had begun a long time before the first serve. They came ready to play and wanted to grab me by the throat as soon as they could. As a member of the tennis teams at Foothill Junior College and Pepperdine, I'd like to just show up and play. I'd settle into the match mentally and physically during the first set. A lot of times I could get away with it because my opponent was doing it too. Do you approach your matches the same way? On tour, this wasn't such a good idea. The slow start didn't work against McEnroe, Lendl, Connors, and some of the veterans. By the time I got settled into some of those matches, the match was already over. One time I started out by losing the first 16 points of the match. It was over so fast I almost didn't need to take a shower afterward. Brutal. I was learning the hard way. The top players came expecting to have me for lunch, and they'd been thinking about taking that first bite since they found out I was on the menu. 4 or 5 games to work up an appetite? They arrived ready to eat. The main course? Glazed Gilbert. Being down a couple of breaks early with no rhythm, no plan, no continuity, put me at too great a disadvantage. I was clobbered regularly by the smart guys on tour. They knew something I didn't. Start your match before it begins. What I discovered by looking, listening, and losing was simple. The guys making money out there started honing in on their target, me for example, before the target was even in sight. The smart ones were consciously and subconsciously reviewing information about the opponent ahead of them as soon as they knew who that player was. The process began hours before the match. The smart players wanted to seek and seize advantage as early as possible, and they wanted to do it in as many ways as possible. For them, one of the big opportunities was good mental preparation. And that means early mental preparation. When does your warm-up begin? Let me tell you when the warm-up doesn't begin. It doesn't begin when you arrive on the court. It may for your opponent, but it shouldn't for you. A smart player starts to prepare for the match on the way to the match, or even before. The warm-up should continue on into the locker room and out onto the court. The warm-up begins with your brain. Your mind is usually the last part of you to get activated, if it gets activated at all. Players stretch incorrectly for a minute, hit a couple of forehands and 3 serves, and it's, let's start. They barely warm up the body, but that's more attention than they give to their mental preparation. The mind is a terrible thing to waste, and tennis players waste it all the time. Get into the habit of evaluating your opponent and thinking about the match before you arrive at the court. If you drive to the match, your car is the place where your warm-up begins. If you walk to the courts, then the sidewalk is where it happens. No matter what, your warm-up starts on the way to the match. For me, it can begin even earlier than that. The night before a match, I'll be in my hotel room thinking about the next day's competition. I'll actually play points out in my mind. I can see myself making shots and winning points. I visualize points we played in the past. I'll see myself making specific shots against that player. It's almost like watching a videotape of segments of a match. In the morning, I'll continue the process. That little 5-minute warm-up you see before a match begins for the players on tour is probably misleading. It looks like we just trot out to the court with that big bag over our shoulder, hit for a couple of minutes, and start the match. For most of us, the process has been going on throughout the day. Hitting, stretching, loosening up, a massage, and most of all, that mental review. The pre-match mental checklist. Whether I won or lost to a player in our last match, I want to think about the reasons. How did I beat him? What does he do with his shot selection and pattern? Does he attack? Is he a retriever? Does he serve big? What's his return of serve like? Did I make mistakes against him last time? What kind and why? What shots are his best? His worst? Was he forcing me to do something that bothered me? Does he start strong and get too cautious on pressure points? Was it a close match? Were the points long? I review everything that pertains to my opponent's game, as far as strokes and shot tendencies are concerned. It is also important to consider the personality of the game your opponent produces. What does he do to affect the atmosphere, mood, or tempo of the match? Is she very slow between points? Does he get emotional? Does she protest a lot of calls? Is he great when he gets a lead, but not so great when he's losing? Do your opponents give you a lot of small talk on changeovers, taking your mind off the match like McEnroe tried to do to me? Do they always show up 10 minutes late? Do they rush through the warm-up and want to start the match as soon as possible? Prepare yourself mentally for the stuff certain players bring with them into the match. I want to be mentally and emotionally set for the fast play of Andre Agassi or the deliberate, methodical match tempo of Ivan Lendl. I want to be ready for the temperamental outbursts of Connors and McEnroe or the stone faces of Michael Chang or Jim Courier. It makes a big difference to me because I'm better able to control my own game plan, tempo, and composure if I know what's likely to be happening on the other side of the net. Believe me, it can make a huge difference, as you'll hear later. The game plan. This process of review will lead me right into the equally important process of planning my strategy. 1. What do I want to make happen? 2. What do I want to prevent from happening? By evaluating my opponent, I start solidifying my own approach to the match. As I review their game style and strokes, I'm preparing my basic game plan. If they broke down my backhand last time, I'll be thinking about how to prevent the same thing from happening this time. If their serve is weak, I'm alerting myself and going over how to take advantage of that. I'm planning a specific approach for that specific player. All of this before I've even seen them at the court. Set your compass. Your body will try to do what your mind tells it to do. In this pre-match review, you're programming your mind to give the body correct information once the match begins and things start happening quickly under fire. You're setting the course you want to take to arrive at your destination. That destination is victory. In its most basic form, your plan evolves as you answer these questions. 1. What is my opponent's best weapon? 2. Where is my opponent weak? 3. What is my best shot and how can I direct it at my opponent's weakness? 4. What can I do to keep my opponent away from my own weakness? Your pre-match effort creates a mental compass. You know where you want to go and how you're going to get there. There may be detours along the way, your opponent may present some surprises, you may get lost, but the basic route is laid out in your head in advance and your mental compass keeps you on course. Coming up, I'll show you how following this procedure helped me beat both Boris Becker and Jimmy Connors in totally different ways. Even if you tend to play the same people over and over, your tennis buddies, it's still important to zero in on the specific player for a particular day. Get your mind on that one player. If you're playing each other regularly, it can be even more advantageous to review and refine your tactics because you've got a backlog of information. That's when it really starts to get interesting. Watch the tour players. The great ones are very intent on getting off to a good start because they know it can often set the tone for the entire match. Getting the other player under your thumb right out of the chute puts them in a catch-up position. Sometimes they'll recover. A lot of times they won't. And that's what you want to do to your opponent. As early as possible, you want to force them to be considering the idea that maybe it's just not going to be my day today. It can happen very early, believe me. Your pre-match preparation and visualization can make you the one somebody else is trying to catch up to. You're thinking, hey Brad, give me a break. I've got a life. I can't be thinking about tennis all the time. That's right. But what I'm talking about takes less than 10 minutes of attention on the way to your match and then the effort of following a plan once you get there. Maybe you can squeeze that in for opponents you really want to beat. By giving yourself a good chance to start right, you're giving yourself a good chance to finish right. That's worth the extra attention. Let me take you through my own mental preparation exactly as I've used it before important matches. Preparation on tour. Becker and Connors. Different strokes for different folks. When I started seriously using my pre-match opportunities in this way, I started winning more often. Let's say my opponent in the round of 16 at the US Open was Boris Becker, because it was. My own mental review before I got to the locker room at Flushing Meadow would go like this. Becker can attack my weak second serve. He knows how to exploit it for maximum effect. This is a polite way of saying he creams it. Therefore, I don't want to let him see many seconds. That means I want to get my first serve in more consistently, to put a premium on reducing first serve faults. Obviously, I'll have to hit with less abandon and take fewer risks on my first serve, but the reward will be that he doesn't get the opportunity to make me eat my second serve. Also, I want to serve to his forehand, try and get him missing some forehand ground strokes. Why? I know that Boris has a great forehand. It anchors the rest of his game, but if he starts screwing up with it, everything else can suffer. He gets frustrated when the forehand doesn't meet his expectations. I've learned, and tell myself again in the pre-match review, that when he starts to miss on the forehand side, the rest of his game can start to wobble. That's when he'll start screaming at himself in German, so I want to be sharp serving to his forehand without getting too ambitious. Get a high percentage in. Also, I should give him no pace. Boris will win any battle over who can hit the ball hardest. Without pace, he still wants to hit the ball hard and often overhits as a result, especially on the forehand side. Before I get to the court, I go over all of that in my mental review. I also remind myself to try and open up the court on Boris by hitting intelligently to his forehand. This means that I know from past matches with him that when I hit wide to the forehand, either with my serve or a ground stroke, his tendency or shot pattern is to hit it cross-court right back to my forehand. If it's even a little short, I'll look to hit a forehand approach, my best weapon, down the line to his backhand. Then I'll follow it in and camp near the alley. So my game plan when I serve should regularly follow this pattern. Serve wide to the Becker forehand. Look for an opportunity to hit a forehand approach shot to his backhand. Then follow it in and camp near the alley. That's my 1-2-3 punch. Two elements come into play with that combination that I've experienced in past matches. First of all, Boris is going to have to move from his forehand grip, under the racket, to his backhand grip, somewhat over the racket, while moving from the deuce court to the ad court on the full gallop. In the past, I've seen that he doesn't always do that well. It's just a little glitch that shows up from time to time. And if he does make the grip change and take a good cut at the ball, his tendency is to go down the line. Not all the time, but that's his first choice. Watch him on the tube. You'll see he favors that shot. What happens when he does? There I am, camping near the alley. Bingo. Forehand volley to an open court. I've run that combination of shots successfully on Boris many, many, many times. And on his serve, I tell myself, Boris has a huge serve. Don't try to do too much with it. Get the ball back in play. Make him play an extra ball or two each point. Keep the ball in play. That's the key for me against Boris, making him run down an extra ball over and over again. Becker can get frustrated, and I want to frustrate him. Obviously, if he's swarming winners, I am in trouble. But I tell myself that in the match ahead, I've got to stay in every point possible. Keep cool. Be patient. Don't try to make things happen too quickly. Busting my butt for Boris. I also think about the personality of the competition and the competitor ahead. Boris Becker is like a thoroughbred. His physicality, power, and movement are so pure that it can be intimidating. He's big and he plays big. I get myself ready for any Becker match by reminding myself, don't be impressed. Don't let his presence be overwhelming. Keep your eye on your game plan and not on his game. I have to do that or I'd take one look at what Becker brings onto the court and retire. And that's important in your own tennis. Don't be impressed until after the match, never before. I want him to see me busting my buns for everything, throwing everything back. I want to show him that I'm going to compete on every single point of every single game if the match goes on for a week. I want him to believe that I will never give up. I want him to get the feeling that I'm not going away, that I'm permanent. I know that Boris can get frustrated out on the court. Against someone like Michael Chang, this wouldn't matter. With Becker, it can be very important. He doesn't have great patience if points, games, and the match drag on. I know that if he gets impatient, he'll start missing shots because he's trying to end it quick. As I mentally program myself for Becker's game, I'm getting ready to try to exploit both his physical and emotional tendencies and weaknesses. My mental review and game plan for Becker. 1. Increase my first serve percentage. Don't try to hit aces or service winners. Don't let him see many second serves. 2. Serve to his forehand regularly. Look for short cross-court return. Approach down the line. Camp near the alley. 3. Try to create mistakes on his forehand. Don't give him any pace. Repeat, no pace. 4. Don't try to do too much with my service return. Get it back. Make him hit another shot. 5. Work hard on every point. Show Boris some hustle. He gets impatient. 6. Don't be impressed with anything he does. Let him pound the ball as hard as he wants, but make him pound it over and over. Always try to make him hit one more shot. 7. Boris can get frustrated if things don't go his way. Try and make him stay around longer than he wants to. If he starts screaming at himself in German, he's getting wobbly. Does it work? Yes. Does it work all the time? Yes. You won't win every time, obviously, but my procedure will improve your chance of winning every time. And that's all I'm trying to do when I play, improve my chance of winning. U.S. Open, 1987. Grandstand Court. Becker versus Gilbert. Round of 16. I've used this plan very effectively against Becker, most notably in the round of 16 in the 1987 U.S. Open. At the time, he was ranked number 4 in the world. I was still trying to crack into the top 10. Boris had rolled over me in the first set 6-2, and then he won a tiebreaker for the second set. Now he was leading 3-0 in the third. I was very close to the point of no return, and Boris knew it. He could end this match very soon. Boris exudes so much confidence when he's ahead that it can break down your belief in yourself. His hair gets redder. His eyelashes get so white they almost disappear against his pale skin. He's physically bigger than me, and he carries himself even bigger. A pure athletic aura surrounds him when he's rolling, and you can feel it across the net. He has tremendous presence. When he's running with a lead, the confidence he displays goes beyond arrogance. He tells you with his body language that he knows he's better than the rest. Except, I didn't believe it. The third set continues with me serving. I hold to stay in the match at 3-1, but I knew if Boris holds to go up 4-1, I'm history. Then, he makes a serious mental mistake. Boris seems to have a lapse in concentration. He plays a very casual service game, almost lethargic. He donates a couple of points with double faults, and suddenly I'm back on serve at 2-3. There's hope in my mind because of what I know, and have reviewed about Becker. Suddenly, I can see a way to win. Here's how. Our scheduled afternoon match had been delayed because of rain. As a result, we started very late and in extreme heat and humidity. The temperature that Monday in New York was pushing 90 degrees. On the grandstand court, it felt like 190 degrees. It was like playing on a muggy day in the jungle, a jungle that had jets flying low overhead every 15 minutes. Concentration was difficult. Even though I don't like hot weather, I felt this could work in my favor. I knew that a few weeks earlier I had beaten Boris in Washington, D.C. in this same kind of weather when he fell apart in the last set. I felt that if I could somehow claw out of this third set, it might have a very negative effect on Boris. It might get him thinking about our last match in hot, humid weather and what had happened. I believed that he had already made the assumption that he was going to win in straight sets. If I could steal this set after he was so close to winning the match, up 2 sets with a 3-0 lead, he might get upset with himself. If I could make him play more tennis in these conditions, he might get very upset with himself. And I knew what that could mean. This became a great motivator. I honestly felt that I was nearing an opportunity to get into Becker's mind, to upset his composure in a big way. And this opportunity existed because I was way behind. Or, more to the point, it existed because Boris was so close to winning the match that he could taste it. If I could get him feeling that things were dragging on in this grandstand heat and humidity, the quality of his game would drop because the quality of his thinking would drop. I had seen it happen before. I told myself if I could win the third set, I could win the match. Sound too optimistic? Here's what happened. At 2-3, I held serve to even the set at 3 games apiece. We're now 2 hours and 30 minutes into the match. I've won 3 games in a row, and it's gotten his attention. Now, we each hold serve, but Boris is becoming increasingly unhappy and irritable. Twice, he starts screaming something in German. I make a little joke and tell myself the translation is, "My feet are burning up. I want to stick them in ice." Boris picks up the pace and is playing more quickly, as though he wanted to end it as soon as possible. His composure is changing. We each hold again. And again. Suddenly, it's 6-all, and we're in another tiebreak. Boris seems to get himself together and grabs an early mini-break. He's serving at 2-1. It's exactly where I don't want to be, down a mini-break and a tiebreaker that could send me back home. But Boris now plays 2 points that became crucial in the outcome of the match, both for what they did to the score and what they did to his composure. Serving at 2-1 in the tiebreak, Boris double faults. He puts me back on serve, and I don't even have to swing my racket. It's a major error on his part. I believe it was brought on because he was getting impatient, rushing things just a little bit. He wanted to get the job done too quickly. Perfect. Then immediately another critical exchange at 2-2. Boris serves and attacks the net. As he moves to his right, just inches from the net, his feet slip out from under him and he crashes to the ground. I see him fall, and as he frantically struggles to get back up, I hit a backhand cross-court lob that sends him racing toward the baseline. He doesn't get there. At the service line, his feet go out from under him again, and again his body slams into the court. This time, he doesn't get up. Becker is lying face down on the court, screaming uncontrollably at himself in German. He's fallen so hard that his gold watch has slid down from his wrist to around his fingers. He's furious with himself and about what's happening. He raises up to one knee and lets out a terrible scream. Nobody in tennis has a scream as fearful as Becker's when he loses control. It's the sound of pure and total anguish. It is beautiful to hear. Boris is coming apart. At 3-2 in the tiebreaker, I serve again to his forehand. Boris nets it and immediately unleashes another blood-curdling screech. This time, I can't hear him. Another huge jet is directly overhead and obliterates all other sound. It's a very strange sensation. The court is actually vibrating from the jet's noise. I can see Boris screaming, but I hear nothing except the huge noise of the jet. Boris takes a vicious swipe at the court with his racket. I know he feels like he's drowning and can't swim. No matter how hard he tries, he feels things are only getting worse. It's interesting how distractions affect you when you've got some momentum and are winning points. The heat, the humidity, the incredible white noise of the jets flying overhead, none of it bothered me. But when you're struggling like Boris was struggling, it is almost impossible to stay focused. The distractions become crippling. Your mind gets totally berserk. You just want to get out of there. We continue to 5-4 in the tiebreak on my serve. I remember my game plan is to go selectively to his forehand. And that's what I do. Boris nets it, 6-4. Set point now, and again I decide to go to his forehand with my serve. Again, he nets it. The tactic works beautifully. I've cracked through to win the breaker and with it the set, 7-6, 7-4. Boris's march to victory has been slowed. I'm still alive. More than alive, I know I can win the match. The fourth set is tough, but my game remains steady. Nothing flashy, but exactly what I had planned on doing. I got a break and gave it back. Boris was unhappy, but he still understands that he isn't far from sending me back to California. I'm hanging in there, hitting to his forehand when possible and approaching to his backhand with success. He's seeing no pace unless he supplies it himself. I'm not letting him see many second serves. I'm patient. Then something happened I hadn't expected. Word began to spread through the tennis complex that Boris Becker was in trouble. The grandstand seats started to fill up with fans from the stadium court where John McEnroe was beating on Andres Gomez. And those fans wanted to see more tennis. They knew that for that to happen, I had to win the fourth set. The crowd packing into the grandstand seats was totally on my side, cheering for me on every shot, yelping and hooting as I ran down everything and worked my butt off in what was a real steam bath. They loved it, and I loved it too. Becker was affected. The long wailing shrieks in German continued. My feet are burning, I want to stick them in ice. It was like a shot of adrenaline into my system. I knew that when he loses control, I have beaten him. Boris was becoming very frustrated. He had gone from being 2 points away from the match, when I was serving in the third set at 4-5, 30-30, and then a trip to the quarterfinals, to having a lot of work in front of him, and in conditions that a camel would hate. At 5-all, Boris threatened to break my serve. Twice he tries and fails. It's not a pretty hold, but I hold. Boris will serve next at 5-6. We head to our chairs for the changeover. I decide to change shirts to give myself a little mental boost and to put on something fresh and dry. And I really start working on my thinking. I review my game plan. Stay alert. Don't give up any stupid points. Make him play some balls and keep hitting to his forehand. Let him make some mistakes. In the background, I can hear something, some noise in the crowd. It breaks my concentration. I look up and see 2 teenagers running through the aisles. They're waving American flags and the crowd is picking up on it. USA! 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 It gets louder and louder. The fans have really gotten into it. USA! USA! I look over at the section where my family is sitting with my coach, Tom Chivington. They're standing and cheering. The emotion running through the grandstand was electric. I actually got goosebumps in 90-degree heat, really pumped up and confident. We go out onto the court with Boris serving at 5-6. The crowd is buzzing. Boris serves 4 times. He doesn't win a point. I break him at love and win the set 7-5. It's electric. The crowd is roaring and gives me a standing ovation. USA! USA! More flags are waving. Suddenly, we're at 2 sets each. The match is all even, right? Wrong. I've won. The match isn't over, but I've won. I glance at Boris, and I can see that he's finished. His energy is gone. The eyes are dead with no fight or spark in them. His body language told me he was through battling for that day. It wasn't physical either. It was mental. Boris is a super athlete in fantastic shape. What had weakened was his resolve. Boris had gotten frustrated with the match. He just wanted out of there, just as I thought might happen. Beginning of the 5th set. My serve. And again, Becker doesn't threaten. I hold easily. Boris has gotten only 2 points in 2 games. The rout is on. I break, hold, and hold. I'm up 5-0, and it took 10 minutes. At least, it felt that fast. Boris managed to get a game out of it, but lost 6-1. The match had taken 4 hours and 17 minutes in oppressive heat and humidity, a sweatbox. Even though it was scheduled to be an afternoon match, it was now almost 10 p.m. I had lost 7 pounds, but I was so exhilarated I felt like I could run a marathon. Jimmy Connors de-exhilarated me 2 days later in the quarters, but it took nothing away from the pride I took in battling back from 2 sets down to beat him in 5. Never before had Boris Becker lost after leading by 2 sets. Pre-match preparation pays off. A lot of things went right for me that day, but I was only able to take advantage of them because I'd prepared myself before the match for the game and temperament of Boris Becker. When he had me on the ropes, I still saw a way to win because I understood his game and his temperament. I had gone into the match with strong mental preparation. I knew what I wanted to make happen and what I wanted to prevent from happening. Part of it had to do with strokes and strategy. Part of it had to do with personality, both mine and my opponent's. That preparation served me well when I needed it. When things were getting desperate, I had a mental compass that kept me on course and gave me a way to get back in the match. Instead of rolling over and accepting defeat, I believed there was a way to win. Boris Becker is a gentleman. Later that night, I was at a disco called Heartbreak on Varick Street in Manhattan. At about midnight, I feel a tap on my shoulder. It's Boris. He congratulates me, and we talk about the match over a beer. He says he hates that kind of heat and humidity. I tell him I love it. He says I've got to do something about the planes flying overhead during a match. I tell him I love those planes. He kids me a little and says I won't be so lucky next time around. 5 months later, I beat him in the Masters at Madison Square Garden. No planes, no heat, no humidity. Every player is unique, but Connors is the most unique. Against Jimmy Connors, my auto-visualization or pre-match analysis and conclusions are completely different because his game and personality differ so much from Becker's. First and foremost, I remind myself to block out the elements. Not the sun or wind, but the chaos he can create with the fans and the officials. Jimmy treats the crowd like he's a conductor and they're the band. He gets them to do what he wants. At an important point, Jimmy could suddenly get 14,000 people going crazy, cheering for him and against his opponent, namely me, in an uproar. I'll tell myself to expect it and ignore it. It's part of his game plan. As you'll hear, against Connors, this is easier said than done. If it had been Jimmy instead of Boris in the US Open match I just described, Connors would have done something disruptive with the crowd when I started to make my move in the 3rd set. And when I pulled ahead in the tiebreak, I guarantee there would have been some stuff going on to shake up my momentum. An argument about a line call, an obscenity, or something else. He would never just let you cruise to victory. Also with Jimmy, I'll plan to hit slice shots into his forehand. I call it slicing the roast beef. Nothing hard, just a ball that stays lower on the bounce. I know that when it hits on the service line, Connors will tend to chip his forehand back. If he does, that's the one I'm waiting for. I want to be ready to step up, bust it, and move in behind it. The Connors service return also needs special pre-match consideration. He has one of the best service returns ever. His specialty is making a play off a great serve. He manages to get the racket on the ball and keep it in play. What should be a winner or an ace comes back at you, and Jimmy stays in the point. He doesn't necessarily kill the ball. He makes fantastic gets and then is able to hit the ball with direction, to put it where you can't make your best shot. He immediately takes your advantage and turns it into a disadvantage, and he does it because he guesses a lot. When he guesses right, even the best serve can come back. But the important thing is he doesn't kill that service return. What this allows me to do is go for a winner or one that produces a weaker return off my first serve. If he guesses right, it'll come back. If he guesses wrong, I win the point. And if I fault, I know he won't stick the second serve back down my throat like Becker. It changes my entire strategy in serving. By taking the pressure off my second serve, Jimmy allows me more leeway with my first serve. I know going in that a serve that would ace anybody else might come back. I'm not going to let myself be surprised. That's what Connors brings to the party. If you let it bother you, he'll get you letting up on that first serve or trying to hit bigger and bigger. My approach is to go for great serves and expect them back. I don't worry about having to serve up seconds if I fault on the first. In fact, the truth is that my second serve bothers him, as you'll soon see. Jimbo loves pace. He feeds on it. My second serve is a lollipop. I honestly think it bothers him a little because it has no pace. So I don't worry about having to hit second serves because Connors, unlike Becker, doesn't make you pay the big penalty. My review and game plan for Connors. 1. Expect Jimmy to manipulate the crowd at key moments. Be prepared for disruption and stay focused. 2. Serve big on the first serve. If I miss, he won't come in on my second. 3. Hit slice to his forehand. 4. He doesn't like junk. Massage the ball. The Masters 1987. Madison Square Garden. Connors versus Gilbert. Connors and I faced each other in the 1987 Masters several months after he had beaten me in the US Open quarterfinals, following my 5-set comeback against Becker. Neither of us was in great shape. I had just played 4 tournaments on 4 different continents in 4 weeks. Jimmy had been fighting a bad cold. Nevertheless, I went into our match with great focus and motivation. Part of it came from a desire to avenge that loss at the Open. He had kept me out of the semis and given me one of my toughest losses. I felt strongly that if I stuck to my game plan and kept my concentration, I could beat him. It looked like I was right. I began thumping on him immediately and went up 6-4, 4-1. I felt like I could just grind it out and win the match, and to add to my confidence, it looked like Jimmy agreed. His attitude during the second set became completely different from what it usually was. He almost looked like he was clowning around. He got pulled wide on a shot and kept running until he was nearly in the stands. Then he stopped and started kidding with a couple of fans. He took somebody's napkin and blew his nose. The crowd loved it. A little later, he got upset with himself and started grabbing his crotch, a move Michael Jackson stole from him. The crowd was thoroughly entertained. Also, it was apparent he was feeling the effects of the cold. He appeared winded at times. Now, at 3-5 in the second set and down a set, Jimmy is getting ready to serve. He turns to a fan behind him and says loud enough for me to hear, "I've got Gilbert right where I want him." Jimmy's got this big grin on his face. The crowd is laughing and applauding. "Jimbo! Jimbo!" And I like it too. I figure Connors knows he's tired and out of the match and just wants to have a little fun with the audience before it's over. Big mistake. The next time I look up at the scoreboard, Connors and Gilbert are tied 5-5. Just like that, he had held and broken. He had worked on the crowd and gotten to me, not by creating turmoil, but by going for some laughs and changing the tenor of the match. I couldn't believe he had broken my concentration. He had gotten me watching his antics and believing that he was through for the day, that he was going to lay down. I had lost my focus. It was a shock to realize what had happened. Such a shock that I woke up. I hold and so does Jimmy. 6-all, tiebreaker. I knew I was in trouble if we went into a third set. The crowd was beginning to be a factor, and if Jimmy took it to 3, they would definitely become a major asset for him. I reviewed my game plan. Keep some balls in play. No pace. Make him try to hit winners. Nothing fancy. Let's win it right here. And I did. Connors let it get away from him even though he led 5-3 at one point during the breaker. Then he made a couple of errors on backhand volleys to even it up at 5 apiece. My serve, I go for a big serve. Fault. My next serve is a lollipop, and Jimmy nets it. He hates junk. Remember my service strategy? On match point, we get into a long rally. He hits a deep approach shot to my backhand. I'm ready and just crush it for a winner and the match. The comeback was over. Gilbert 6-4, 7-6, 7-5. Jimbo had almost worked his magic of crowd control to take back the match. This time he failed. As you'll hear later, I'm not always so fortunate. Connors is superb at turning things around when he's behind. He stops your momentum in a variety of ways and makes you come out of your game by taking you out of your concentration. He tries to make you play on his terms, not yours. He can do it by joking around with the crowd, as he did here. Or he can use intimidation and rage to take control. At the 87 Masters, I recognized what had happened before it was too late. I had gotten ahead by following my pre-game plan and staying focused. When Jimmy successfully got me unfocused, I was able to get back on course because I had a strong understanding of his tactics. They had been mentally locked in place during the pre-match mental review and planning. I realized it wasn't my strokes that were responsible for his comeback, it was my mind and the fact that it had weakened. Totally great, totally different. So, two great players, Becker and Connors, with totally different games, styles, and temperaments. Both require special attention, specific game plans and attitudes that I try to cement in place before I even see them on the day of a match. One capitalizes on my weak second serve, the other doesn't. One orchestrates the crowd, the other doesn't. Becker gets frustrated if the match drags on. Connors loves being out there so much he actually hates to see it end. Boris has a huge first serve and a great second serve. Jimmy has neither. Before I ever see an opponent on the day we play, I've completely reviewed our match history, his game, and my plan for the match. I've mentally reviewed exactly what I want to make happen, and I know exactly what I want to prevent from happening. I know where I want to go and how I'm going to get there. Olympic swimmer Nelson Diebold said right after he had won the gold medal in 1992, "Good mental preparation is as important as good physical preparation. It's true in all sports, especially tennis." The process I go through in getting ready for Becker and Connors, or Lendl, Chang, Courier, or any other player, is exactly how you should mentally prepare for your own Beckers and Lendls. If you're smart. Don't think because you play A, B, or C tennis that the advantages don't add up. I believe they add up even more. Here's why. The guys I play are generally sizing me up just like I'm trying to figure them out. They're also masters at not letting me do what I'm trying to do. You don't have that problem. Most of your opponents are mentally lazy before and during the match. Depending on your level of play, you may not meet one player a month who seriously considers your game and knows how to exploit it. Plus, their relatively modest level of tennis skill makes them vulnerable to a player who's good at exploiting opportunities. Good early mental preparation is an opportunity waiting to be exploited by you. Be ready to play when it's time to play. In early visualization and planning, your subconscious starts to pull in information from other encounters. The brain starts throwing switches and turning dials that program you for that particular player. It's tough to do once the action begins because too much else is going on. You need that mental compass you establish before the match starts as a reliable reference point, one that can get you back on a winning course. Make it a new habit. Your match begins before the match begins. in your car, or at your home, when you calmly review what you know about the opponent and how you plan to use the information. It takes very little time, but get it done before you arrive. By the time that first point is underway, you'll have already played your opponent and be into the match. The importance of pre-match preparation, and a little bit of a hustle. Here's a terrific example, although an extreme one, of the tremendous advantage the average player can get with good pre-match preparation, and of what a disadvantage just showing up can be. This particular player at the San Francisco Tennis Club used good mental preparation, good physical preparation, and some gamesmanship against a guy who just showed up and wanted to start playing. Here's what happened. For a big match, and he liked to bet $100 per set with certain players, this fellow, a bit of a hustler, would get to the court 1 hour early. He had already spent time looking over his notes. Yes, he kept notes of past matches. He had given some attention to his game plan. Next would be the stretching exercises to get completely loosened up. Now would come the warm-up, before his opponent even arrived at the court. The hustler would hit with the club pro for 30 minutes, going through the strokes and touching up anything that was giving him trouble that day. Nothing intense, just a real good warm-up. Then he would leave the court, go to the locker room, and change clothes. So, now that he's reviewed his game plan, checked his notes, done his stretching exercises, had a great warm-up, and changed into dry clothes, would he head back out to the court? Of course not. It was time for the final stage of the hustle. He'd make sure he got there 10 minutes late, apologize for the delay, and suggest that they cut the warm-up short. Obviously, his opponent would be a little upset by the late arrival and want to get started to save time. They'd move right into the match with only a quickie warm-up. The pigeon would be handing over the money in straight sets. He would have saved himself $200 if he'd anticipated the behavior and prepared properly himself. He got taken instead. He had no plan, no system, no nothing. He let the other player control defense because he wasn't prepared. He'd have been a lousy Boy Scout. The interesting thing about what this hustler did was that everything, except arriving intentionally late, was excellent preparation. It's how a conscientious player should get ready to play a match. Throwing in that last twist by arriving late was probably unnecessary, not to mention unsportsmanlike. He was way ahead by doing everything else. You can give yourself that same advantage. Having the want to win. Most recreational players really don't care enough about winning to do much more than show up for the match and chase down some balls during it. Recreational players are usually long on running and short on thinking. That description probably fits many of the people you play. If it does, you're lucky because you can take advantage of their mental laziness to win more often. But only if you care about winning and are willing to push yourself mentally to do it. Only if you activate your brain from the get-go. Do it, and the early edge is yours, and with it often goes match point. Next, your mind is ready. Make sure your equipment is. 2. Tools of the trade. How equipment can help you win. When Bradley was a child, he wasn't very good at the basic skills around the house, like cleaning his room or washing the dishes. He just couldn't seem to figure out how to do it. Mrs. Elaine Gilbert, Brad's mother. Hey, what's in that big bag the pros carry? The player who understands the significance of gaining a small advantage and of doing so repeatedly might still underestimate the role that tennis equipment can play in helping you win. Most players figure they're ready for the match if they bring along tennis shoes, socks, shorts, shirt, racket, and a jockstrap or sports bra. They're all set right there. They're hoping the opponent will bring the tennis balls. A player who's serious about winning goes beyond the bare minimum, and that list is a bare minimum. The serious player wants to ensure not only that the equipment they bring to a match helps them, but that it doesn't hurt them. They make sure every possible piece of equipment they might need during a match is with them when they show up. Because of the stakes involved, tour players are very sure they've got what they need with them. It's no joke at that level. If losing is no joke to you, do the same. My wife, Kim, thinks I go overboard when it comes to packing my equipment before a match. She says I'm a fanatic about it. I pack the same way for a practice session. I am meticulous about what I bring to the court and take great pains to make sure everything I might need is in order. In a sense, it's my office. My needs are specific and probably somewhat different from yours, but here's the list of equipment I make sure is with me when I arrive on court. You may agree with my wife when you hear it. My tools of the trade. The secret energy drink. Water. Water is the best energy drink of all, but since it's usually free, people don't appreciate it. I bring water, I drink water, and I drink it throughout the match. I've lost because I didn't do it. Now I make sure I've got water when I practice or play, and I make sure that I drink it. Not just when I'm thirsty, but continually through a practice session or match. I want to avoid even getting thirsty. By then, the toll is already being inflicted on my body because of dehydration. So I bring it, and I drink it. I avoid the loss of muscle strength and coordination that happens when you start to dehydrate. So I can hydrate, I make sure water is always available. I bring my own even though most of the places I play supply water and other liquids. By having your own container next to your chair, you're more likely to make a habit of sipping on it. In the 2 hours before a match, I make sure to drink 2 or 3 glasses of water, more in hot weather. Dehydration hurts your game, even before you know it's happening. That's why drinking water throughout the match is vital. It's one of those obvious things that club players are careless about. The next time you see a tournament, watch the pros. They take a drink on the first changeover. Because they're thirsty? No, it's insurance. You don't wait to fill up your gas tank until you run out of gas, do you? Don't wait to drink water until your tongue's hanging out. I also stay away from carbonated drinks. Plain water is the best. And here's a good rule of thumb. Drink water before the match to protect yourself in the first set. Drink water during the first set to protect yourself in the second set. In other words, drink water before you need it. Energy food. You've heard about the sugar shakes? It happens when your blood sugar level drops and suddenly your knees get weak. It can happen at the worst times and hit without warning. The solution is simple. Eat something. Before you can eat something, you've got to bring something. I never assume that there'll be food available at the court. I've been surprised too many times. Now I bring my own stuff. For me, it's fruit. At least a couple of bananas. Easy to digest. Good energy right away. Candy bars? Nutritionists don't like the idea. They say the quick sugar rush is always followed by the big energy letdown. I don't know. It seems like if that's true, just be sure to bring enough candy bars along. When the energy from one wears off, eat another one. In any case, bring something along. I can tell you this. If you get caught needing a quick boost, a candy bar is better than nothing. And don't assume there's a snack machine at the court with anything in it, because when you need it most, the machine will be empty. Extra rackets. Other than breaking your leg during a match, nothing can put you out of it quicker than breaking your racket or a string. The pros bring plenty, 8 or 9. You're thinking, who's going to break 8 or 9 rackets? Other than McEnroe, nobody. But there's something else involved. Obviously, extras are important in case one breaks. But I also bring along rackets with different string tensions. Some are strung looser and some tighter. The reason is that on a day when control is a problem, I might go to a tighter string tension for better control. On a day when I'm getting overpowered by the other guy's strokes, I might choose to go with a racket strung looser. It gives me more power off the same stroke. For you? Obviously, you should bring 2 rackets minimum. It's a sloppy player, or one who's pretty cheap, who doesn't care enough to make sure he plays with the same kind of racket for the entire match. Some players bring a second racket, but it's like a spare tire. Beat up, worn out, and just good enough to let you limp along. You don't want to be limping along in a tennis match because your good racket just lost a string. So 2 is the minimum. If you can afford the luxury of having a third strung slightly looser or tighter, do it. You'll find in certain situations having that option will save a match. Tape, Band-Aids. I take enough tape and Band-Aids along to wrap a mummy. I want to make sure that if for some reason a blister develops, it won't take me out of a match or make winning that match even more difficult. I've got tender feet, and a sore toe makes starting and stopping 400 or 500 times no fun. I'm ready to tape it up in a second. Extra shoes. Turf toe sounds like a horse that ran 8th in the Kentucky Derby. It's not. Turf toe happens when a toenail starts to disintegrate from constantly slamming into the front of your tennis shoes. First it disintegrates, and then it gets infected. I'll spare you further details, but the pain is incredible. It's like trying to eat popcorn when you've got an abscessed tooth. Excruciating. I've had turf toe and eventually solved the problem by having the toenail on my big toe taken off surgically. I just decided I didn't want to be bothered by it anymore, but during the days when it was a problem, I'd switch shoes if it started to bother me. I'd put on a shoe that was a size or a size and a half too big just so it wouldn't slam into the front of it. New shoes can also cause blisters and other aches and pains. You never know when a pair of shoes will rub you the wrong way. If you really do some running during a match, a new pair of shoes that doesn't quite match up with your feet can become a painful problem. It happened to me in the finals of the '87 Volvo Stratton Mountain Tournament against Jim Pugh. For whatever reason, the little toe on my right foot began throbbing whenever I stopped suddenly. It was like a toothache, and it was getting worse. He was up a break at 5-2 in the first set. At that point, I realized if this kept up, I was in trouble. In fact, I was already in trouble. Even if I could play through the pain, it was becoming a major distraction. I grabbed an old standby right shoe out of my bag and put it on during the changeover. It helped. I didn't lose another game during the rest of the match and won 7-5, 6-0. I picked up a check for $114,000 wearing a brand new left shoe and a battered old right shoe. After that, I started thinking of that old right shoe as my rally shoe, kind of a good luck charm that would get me going when I needed a mental boost. I've still got it at home, my $114,000 old right shoe. I'll usually break in a new pair of shoes by wearing them around the house for a couple of weeks before they ever see a tennis court. When you've had the kind of foot problems I've had, you are very cautious about what you put them in. I had forgotten to do that at Stratton Mountain. Fortunately, I had a well-stocked equipment bag. Extra socks. I bring dry socks to prevent blisters. When your feet get wet from perspiration, you start sliding around inside your shoes, and that can cause a problem. It happens because a tennis shoe is generally a little bigger than you'd normally wear to give you a little room in the toe. When you start sliding into the front of that shoe, problems come up. On a hot day, I change socks during a match to prevent blisters. It also gives me a little psychological lift to put something dry on. When it's late in the match and I want to get into a charged state of mind, I'll change socks. Just a little thing like that helps you get your focus back and tells your body to really get going. Flexall 454. Are you over 35? Are you under 35 and playing a lot of tennis? Either way, you're going to get sore, especially after a tournament. There are a bunch of products on the market that you rub on for aches and pains. Some smell worse than others. Some work better than others. Find one that doesn't smell too bad that works for you. I put Flexol 454 on before I play and during a match or practice when something starts hurting. I notice the older I get, the more of it I use. First I was buying it by the tube, then by the jar. Do they sell it by the bucket? It's a great quick fix for a sore muscle or an aching back. I put it on before and after play. It works. IBs. Ibuprofen is the long name. Advil, Nuprin, they're all basically ibuprofen. It's what takes out the aches and pains. I take 2 just before I go out on the court and 2 more when I finish. It really helps reduce the stiffness in the joints and muscles. Electrolyte pills. In hot weather, I worry about cramping up. Water helps reduce the chance of that happening, but if I start to feel any cramps, I take electrolyte pills to stop them. It's effective and works fast. Chang could have used them in the quarterfinals of the 1989 French Open against Lendl. He cramped up and could hardly walk. Fortunately for Michael, it completely psyched Lendl out. In fact, here's an interesting question. Would Chang have beaten Lendl if he, Chang, hadn't cramped up and changed his strategy? Maybe. Maybe not. Grips. Grips get soaked or occasionally unraveled during a match. I don't like to have to change rackets because of that, so I carry spares. I use a type that was made by the Rocky Mountain Sports Company. It's a fabric like a towel, only it's in strips that you can wrap on. In addition to its effectiveness, it became kind of a good luck thing. I'd been using it for years and winning a lot of money. When I heard that the company was stopping production of it, I got concerned. I arranged to buy the 500 they had remaining in stock. I figure they should last until the year 2001. If you play intensely and use a grip, carry extras. Shoelaces. You're right. Now I'm getting paranoid. You're thinking, geez, does he carry extra jock straps too? No, but now that you mention it. Stringlings. These prolong the life of the racket strings a little. In case one starts a fray, I'll stick these on so I don't have to switch rackets. I hate to change if it's working well for me. Once I'm comfortable with something, I tend to stick with it until it falls apart. And that happens with rackets, shoes, socks, shoelaces, and strings. A cap with a visor. I keep one in the bag on a permanent basis. Sometimes I'm hitting outside and sometimes inside. I always have one stashed in there. Mine happens to be a beat-up old Oakland A's cap that I've had for years. Before that, I had a Raiders cap. Towels. Sweating is your body's cooling mechanism, but it can also cause problems. Sweaty hands can slip on the grip when you hit hard. Perspiration in your eyes means you can't see. Wiping off the face, neck, arms, hands, and legs can help a lot in the cooling off process. Towels are great for other things as well. I split my pants during an exhibition in Asia and the officials stood around me with towels while I changed. Also, I use the towel for something completely unrelated to sweat. On changeovers, I'll put it over my head to block everything out. That helps me focus on what is happening in the match. It's like a mini office. You see a lot of the pros doing it as a self-made seclusion during a match. It blots out the crowd, the officials, the other player, everything. When you really want to sit down and have a little serious talk with yourself, the towel is important. Ice. Not real ice. I bring the artificial ice that comes in a bag you can carry with you all the time. When you need it, just activate it. This means if you sprain an ankle or pull a muscle, you can ice it down immediately. But be careful with this stuff. It is very cold. Leave it on too long and you can actually get frostbite. Sweatbands. They're really just mini towels, but very important because you take them out on the court with you. You can use them right now. Dry shirts. I keep extra shirts in my bag for a couple of reasons. Obviously, when one gets soaked, I want to change. But also when things aren't going right, or if I want to give myself a little boost, I'll change shirts just to change things around a little bit. Putting on a fresh shirt gets my attention and helps to shake things up a little. It's a small, fresh start. Jolly Ranchers. These are not Happy Farmers. They're candy. Again, just something I've gotten used to and like to tuck in my cheek for a little boost. Something familiar that relaxes me. Dentists and nutritionists won't like it, but I always have them in my bag. Paper and pencil. During a practice session, I'll get some ideas on a stroke or on how to play somebody more effectively. I write it down immediately. Some of the ideas are valuable and get forgotten if you don't record them right away. Sunglasses. I carry a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses for outdoor matches where glare is a problem. Some surfaces under bright conditions outside just seem to kick up a lot of glare. Sunglasses reduce the effect considerably. So that's what at least one player on tour has stuffed in the bag you see being carried out on the court before a match. 8 or 10 rackets, food, candy, grips, socks, shirts, towels, water or juice, shoelaces, everything that could be needed during a match. My wife thinks I'm like a kid wanting a security blanket all the time, but I do know every single thing I carry gets used at one time or another. Pre-flight checklist. Before takeoff, a pilot goes through a checklist to make sure the plane is ready to fly, since once those wheels leave the ground, it may be too late. But in going through the checklist, the pilot is also mentally settling into the job ahead. His or her mind is focusing on the specifics on the list, but it is also locking into the upcoming flight itself. Packing my equipment bag is my checklist. It starts bringing me into the match ahead. I recommend you pack yours too if you want to win. Make it a very deliberate process. It's part of my DRM approach. Don't rush me. You gain in two ways. You'll have the equipment you need for any circumstances that might come up during the match. You'll also have started off in the right frame of mind, totally focused on tennis. It may seem like I'm going overboard, but I'm not. I want to win. When $2 million is at stake, like it was during a tournament in Germany, I don't want to take even the slightest chance that a blister, a cramp, dehydration, hunger, broken rackets, strings, sweaty socks or grips, shoelaces, or anything else could affect my take-home pay. I don't leave anything to chance. You're thinking, listen, if I was playing for $2 million, I'd take an extra pair of socks along too. But I'm just playing for fun. That's right. And it's a lot more fun to win. I tell players I work with if they don't really care about winning or losing, then don't keep score. It must be a sorry son of a gun who doesn't feel any different with a victory than with a defeat. That person should see a doctor and have his or her pulse checked. Your equipment checklist, the basic daily requirement. For yourself, shorten the list. Here's what you should take to the tennis court with you for every match. 1. Water. Bring it. Sip it throughout the match. Don't wait until you get thirsty. And drink water before your match. 2. 2 rackets. 2 is the minimum. And remember to alternate them from match to match. They'll last longer. Bring a third that is strung a little looser and a fourth strung tighter if you play a lot. 3. Energy food, fruit, a candy bar, something for a quick sugar boost. 4. Flexol 454. If you're over 35, stop kidding yourself. Why suffer? Take anything that'll help you play with less pain. 5. IBs. Ditto. 6. Chemical ice. For emergency muscle pulls, twisted ankles, and assorted other problems. The quicker you get ice on it, the quicker your recovery. 7. Towels. Only if you sweat. And use it for your own isolation booth when you want to concentrate. Put it over your head during a changeover and think. 8. Sweatbands. Again, only if you sweat. If you don't sweat, maybe you should be trying harder during your matches or playing tougher opponents. 9. Cap with a visor. The team insignia is up to you. However, I do recommend the A's or Golden State Warriors. 10. Dry shirts. Keep several in your bag so you don't have to pack one each time. 11. Additional equipment. How much do you play? How many tournaments do you enter? Do you really want to have the equipment necessary to win available? Then decide for yourself what additional emergency supplies would be good insurance. It's hard to bring too much. It's easy to be undersupplied. The completely equipped player. It's hard to bring too much to the court, but it's not impossible. I found that out when I met Peter Pammer. That's not his real name. He says he never realized he had overdone things until I asked if I could mention his name in this book. No, please don't use my name. He's a recreational player dedicated to finding, buying, bringing, and wearing everything when it comes to tennis. Like what? Pete brings water, 2 kinds. 1 with carbonation, 1 without. 3 rackets, a visor, neoprene sleeves for both elbows and both sleeves, a canvas strap that he wears over the neoprene on the elbow that hurts worst that day, gum, candy bars, fruit juice, Bengay, eye drops, breath mints. He has a rosin bag which he takes out on the court with him. Before each of his serves, he runs the rosin bag on the grip for better traction or something. After a match, he spreads so much white rosin dust around it looks like it's been snowing on the baselines. He brings towels and ice, pills, and a golf glove to prevent blisters on his hand, sweatlets, headbands. Have you ever seen anybody wearing a visor and a headband? He wears high tops to protect his ankles. When Pete got into his full battle gear, he looked like the Pillsbury Doughboy. But do you know what? He never lost a match because he had too much equipment. And he probably won a few because he was prepared. The Boy Scouts should give him an honorary merit badge for tennis emergency preparedness. So for yourself, carry my basic minimums. It will ensure that you're ready for any emergencies, big or little. And while you're packing it and getting ready, your brain will know it's time to start thinking tennis. Next, you've packed your bag, now stretch for success. 3. Stretching for success. In 1988, I thought my tennis career was over. My left ankle was exploding with intermittent jolts of pain. At times, when I'd push off on that side, it felt like someone had stuck a screwdriver in and was twisting it around. It became so swollen and painful anytime I played for an extended period that I'd hobble around for days after a match. Bone chips and tendon damage threatened to kill my tennis life. 10 or 15 years ago, surgery might not have been able to solve my problem, but I was lucky. Doctors were able to get me back on my feet again and playing without pain. Now I faced another problem. Coming back is always tough, but in my case it was made especially difficult by the fact that conditioning had never been high on my list of priorities. When I was 19 or 20, I didn't see much sense in it, and as I got older, that attitude just stayed with me. It hurt my game. My coach, Tom Chivington, had been noticing that my effectiveness seemed to drop significantly in matches that went 3 sets or beyond. I was stubborn and did nothing to change it. After the ankle surgery, I knew I was going to have to really work at it if I wanted to get back to the physical level I was at before, which Tom claimed wasn't that good. If I wanted to be better than before, I was going to have to work at conditioning with great discipline and intelligence. I approached the job seriously. When you drop off the tour and sit home watching the guys on TV battle it out on courts around the world, you seem a long way from the action, a long way from being competitive. It was scary. I realized how much I loved competing during those months of rehab. That's when I started working conscientiously with Mark Grabow, one of the top conditioning and strength experts in the United States. He's a former soccer player who represented the United States in the Pan American Games. He has worked with the Stanford University men's and women's tennis teams and is currently the strength and conditioning coach for the Golden State Warriors in the NBA. Chris Mullin, a member of the 1992 Olympic Dream Team, is one of his star pupils. He has also worked with Aaron Krickstein and Jennifer Capriati. And more important, he has worked with thousands of recreational tennis players on preparing for a tennis match correctly. Not only did Mark get me into the best shape I'd ever been in physically, he also developed a pre-match routine for warming up and stretching that has become extremely important to me in starting the match at peak performance level. Together, we have refined a pre-game program that you should go through automatically before a match. It's short, painless, and effective. It will help your tennis and prevent injuries. It's another opportunity waiting to be taken advantage of. Mark's magical 4 or 5 minutes. Your goal during this brief pre-game warm-up program is twofold: to enhance your tennis abilities early in the match, which will affect how you play later in the match, and to prevent injury. Ideally, you should spend 20 to 25 minutes preparing your body for the stress of playing a match, at any level, before you even touch a racket. However, it's a rare recreational tennis player who will do that. Don't worry, because you can do a tremendous amount of good for yourself and your game if you incorporate 4 or 5 minutes of Mark's recommendations into your routine. The first 3 minutes are for literally warming up your muscles. These stretches are called dynamic flexibility movements. The next minute is for stretching muscle groups. These stretches are called static flexibility movements. The dynamic, or moving, warm-ups should be done first. Static, or stretching movements should really be done after a muscle is warm. Dynamic flexibility warm-up. Tennis is a skill sport that starts from the ground up. Everything is initiated with the legs. This is the part of the body that should get the first and the most attention, the large muscle groups of the legs. Recreational tennis players almost always automatically warm up mainly the arms and hands. They go onto the court to do a couple of bendovers or calf raises, which I call pretending to stretch, and immediately start slapping ground strokes at each other. Watch your friends warming up. You see mostly arms and hands moving around. What you want to do first is a very sport-specific, i.e. specifically for tennis, low-intensity warm-up that will raise the core temperature of the primary muscle groups between the hips and the feet. This means the legs. These movements actually raise the temperature of the muscles being used because of increased blood flow. The muscles will subsequently be able to contract more forcefully and quickly with less risk of injury. It means when you start your match, you will move better. The results will show up in your game. Your warm-up will mimic the leg movements used during a match, but at a much lower intensity. The following fundamental movements will get your largest muscle groups ready for action. Do them while your opponent is pretending to stretch or fiddling around with equipment. The time involved is brief, between 4 and 5 minutes, and the results are valuable. Incidentally, you'll know you've done the job right if you get a little bit of sweat going during the first movements. Even a little moisture on your forehead indicates you've gotten the blood moving. After that, you stretch. Circle the square. This is the first movement of your warm-up and should be done very gently and at a low intensity. Basically, you're going to jog around your half of the tennis court, the square, while always facing the net. Start back at the point where the doubles sideline intersects the baseline. Then slowly jog forward along the doubles sideline toward the net. When you get 1 yard from the net, change direction and glide parallel to the net at the same pace. Your body will still be facing the net as you jog sideways along it. When you reach the other doubles alley, change direction, while continuing to face the net, and begin jogging slowly backwards toward the baseline. Keep at a very easy pace. When you get to the baseline, again, change direction, while still facing the net, and jog sideways along the baseline to the opposite alley. Repeat the pattern 2 to 4 times, gradually increasing your pace. You're jogging around one half of the court, always facing the net, and putting your leg muscles through a great all-around warm-up. If you do nothing more than what I've just outlined, you'll have done your legs a great service by using forward, backward, and lateral movement. You've gotten the blood moving into the big muscle groups, and the results will show up in your game, not to mention lower the risk of injury. However, Mark and I also recommend you add something to the circle the square routine to increase its effectiveness. Kick your butt. After you've circled the square twice, add this to what you're doing. As you run forward to the net, and then backwards away from it, begin increasing the height of your heel kick. On each step, raise your heel up toward your butt as if you were trying to kick yourself in the behind. Don't overdo it. The key to a good warm-up is a gradual increase of movement. This will continue the warming up of your legs, especially the quads, the front of your thighs. Do this for a minimum of 1 time around the circle. The high stepper. Finally, add this to your circle the square procedure after you've done kick your butt. When you are moving forward and backward, toward and away from the net, bring your knees up higher and closer to your waistline. Step high. Imagine bringing your knees up to your chest. 1 time around the circle with this and you're ready to run hard from the first point. If you have time to continue this routine, take advantage of it. Static flexibility warm-up. When the large muscle groups have been activated and warmed up, it's time to very briefly do some static, non-moving exercises. Once you've warmed the muscles, a better stretch is possible. Better stretching will allow for a greater range of motion when you start playing with less chance for injury. The stork. This stretching exercise is easy to remember. You end up looking like a stork. Start out by standing near the net so you can hold it if you need balance. Raise one foot up behind you, bring your heel toward your butt, and grasp the top of your foot with your hand. Very gradually and gently, pull your foot closer toward your butt. Don't overdo it. This will continue to stretch out your quads or thigh muscles. Do this for 15 seconds on each leg, gradually stretching and releasing, stretching and releasing. Bow to the emperor. Standing with your feet slightly apart, bend over at the waist as if you were bowing to royalty. Keep your knees slightly flexed and your back relatively straight. Let your arms extend down toward the ground. Do this for 10 seconds and repeat. You'll feel it in the back of your legs, the hamstrings, and lower back as you bend farther over. Don't force this or any movement, and don't bounce as you attempt to get a full stretch. Never strain while stretching. The movements are gradual, gentle, smooth. Pull your own groin. Groin injuries are very common, and this simple little exercise is great preventative medicine. Stand with your feet about 24 inches apart. Gradually transfer your weight over to your right foot, without moving either foot. As you do this, flex your right knee. It will move slightly forward, so you can accommodate the weight transfer. Keep your left foot solidly on the ground and your legs straight. You'll start to feel a pull in your left groin. Gradually move into it and stretch. Hold it for 10 seconds. Then do the same for the other leg. This series of exercises will prepare your body for the job ahead. Just as most players don't start thinking about the match until it's underway, they also don't warm up their bodies until the match is 4 or 5 games old. Those 4 or 5 games count. Give your body a chance to help you get off to the best start. Warm it up and stretch it for success. Your results early in the match will be better, and this can dramatically affect what follows. You'll also have reduced your chance for injury. It only takes about 5 minutes, so make it a habit. And finally, if you want to prevent stiffness and keep yourself limber, do the static flexibility exercises after your match. This is very important, especially as you get older. You'll be a lot less stiff the next day if you have a good stretch right after you play and before you cool off. Next, your body is warmed up. Now warm up your strokes. 4. The microwave warm-up. Defrost your strokes quick. As you move through the pre-match preparation to the beginning of play, you come to the last important elements before the match starts, warming up your strokes. Most recreational tennis players waste or minimize this part of the pre-match routine because they don't understand how much it can contribute to winning. Here's a fundamental rule for me. Have a plan. Each stage of the match should be recognized as having some potential for helping you achieve victory. Having a plan helps ensure that you accomplish it. Knowing what you want to accomplish during the warm-up will get it done. 2 extremes, both wrong. There are 2 kinds of warm-ups I see with club players. Too much or not enough. Some players come out and warm up for a month. Are they hoping they'll suddenly get better? It's not going to happen in the warm-up. Are they afraid to start the match? Are they trying to lose weight? Well, whichever it is, you know the type, and I hope you aren't one of them. They go out on the court, and for 20 minutes they work on all their strokes, with your help. Don't let your opponent use you as a human ball machine. When you're ready to go, get started. Tell your opponent you have to leave a little early. Tell them you want to make sure that you can get the match finished. Or agree in advance on how long the warm-up will last. Don't let them drag you through their practice session. They can practice on their own time. This is a warm-up. Besides, putting you through all of that doesn't help your game. Most players, however, hate the warm-up. In fact, generally the worse the player is, the less they warm up. It's like phys ed in high school, something you do to graduate. Their warm-up is wasted and the opportunity is thrown away. They rush through it and hit their favorite shot a few times, ignore their weaker ones, and move into the match. If you're sloppy, rushed, and careless during this valuable period immediately preceding the match, it's guaranteed to carry over into the match itself. The player who's prepared can take advantage of the one who doesn't fully utilize the warm-up period. The warm-up is your final opportunity to set the stage for getting off to a good start, to get a jump on your opponent that can affect the entire match and get you ready to play your best. Have a plan for this period and execute it. Here's how to do it. The plan. Short and simple. The warm-up doesn't have to be long, but these are 3 things you want to accomplish with it. 1. Continue the physical warming up of your body and mind that began with stretching and pre-match planning and visualization. 2. Get your eyes and body working together for successful stroke production, which includes managing nerves. 3. Learn as much as you can about your opponent. The tour players come out on court already warmed up. What happens in front of the crowd just before the match is the very last bit of preparation. It helps with the butterflies and loosens everyone up a little. But for you, the warm-up on court is probably the entire preparation, so make it count. It's why the sandbagger who warmed up with his club pro before the match had such a tremendous advantage. He was up to speed and off to the races 4 or 5 games before the pigeon woke up. How to defrost your strokes in 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Here is a very specific warm-up procedure guaranteed to set you up correctly for the match, both physically and mentally. When you go onto the court, use it. Your opponent will probably go along with anything you say if you're nice about it. You may choose to use your own variation. That's fine as long as you remember to cover all these strokes and to have a regular routine you follow in doing it. The pattern you establish adds to the process of telling your mind and body that tennis is on the agenda. 90 seconds, volley to volley. You want to get the eyes and hands working together. Don't run out on the court and start banging ground strokes, especially if you're a B or C player, and especially if you haven't played for several days. It's dumb to start hitting the shot that requires the most movement and uses the biggest muscle groups first when you haven't played in a week. If you're playing all the time, it's different. Then you may want to start with the groundies and later move on to volleys. Most players aren't so lucky, however. Tell your opponent you want to hit easy volleys back and forth, both of you inside your service boxes 4 or 5 feet from the net. It's just a little wake-up call for the old eye-hand motor function. Believe me, it works. It gets your eyes watching the ball and your racket hitting the ball with the least effort and the best chance for good contact. Your opponent is going to make a face when you start it. Forget the face. They have no plan and are only proceeding by habit of laziness. This is a real help in establishing a good rhythm for yourself, and unfortunately for your opponent too. Pop the ball back and forth to the backhand and forehand. Stay on the balls of your feet. Just make good eye contact. It gets your eyes successfully tracking the ball so that the sweet spot of your racket gets a little use. 4 minutes. Ground strokes the correct way. First thing to remember, try and hit your initial ground strokes deep, just inside the baseline. In fact, if the ball is a little long, great. Aim for just inside the baseline. Try to hit your first 6 or 7 shots with plenty of depth. Don't let the ball fall short. Pay attention to what you're doing. If a ball lands in or near the service box, correct it and go for that baseline. Why? Nerves tend to shorten strokes and shots. Get the stroke extended by hitting deep. It sets an early pattern of hitting to the back of the court, which is one of the single most important habits you can have. In your match, it's better to hit 1 out of 5 shots long than 4 out of 5 short. So start hitting deep early. Remember, you're not trying to impress your opponent with power in those groundies. Start out nice and easy. Work your way up to speed, which won't happen until the 4th or 5th game. It's very important to establish a comfortable and effective rhythm initially. Club players love to start the warm-up by flailing away immediately. Avoid it. Go easy. Let your body come up to speed in a comfortable way. Don't cheat. During most warm-ups, the average player will run around their weakest side on ground strokes, the backhand, about 70% of the time. I've seen players warming up who actually caught the ball instead of taking a swing at it on their weak side. They love to hit what's comfortable and avoid what isn't so comfortable. If you count the times you actually avoid hitting from that side, it would surprise you. In fact, you should be doing just the opposite. Run around the stronger side when possible. Hit your backhand as much as you can. Get it fired up. Get used to hitting it. Believe me, if your opponent is smart, you'll be hitting it plenty once the match begins. So don't ignore it. Give it at least equal time. It'll pay off short-term and long-term. One of the reasons you see a big difference in a player's weaker side and stronger side as they keep playing over the years is this. They are constantly looking to hit the shot they like and avoid the shot they don't like. It feeds on itself. Over the months and years, a player lets the weaker side kind of wither on the vine. Lack of attention equals lack of effectiveness. In a match, it might make sense to run around it. In the warm-up, give the weaker side a little real attention. Among other things, it will build up your confidence. You'll get used to hitting it. And the warm-up is a regular, no-penalty opportunity to work on it. 30 seconds. Overheads. Overheads get ignored in the warm-up, especially by B and C level players. Here's why. It may be the shot you hit worst and hate most. Nobody likes to look bad in front of their opponent. Nobody likes to look bad in front of themselves. That overhead can make you look real bad. It's the most difficult shot to time right, especially when you've just started. So a lot of players just don't want to mess with it. What do? They wait until it counts to hit their first overhead. This is not intelligent. They figure it's just easier to skip it entirely. Don't. The overhead does 2 things. Obviously, it warms up the overhead, but it also starts warming up your serve. It gets you doing all the things you need to be doing during the serve. Looking up, following through, transferring your weight. It gives you just a little more time to bring the serve up to speed. Your objective is modest. Just make solid contact on the swing. Don't worry about power. Don't worry about great angles. Just take a relaxed cut at the ball and don't get fancy. 15 seconds. The toss. As the toss goes, so goes your serve. When was the last time you actually practiced your toss? Before you serve, practice your toss 4 or 5 times. Just focus on doing it smoothly and putting the ball where you want it. Toss it up and catch it without moving your feet. It's a great way to improve your serve with very little effort. And during the match, if your serve starts to give you trouble, slow things down and take a couple of practice tosses. I found it helps to get things back on track. If your toss is all over the place, it's impossible to have a reliable serve. Finally, on this much overlooked but crucial part of the game, don't be afraid to stop your service motion if the toss is terrible. Catch it. Toss it again. Club players will chase a bad toss into the locker room trying to salvage it. 1 minute. The serve. I want you to hit 4 serves to both courts, both wide and down the center. Most club players tend to hit just to the deuce court. I want you to hit to both courts for this reason. The service warm-up is aimed primarily at setting up a good, comfortable motion for yourself early in the match so you don't needlessly double fault. Hit your initial serves with an easy, relaxed motion. Keep your wrist very loose, almost floppy. Hit your first 3 or 4 serves with almost a lazy motion. Aim for the service line or beyond. Then gradually increase velocity. You want to help yourself as much as you can for that first service game. You want to be comfortable with the stroke, and you don't want to be serving to the ad court for the first time during the match. So serve to it in the warm-up. 30 seconds. Service return. When your opponent is hitting serves during the warm-up, don't catch them. Hit them back. Practice hitting their serve with a good service return. I believe it can be one of your most important weapons, and it is seldom worked on. Work on it. And work on it in the warm-up. Hit some focused, rhythmic, and connected returns. Remember, this is probably the shot you'll hit first, especially if you follow my later advice. The time to get it going is in the warm-up. That's the quick and slick, it'll do the trick, 7-minute and 45-second microwave warm-up. Yes, it may take a couple of minutes longer if your opponent wants to hit some overheads or anything else, but your game, at least, will be ready to roll. Do this, and you come out hot, or at least warm. Learn about your opponent. The quick study. Another objective during this final stage of the pre-match opportunity is to see if your opponent is showing you anything about their game that you can use against them. This is important with someone you haven't played before. Here's how to do it. Hit a ball down the middle. Which way do they step? Do they run around the backhand? If you've never seen your opponent before, they've just told you something. Namely, they favor one side over the other. When they're at the net volleying, throw a surprise lob up. Do they cover smoothly? Are they quick or clumsy with their footwork? Also, when they're at the net, hit a ball low to their feet. Do they bend their knees or do they drop the racket head, the lazy man's volley? During the rally, pay attention to how they move and how they strike the ball when they're moving. Are they sharp on one side and inconsistent on the other? Do they hit one shot more than another? Slice, topspin, or flat? Do they take big, looping strokes or short, compact strokes? Remember the following Gilbert Golden Rule. The strokes that are prettiest in the warm-up are the ugliest under pressure. Never be too impressed by what you see in the warm-up. But do remember any little problems or glitches in their strokes or movement that you might want to exploit in the match. 5. 4 nerve busters. Overcoming pre-match nervousness. Finally, we deal with the issue of nervousness at the beginning of a match. You know what nerves are, don't you? Nerves mean you're afraid. You fear something. Do you know what fear is? It's a defense mechanism. It's your body's way of gearing up for trouble. When your mind or body senses danger, fear is the natural way to get ready to deal with it. The fight or flight mechanism. The adrenaline starts pumping. The senses are heightened. All systems are go. Only sometimes they don't. It's natural to feel nerves before a big match, whether the cause is a certain player you really want to beat or a tournament you've entered. In those situations, if you don't feel nerves, you'll lose. The quality players are helped by nerves because they use the good part and control the bad part. They know that the energy from nerves can work for you, making you try harder, focus sharper, and do more. That's the good part. The bad part can cause damage. The damage is major, too. Uncontrolled nervousness makes your legs heavy and your feet stick to the ground. Nerves take the oil out of your strokes. They freeze you up. Ever hear about the elbow? Nerves. And it happens at all levels of tennis. Maybe most of all among the pros because of the stakes involved. Nerves can make you stop thinking on the court and try stupid shots. A nervous player will kick himself afterward, then say, "Why did I try that drop shot from behind the baseline?" Nerves, that's why. Nerves can make you really brain dead. What was easy to do suddenly isn't so easy. Maybe the worst case I ever saw happened to Miloslav Mečír. He got the elbow big time. During a World Team Cup match, he was serving to Connors 5-3 in the third set to win the match and the title for Czechoslovakia. All he had to do was hold serve. Nerves got him. He started double faulting. By the end of his service game, he had double faulted 4 times. During his next service game, at 5-all, he started faulting again. It got so bad he started serving underhand on second serves just to get the ball in. There was no other way he could get it in the box. It was painful to watch because you felt so sorry for the guy. He was a great player, but nerves took their toll on him and he lost the match because he couldn't control them. I've had my own experience with nerves. I played Davis Cup for the United States in '86 when we lost 3-2 to Australia. And I lost both my matches. It was a horrible feeling. I was depressed and embarrassed. Inside, I felt like I'd let my country down. And nerves were a big part of it. I had wanted to win for the USA so much that I was tight, nervous, anxious, wanting to end points too soon. Nerves will do that. That experience was my worst in tennis, because the losses laid on me for 3 years. That's a long time to wait to redeem yourself. When I finally got invited back, I had learned a lot. I won because I had a ferocious desire to prove myself, and I was much better at handling nerves. Let me tell you what I do. During the warm-up, nerves will start affecting you immediately. Your feet don't want to move. You can't catch your breath. Your movement is stiff, and so are your strokes. I have 4 very simple and mechanical things I do to loosen the grip of nerves before a match. Gilbert's Nerve Busters. 1. Breathe like you've got asthma. When you get nervous, your breathing pattern changes. It's the first thing you should check. Your breathing tells you about the level of your anxiety. And, more important, your breathing can help you control your anxiety. When you're nervous, you take short, shallow, quick breaths. And that's exactly how you feel. Everything is jumpy, racy, and out of sync when you get nervous. When that happens, control your breathing. Take smooth, rhythmic, deep breaths. You can start even before you're on the court. Before a match that really has me tight, I make sure that I'm breathing correctly. Deep, smooth, rhythmic. I sound like I've got asthma, but it helps reduce my nervousness. 2. Get happy feet. Let me tell you about footwork. It's the most important part of the game. It's everything, and nerves can destroy it. Good footwork gets you to the right position in time. If you're there in time, you have options. If you have options, you have a better chance of winning the point. You can slice the ball. You can hit over the ball. You can hit it early. But mainly, you can hit it squarely. Options. The more options you have, the less likely you are to be attacked effectively, and the more likely you are to control the point. That's what good footwork can do for you. Here's what bad footwork can do to you. If you have bad footwork and get to the ball late, or wait for the ball to come to you, or don't have yourself in the best position to hit the shot you want, you have fewer options. The ball is playing you. If it's tight to your body, all you can do is fight it off. Bad footwork hurts your timing, your balance, your power, and your consistency. Pre-match tension can absolutely kill footwork. Nerves make your feet stick to the court like you've got Velcro on the bottom of your shoes. Nerves make you stop moving. Your legs get sluggish. Short, quick, light steps become lunging, slow, big steps. And it goes right through your body. The strokes are bad, the timing is bad, the contact is bad. And your confidence evaporates because you can sense that, I'm just not hitting the ball today. Bad footwork. How do you get good footwork? Simple. Think toes. If you stay on your toes, the balls of your feet, you have to be taking light, quick, short steps. Heels are for digging in, for carrying the load, for holding the ground. Being on your heels is how you get past in tennis. And nerves put you back on your heels quicker than anything else. So when it comes to good footwork, think like a ballet star. Get up on your toes. I consciously tell myself to move my feet. It's an order I give to myself when I'm nervous. Bounce. Get up on your toes, Brad. Stay light on your feet. Bounce. I keep telling myself to bounce, to stay light, to keep moving. It helps me work into good footwork and out of nervousness. I want happy feet, not heavy feet. Movement reduces nerves. Lack of movement increases nerves. You've heard people say, he got nervous and froze up. They're not talking about body temperature. They're talking about movement, or lack of it. You'll notice in your own game that when you're feeling good, when you're confident and ahead, you move naturally and smoothly. But mainly, you move. Same with the pros. When they're relaxed, they don't just stand there leaning back on their heels. They're up and bouncing, moving. It's the player who's tight, afraid and tied up by tension, or just exhausted, who stands there flat-footed. And you can fight the tendency to freeze up when you're nervous by reminding yourself, ordering yourself, to get up on your toes and be light on your feet. Remember, this is not only during the warm-up, but in the pressure points of the match. Watch Courier before a big point. Watch him shift from foot to foot, knees bent, bouncing on his toes. Is he nervous? You bet, but he knows how to deal with it. The good ones never just stand there. They fight nerves and stay loose by moving. And so should you. Talk to yourself. Tell yourself, toes, not heels. There's another benefit to doing this. It is good body language. It tells your opponent that you're loose, even if you're not. It tells them you're not tired, even if you are. It tells them you're confident and positive, even if you aren't. In addition to the good it does your own game, it works on your opponent's mind, especially late in the match. You've been in a battle for 3 sets. Your opponent is looking for some sign of fatigue, or nerves, or resignation in you. They look across the net and see the opposite. You're up on your toes. You're energized, or at least look like you are. You're bouncing lightly from foot to foot. Your body language is telling them that you're ready and eager to fight to the end. Believe me, it does have an effect not only in the beginning of the match, but during it. 3. Read the label. During the initial part of the warm-up, when I'm anxious and trying to settle down, there's another little trick I use to fight nerves. I read the print on the ball. I try to see Wilson, or Penn, or Slazenger as the ball is coming at me. You'll find that trying to see the writing not only helps get your eyes tracking the ball, but it gets your mind off nerves and onto something else. At first, you probably won't see anything. Your eyes will improve, and you'll start seeing a blur. If that's as far as you get, fine. What matters is that you've taken your mind off a problem by distracting it. Nerves aren't what you're thinking about. The label is what you're thinking about. 4. Sing a song. This one sounds a little strange. I distract myself from nerves by singing under my breath early in the warm-up. I'll get a Tom Petty song going through my head and sing the lyrics to myself. I'm just trying to keep everything calm and easy to start with. And believe it or not, this little trick works for me. So when you go out on the court and you feel the pre-match tightness, remember my 4 nerve busters. Breathe like you've got asthma. Get happy feet. Read the label. Sing a song. You may think it's amazing that I can even hit the ball with all that breathing, bouncing, reading, and singing going on. I use it selectively. Mainly, I'm checking myself out to see how I'm moving and whether nerves are a problem that day. If I need to help myself get through nerves during a warm-up or during a match, I'll go to this list, starting with my breathing and my footwork. I want to get them under control immediately before they cost me points. Your mind can't think of 2 things at once. Obviously, nerves reduce your effectiveness during the match as well as before the match. When I feel pressure during play, there is something else I consciously do to reduce my tension. I know that nerves get worse when I think about them, when I start worrying about the consequences. I reduce that tendency by really focusing on my game plan at pressure points in the match. What am I trying to do with this serve? What am I looking to take advantage of in my opponent's shots? I stay focused on my game plan. I divert my attention away from nerves and toward the next point, where it should be anyway. By thinking about that, I'm not thinking about nerves. The Connors approach to nerves. There's one other approach to nerves that you can consider, but it's only worked for one player, that I know of, Jimmy Connors. He has a unique attitude about pressure. His perspective is this: pressure usually represents opportunity. The more pressure, the more opportunity. And he loves opportunity. He figures, how much opportunity can there be playing the finals of the Point Podunk, Fred, and Millie's Donut Shop and Radiator Repair Tennis Tournament? Not much. No fame, fortune, or flattery. How much pressure? Not much. On the other hand, how much opportunity is there playing the finals of the US Open? Maximum. Careers are made there. Legends are created there. How much pressure? Maximum. Jimmy just sees the opportunity. He doesn't focus on the pressure. He knows that in the most pressurized situations, he can do himself the greatest good in terms of his career. And he really got himself jacked up when something big was at stake. Match point in a slam event? He couldn't be having more fun. It just came natural for him. For the rest of us, it's not so natural. Try my nerve busters. They work. Ready for the contest. Now you're ready to begin. You're ready to take advantage of your opponent immediately when the match gets going. You're ready to jump off to a dominating start. Maybe up a break, with good rhythm, good concentration, a focus on your game plan, and confidence. Now, let the games begin. Next, a smart start to your match. 6. Start smart, grabbing the early lead. Mental preparation, tools of the trade, stretching for success, winning the warm-up. Everything you've heard in those chapters so far gives you the foundation for the best possible opening to the match, and one that carries forward into the competition. You'll start strong, physically and mentally primed, to find a quick break and a pattern that can give you a substantial edge for winning the first set. You are creating positive momentum for yourself. I know that if I get off to a good start early in the match, it improves my chances for winning the first set. Let me show you why statistically this is so important to me, and why it can give you a real advantage. According to the ATP, Association of Tennis Professionals, a top 20 player who wins the first set will go on to win the match 89.6% of the time. At the US Open, when Jimmy Connors has won the first set, he has won the match 88 out of 90 times. Winning the first set, then, carries significant weight, and getting off to a strong early start significantly boosts my chances of winning the first set. That's why I'm so conscientious about preparing for the beginning of a match. It's why you should do the same. Hit the deck running. The next step is the point of transition from the pre-match preparation into the heart of the contest. I consider the first 2 games to be included in this transition. I use this period to gain an edge that may be ignored by the other player. I'm looking for those moments in a match where my opponent is probably asleep at the wheel or doesn't understand and exploit the dynamics of the situation. At the top level of tennis, this doesn't happen often, but as you go through the ranks, more and more opportunities are overlooked. The difference between a top 10 player and a player trying to break into the top 25 isn't tennis strokes. It's tennis smarts, the mental part of the game. I found that out in my own journey from the tennis wilderness into the top 10. For recreational tennis players, it's the same. Lots of opportunities get ignored because a player's mental game is weak. The transitional period presents opportunity. Several different elements are present for the first and only time, and they can be an asset or a liability depending on how you approach them. Very likely your opponent doesn't recognize them. And if they do, they aren't sure how to capitalize on them. Before you're caught up in the heat of the battle, you've got this in-between period where it's valuable to know what to do to gain advantage. How to get the best possible start. Never serve first. Start your match like Yvonne Lendl. Play the first 2 games correctly. Utilize the first pit stop. Never serve first. Here's a bet you can win 90% of the time with your tennis friends. What choice does the player who wins the spin of the racket or toss have? Most of the time, they will say the answer is to serve, receive, or select which side to begin the match on. Wrong. There is one other option. It is to give the first choice to the other player. Knowing all of this and how to use it can be important. Most club or public court players like to win the spin of the racket, so they can elect to serve first. I believe that you should almost always choose to receive serve first. But it's a big thing for most players, serving first. When your opponent spins the racket and informs you that your choice of up or down is wrong, have you ever caught yourself wondering if they maybe already have hooked you so they can serve first? That's okay. Let them. Don't argue with a player who wants to serve first. In fact, you can help them do it by electing to receive serve when you win the spin. They may think they get an advantage by serving first, but in most cases they don't. In fact, they get a disadvantage. At the pro level in men's tennis, it's generally better to serve first in a match. With some exceptions, that isn't the case in recreational tennis. Here's why. 6 reasons you shouldn't serve first. 1. The first serve is no big threat. You've heard the expression, first one to hold serve wins. At times, it's almost true at the club level. How big a weapon is your opponent's serve? Or yours? The perceived advantage of serving first may apply in men's professional tennis, but it really doesn't anywhere else. Incidentally, if you have a great serve, congratulations, but you're the exception. Find out for yourself. Keep track of your service holds over several matches. Here are some of the pros' averages for holding serve. Edberg, 85.2. Stitch, 87.2. Courier, 84.5. Agassi, 80.2. Becker, 48.4. Me, 77.9. How do you match up? 2. The serve is weakest earliest. Okay, very likely the typical club player's serve isn't much of a weapon under the best of circumstances. It's even less threatening when a player isn't warmed up, isn't into the match, isn't relaxed, and isn't really comfortable with their serve, which exactly describes the conditions of your opponent serving first in the match. It's amazing anybody ever wins their first serve to open the match. At the pro level, there's a very careful approach to the serve. You'll see in their warm-up just prior to the match that the serve may get the most attention of all. In most cases, it must be working and working well to win, so they make sure it gets a lot of attention before play starts. Even then, a pro isn't serving at his or her strongest early in the match, and obviously, neither are you or your opponent. A mediocre serve that can't overcome all the early handicaps becomes useless, even a liability. 3. You get more warm-up time. The serve is a complex physical movement. It is one shot where you can't just stick your racket out in front of you and block the ball back over the net. But one thing is certain. The serve is easier if you're warmed up. Letting your opponent serve first, and relatively unwarmed up, gives you additional time to loosen up, to relax into the match, to hit more balls, and to get ready to serve up to your potential. You're stealing just a bit of real match play time to settle down. This will be an asset when you step up to the line to serve that second game of the match. 4. The psychological effect. Think about how you'd react if your adversary on the court chose to let you serve first. What goes through your mind? Hey, you don't think I can serve? I'll show you what I can do. That, or something like it, is a natural reaction. It's also a dumb reaction. Trying to serve harder is a big mistake. It's a formula for faulting. That's why you want to give your opponent the chance to psych themselves out by having them serve first. 5. Losing the first game isn't losing. One of the easiest times to break serve is on your opponent's first serve of the match, especially if it's the first game of the match. However, if they hold, you haven't lost a thing. They've simply done what they're supposed to do, namely, hold serve. Technically, the match is on serve even though you haven't served a single tennis ball. Tactically, if your opponent holds in that first service game of the match, it does the least damage. 6. The quick early break can be very important. My whole approach to winning is based on grabbing small opportunities as I go along, getting them, holding them, and looking for more of them. Each one separately may not seem very significant, but taken together, they give you a substantially bigger chance of victory. That's why this first game of the match can be important. Most players begin a match with a general feeling that if they lose serve, it's no big deal. It was how I approached it when I played college tennis. Plenty of time to get it back later. Maybe, maybe not. What you do know is that by grabbing a quick service break, you have given yourself a real advantage. One of the goals of pre-match focusing, the stretching, the planned warm-up, and electing to receive first is to get this advantage. If you are successful, and you should be 25 to 35% of the time, you will have given yourself a better chance of winning the match before you even serve. You've put yourself in a strong position for what follows. You may have a break in hand. You may have forced your opponent to get aggressive too soon, trying to break back immediately. This may help you to hold your own first serve as they force shots and commit errors. If you get lucky, they may even press a little harder on their second service game of the match and give you some easy opportunities to break for a second time. This is your ideal scenario, and it does happen. Think about where this can put you. Up 3 games to none with 2 breaks. This is a huge advantage and puts you in a position where anybody betting 10 cents on the match would bet on you. You should win the match. You may not, but the odds really go in your favor. A player up 2 breaks in the first set should win that set. A player who wins the first set is the odds-on favorite to win the second set. And unless you're playing a best-of-5 sets, that's all you need to win. This is your goal. You are thinking, that's no goal, that's a fantasy. Not really. It's not a simple goal, of course, but it's what you're trying to accomplish. You want to get out of the gate fast. You want to stuff your opponent as early and as hard as you can. Get them on the run. A good player on a good day might get out of your grasp. Most of them won't if you continue to exploit opportunities and avoid the temptation to get mentally lazy about paying attention to the outer game. Instead of starting the match with the idea that you'll work your way into it, begin with the goal of working your opponent out of it. I use the strategy of letting my opponent serve first about 15% of the time in my own matches. The reason for not doing it more often is obvious. The pros do warm up properly. And the pros do have a weapon with their serve, usually. However, there are exceptions even at the top levels of competition. I've never been concerned about letting Michael Chang or Jimmy Connors serve first. You'll notice that Chang and Connors rarely choose to serve first when they have the option, for the reasons I've just outlined. I've also let McEnroe and Lendl serve first occasionally just to throw them a little curve right at the start of the match. How about letting someone like Boris Becker, with his huge serve first? The potential advantage I gain when I use it is the same as the one for you. As big as his serve is, it isn't at its best in the first games, and occasionally Becker's serve acts up on him early in a match, so my choice can even be effective against him. One other option I use, but only rarely, when I win the toss is to hand over the choice to my opponent. It's a little psychological ploy I use when things are still a little edgy at the beginning of a match. By giving up the decision to choose whether to serve or receive, I may throw the opponent just slightly off balance. I'm basically saying, your serve isn't a threat, take your pick. If they elect to serve first, that's what I want anyway. If they elect to have me serve first, they're admitting they also aren't too sure about their serve, so it can backfire if I want to receive first. But usually they'll choose to serve. The exceptions to the rule. Here's when you shouldn't let your opponent serve first. Obviously, if you play someone whose serve is really big and works as a weapon right from the beginning, don't let them start using it against you immediately. Depending on your level of play and the opponent on a particular day, this could be the case, but it won't happen often. 1. The wind and the sun. The other situation occurs when you're playing outside and the sun factors in. If it's in the eyes of the server at one end, you want to correctly exercise your option when you win the spin of the racket. As you know, you can choose to serve or receive, or to select which end of the court you start at. The choice determining which end of the court you start at is the most important one when the sun is a problem. Select the end that puts the sun at your back for the first game. If the elements are a factor, never hand over the choice to your opponent. Your opponent, if they're paying attention, will then elect to have you serve first so they don't have to serve into the sun immediately. That's okay, because you have then forced them to play the first game facing the sun. Throw them a few lobs in that first game, and let them stare into the sun while they're trying to hit an overhead in this earliest part of the match. You may also get lucky. Once you've chosen to keep the sun at your back, your opponent might still elect to serve first into the sun. If that happens, you can be reasonably sure the player is brain dead. Wind can also be a factor outdoors. I played a match against Mark Edmondson in Las Vegas in winds that were gusting up to 50 miles per hour. At one point, I ran over to hit a backhand and the wind suddenly gusted and blew the ball around to my forehand side. Later, I hit a lob that went off my rim and sailed out over the side fence. The wind actually blew it back over the fence and onto Mark's court for a winner. I eventually lost the match, but not before I got a pretty good case of windburn. If the sun isn't a factor, a cloudy day, a night match, wind becomes the first consideration. If it's blowing baseline to baseline, I choose to start the match with the wind in my face. There's more room for error because the wind will knock your ball down and keep it from going long. Typically, the opponent won't be as concerned about the wind as about the sun. They usually elect to serve first. This means that in the first game, you've got them serving with the wind at their back. Tougher to get the ball in the service court in that circumstance. Your advantage. So as a general rule, I like to start with the sun at my back and the wind in my face if I have the options. You should do the same. If it means you have to serve first, that's okay. You've still gained the advantage. 2. Start your match like Ivan Lendl. Ivan Lendl is one of the most powerful sluggers ever to play tennis. When he really rips it, you can almost hear the ball say, ouch. He pulverizes it. But here's what you don't know. He never starts at full throttle. Ivan understands the importance of working his way up to maximum speed and power. He knows you're never there in the first few games of the match. Nerves, the crowd, new conditions, and other factors almost always make it impossible to really let it out right away. Ivan doesn't. He keeps his game very much under control initially. During the first 3 of 4 games, he's hitting at about 65 to 75% of his full power. He very consciously resists the urge to really smack it. He wants to work his way into a good rhythm. He understands the correct method is to start below it and work up to it. It's very hard to bring yourself down to your best pace if you start hitting too hard right away. You can spend the rest of the match looking for your rhythm. Ivan never makes that mistake. And that goes for his serve, too. By trying to slug the ball before your body and mind are really acclimated to the match, you can take your service down for the whole day. The serve is complex. Even Lendl doesn't go for it too early. When I played him for the first time at Hartford in '82, I couldn't believe the great Lendl was hitting such manageable shots. I was thinking, geez, they looked a lot heavier when I watched him play other guys. This went on for about 4 games. In the 5th game, he cranked it up. Suddenly a serve went by me that I didn't even see. I was hitting everything late. He started swinging me wide left and right. I couldn't get in position for anything. He was rolling, and he was rolling right over me, 6-2, 6-2. He had worked his way up to maximum speed and power and used it when it was there, not before. Lendl's approach is the correct one. Start below your maximum pace and rhythm in your first few games. Don't try to cream those early shots. Let yourself build into a solid, comfortable power rhythm. It'll happen if you let yourself resist the temptation to hit hard and win quick. 3. Play the first 2 games correctly. The first 2 games of the match can set the temperature for what follows. The mental and physical attitude established here is valuable because it can start you on a course that makes winning a lot easier. You and the opponent serve and receive serve for the first time. You are both getting your sea legs and working yourself up to attack speed. There are a number of considerations I bring to these first games that incorporate Lendl's approach and add to it. No unforced errors. Remember during the first 2 games that you're not as loose as you'll be later. Even if you warm up correctly, You still aren't really set to let it all hang out, so no unforced errors. Don't be afraid to swing at the ball, but don't try to impress the other player. Just make some balls. The pattern you want to set in place is one of consistency, of success in getting the ball back over the net and into the opposite court. Serve sensibly. When you're serving for the first time, it's very easy to fault. Remember to avoid the temptation to try and hit big. This is the point in the match where careless flubs are made. Don't put yourself in a position where the other player wins an early game just by standing there. Don't give them freebies. Your goals should be modest. 1. Get the ball in. 2. Get it to their weaker side. A lot of players are lackadaisical on their first service game. They don't seem to care. If you let your opponent break you right out of the chute, you've jacked them up. You've adrenalized them. You've given them the opportunity to pressure you, and pressure generally hurts your game. So be smart. Get the ball in. Keep the ball in play early on. Eliminate errors. Don't relax. Players who serve first and hold, or receive first and break, almost always let down in the next game. There's a sense of, whew, I got through that. Now I can relax for a second. Bang, the other player wins at love. Don't let them off so easily. Remember, if you serve first and hold, a subsequent break is longer. By that I mean if you break them in that second game and then hold your own serve, you're up 3-0. Psychologically, that seems a lot heavier than it is. It's still just one break, but it's 3 games difference. It feels worse to your opponent, and that means it is worse. If you receive first and break, which is what you should try and accomplish, don't get careless on your serve in that second game. The tendency is to get feeling a little too good a little too soon. Don't go for aces. And depending on the level of your game, don't be too ambitious. You'll be surprised at what happens in your first service game if you just get your first serve in. Test them early. Also, I like to work my way to the net if I can early in these first few games. Don't force it, but if the opportunity arises, take it. I look to do it when I'm up 40-love and can spare a point. The other player is a little tight. They haven't made any shots, and they may jerk one that gives you the freebie. 4. Utilize the first pit stop. I get asked why the pros take a rest after the first game. Why not just change ends without sitting down for a break? Good question. Because in your entire life, I'll bet you've never seen a tour player skip the opportunity to sit down after playing that first game. It can't be fatigue, can it? Answer: it's not to rest, it's to think. Changeovers are where you get yourself together mentally and emotionally. The first changeover has added value because it gives you an opportunity to check your bearings before anything too drastic has happened. I use it as an opportunity to establish again in my mind what it is I'm trying to do. I review my game plan. I take my sip of water, wipe off the sweat, settle down, but mainly I think. I review my strategy. What am I trying to make happen? What do I want to prevent from happening? On subsequent changeovers, I want to review anything that might have occurred that surprised me. Has my opponent hurt me with anything? I give myself a little pep talk. Stick to your game plan. Don't get overeager. Be patient. Remember to get that first serve in and to the backhand. The first pit stop is very important because the beginning of a match is a disruptive period. A lot of things are happening and a lot of adjustments are being made. It's easy to lose your focus, your plan, your attitude. The first changeover is unique in that essentially you're still looking ahead. There is no strong pattern emerging in the game yet. You aren't looking at what went wrong or right. You are still in the process of trying to force your game plan on the other player. I realize tennis is a social event and that changeovers are where a lot of the socializing usually goes on at tennis courts. It's a chance to catch up on the latest news and gossip, or to talk about the match itself. You probably aren't prepared to put a towel over your head and start meditating. But a player dedicated to winning is willing to delay the small talk until after the match. You are still trying to steal that early lead. If you broke serve, you want to hold. If you held, or lost serve, you want to break. That initial changeover gives you a chance to approach the job calmly, with your plan clearly in mind. Get my first serve in. Don't get fancy. Make him play. I think of the changeover as my isolation booth. I want to use what I'm learning in the match to my advantage. A smart tennis player is accumulating information as play goes on, and they're using that information to their advantage. The changeover is where you have an uninterrupted time to review and plan. Watch the pros when you see a match on television. They're not sitting there looking off into the crowd or talking to the ball boys. There is heavy concentration going on. That's why the towel goes over the head occasionally. They want to really stop and think about what's going on. Don't waste that opportunity in your own matches. Play tennis like you do business. A smart business person constantly tries to think of ways to improve business. It's amazing how they'll suddenly get on the court and stop thinking. On the changeover, they'll sit there like a cow licking a block of salt. Not a thought in their head. A smart player constantly tries to improve their chance of winning. Always thinking. Always analyzing what's happening. It can even be a good idea to have a notebook in your equipment bag that you can refer to in the beginning of and during a match. It can list your strengths, your opponent's weaknesses, your main goal against that player. Maybe a tip that you got at your tennis lesson. Things you've thought about before the match. It's important information that can easily get forgotten during the match. During the changeover, take it out of your equipment bag and review it. Adults at some of my tennis clinics have told me that they're playing tennis to relax. That's absolutely okay. I tell them when they start playing tennis to win, remember some of the things I've said. I've always found winning a lot more relaxing than losing. One of the biggest misconceptions recreational tennis players have about the game is that there's not much to it mentally. Some of the big names in tennis also felt that way, fortunately for me. Next, play smart during your match by taking advantage of what you see. Part 2. Playing smart. Finding a way to win. Brad's very cunning at figuring out an opponent, probably better at it than any player in the world. Alan Fox, Instruction Editor, Tennis Magazine. 7. The key to victory. The New York Times says I'm great at making my opponent play badly. Arthur Ashe agreed. Brad doesn't have any strokes you'd want to write home about. They're right. I don't overpower people. I don't have any flashy shots. I win because I have the ability to implement my basic game strategy successfully, maximize my strengths and minimize my weaknesses. That means I consistently get in a position where I'm hitting a shot I like rather than one I don't. At the same time, I want to maximize my opponent's weaknesses and minimize their strengths. I want them to be hitting shots they don't like from positions they don't want. I'll lose if I go strength to strength. I'm good, however, at working my strengths against my opponent's weaknesses. The goal of my game plan is to turn the other player's own game against him. I did it to McEnroe that night at the '87 Masters in New York, more on that coming up, against Becker in the US Open in '87, and I've done it to many others elsewhere. Ahead are my keys for taking a player out of their A game and making them try to beat you with their B game, for picking apart a player's strokes and game plan and turning their advantage into your advantage. Who's doing what to whom? In order to follow the plan successfully, you need to understand what's going on in the match, with your game, your opponent's game, and with the interaction of the two. My coach at Pepperdine, Alan Fox, used to tell me, always be asking yourself during a match who's doing what to whom. That means knowing how and why points are being won and lost. It means knowing what's going on out on the court. Are you losing points because your opponent is successfully attacking you at the net or eating up your second serve? Does the other player beat you from the baseline? Is your opponent crushing overheads? Are your forehands falling short? Are you getting passed when you come to the net, and on which side? Is the other player running around the backhand? Are they great with the groundies until you pressure them at the net? What is their style of play? Retriever, serve volley, or something else? The correct response to any situation during your match can only be determined by knowing who's doing what to whom. A successful player knows the answer. They may not know the exact numbers and percentages, e.g. 62% of first serves good, but they have a sense of it. It's an ability you can develop if you work at it. Most recreational tennis players don't know who's doing what to whom during their match. They don't pay attention. They don't observe and analyze what's going on. Believe it or not, I've even seen a player at one of my camps tell me he didn't realize his opponent was a lefty until the middle of the first set. Now I know why those shots to the ad court kept coming back so good. Right. He was hitting into the guy's forehand thinking it was his backhand. He was not aware of what was happening out on the court. The combination to the lock. Every player's game is like a combination lock. Without the combination, it's tough to open. But with the combination, it gets a lot easier. Knowing who's doing what to whom gives you the combination to the lock. For me, that came relatively easy once I really started applying it during matches when I turned pro. When I was a kid growing up near Oakland, I was a major sports nut. I was fanatical about the Raiders, Warriors, 49ers, Giants, and A's. I always tried to figure out what was going to happen next in the games I saw, and who was going to do what. One of my idols was Kenny Stabler of the Raiders, the Snake. I'd watch him at quarterback and try to guess what play was going to get called. Would he throw to Casper or Biletnikoff, and in what pattern? Or, with the A's, would Catfish Hunter throw a knockdown pitch right after somebody hit a home run off him? Answer, yes. Or how would the infield and outfield position itself for various hitters in different situations? How would the Warriors get the ball to Rick Barry with 10 seconds left in the game? It was just automatic for me. I loved to analyze what was going on out there. Later, when I was starting out on tour, it was the same. I studied a lot, not books, but other players. Anytime I saw someone new, I'd go watch them play and check out their game. Another player would say to me, "Hey, Boris Becker from Germany is on court 3, and I'd go over to see him hit." Fat Fritz and My Little Black Book. Initially, I was watching more out of curiosity than with any great purpose. I didn't work hard on using that information in my matches. This changed one day during my 3rd month on tour. I played a match against Fritz Buning. He was a big guy with a powerful serve. In fact, he was too big to get around the court well, but when his serve was working, he didn't need to get around the court very well. Fritz was built like a lineman from UCLA, his alma mater. In fact, his nickname was Frats, short for Fat Fritz. I figured he'd be a pushover. Typical of my matches in those days, I just showed up and expected that if I played well, I'd win. I hadn't given any thought to Frats, his game, or how to exploit it. I lost quick in straight sets, 6-2, 6-2. What burned me up more than losing was knowing that if I'd given some thought, before and during the match, to what I should be trying to do, I'd have beaten the guy. A big guy like that who isn't quick and doesn't like to bend his knees? A piece of cake. Just start moving him around with ground strokes, and when it comes to the net, give him some dippers that drop low and throw up an occasional lob. I didn't give any thought to my tactics and got blown off the court. After that, I got serious about collecting and using information about my opponents against my opponents. After that, I started writing things down. It's when I started my little black book. Now, a lot of players have a little black book with names and numbers in it. Yannick Noah's had so many in it he needed help just carrying it. But my little black book was different. It had names in it, but they were the names of tennis players. It had numbers in it, but they were the numbers of unforced errors, winners, and forcing shots on particular strokes. I counted mistakes on backhand volleys, overheads, forehands, and backhand ground strokes. I kept track of winners on those shots and watched what they liked to do in specific situations. Most recreational players watch a match like they're looking at somebody playing Nintendo at a video arcade. They just stare. I'd watch a match like I was studying for a history test. In 1984, when I first checked out Boris in Philadelphia, I saw that when he was attacked on his backhand side, he loved to go down the line. And that while he had a huge forehand, if he started to miss a few shots with it, the rest of his game could suffer. As you saw, I later used that information about him against him to beat him several times, including the '87 US Open. Numbers, patterns, and tendencies. I'd see Paul Annacone always try to come to the net on a big point and to make a note of it. I'd watch McEnroe swing his can opener serve wide on the ad court when he needed a point. I'd mark down that Connors occasionally had trouble with shots that came in low to his forehand. The tennis lie detector. Pressure. As I was watching and studying a player over several sets, I'd see him fall into predictable patterns in certain situations, especially under pressure. Pressure is the ultimate lie detector. That's when strokes speak the truth. On a big point, what does a player do? They avoid, or try to avoid, the shot they don't feel comfortable with. That's when the flaws are magnified. It's when you see what their true game is like. Here's how pressure works. When a player with a questionable backhand is up 4-2 in a set, they may hit that backhand okay. No pressure, right? They're relaxed and ahead. When they're down 2-4, that backhand may get a little tentative because of nerves. And on a set point, forget it. Pressure gets right to the heart of the matter. Under pressure is when a player will try like the devil to avoid hitting the shot they don't really trust. I want to know what that shot is so I can try to force them to hit it under pressure. For example, if it's your opponent's backhand that is suspect, you know that they'll try to run around it at a big point. That's when I would try to set it up by swinging them a little wide on the forehand first. By pulling them wide on their forehand side and then hitting to the backhand, you make it so they can't run around it. Or if they do, they'll be hitting off balance. That's how you use information about your opponent against your opponent. Agassi at first glance. I scouted Andre Agassi in '86 at Stratton Mountain. Here was the skinny little kid with scraggly hair taking absolutely the best cut at the ball I had ever seen. Unbelievable. And people were telling me he wasn't going to do much because he had kind of flopped out as a junior. I didn't buy that. Actually, I had seen him for the first time when I was at the Alan King Classic in Las Vegas in 1981. I just happened to see him working out on a back court at Caesar's Palace. Even then, his power and ability to take the ball so early got my attention. He was 11 years old. It took me a while to put together that the kid with the bleached hair at Stratton Mountain was the same person I'd seen 5 years earlier in Las Vegas, only now his hair was brighter and his strokes were bigger. In '86, I wrote down that his ground strokes were brutal, especially from the midcourt, where he had this great ability to take the ball on the rise and just really destruct it. He radiated confidence. He was hitting the ball a ton, and I could imagine the pressure he could put on a player. I also made note that his volleys didn't look too strong, but that the rest of his game was so good it didn't matter. When Andre lost in the finals of 3 slams, 2 French Opens and the US Open, I thought maybe that his strokes were big, but his heart was small. Then, he put it all together at Wimbledon in '92 and showed what he had inside. And it's a lot. Andre has a ton of heart. It's funny. A lot of my early observations in my little black book still hold true. Some of them don't. I saw Mats Wilander for the first time in Bangkok in '81. I studied him while he played a match and didn't see anything special. No big serve, no big power, no outrageous shots. I figured he was just another solid Swedish player. I was right about Andre's potential and wrong about Mats. 7 months later, Wilander won the French Open. I had to make a few additions to the Wilander section of my black book. I saw that Stefan Edberg generally preferred to go cross-court on his forehand volley. I wrote down that his one-handed backhand was one of the best in the business. Lendl's was the other. But I also noted that his forehand was not a weapon, extremely weak for a top player. His grip was bad, and the whole stroke was not as impressive as everything else in his arsenal. Believe me, I made a note of that because there was very little I could write down about him that was negative. I kept jotting down little things I noticed. Then, when I had a match coming up against a player, I'd check my notebook and see what was there. It was sort of like scouting reports in baseball. Helping the pitcher know a batter's tendencies and letting the batter know what a pitcher likes to do in certain situations. It gave me a good idea of what to expect and helped get me thinking about what I had to do to keep that player from playing the shots he was most comfortable with. Be a good scout. Do your own scouting. When you're at your club or the public courts watching a match with players you expect to face in the future, pay attention. Where do they make mistakes? What shots do they like to hit? Do they pound the overhead but miss the volley? Do they hit a great angled cross-court forehand but miss it down the line? Are they fast getting to the net but slow changing directions? Do they have a great first serve and no second serve? Are they consistent with their backhand except when it's attacked? Do they come to the net on short balls? Can they make a good approach shot, and does it have topspin or slice? What do they do when they need a forehand passing shot, cross-court or down the line? A backhand passing shot. How bad is their backhand? And what happens under pressure? Look for patterns in their play. How do they win points? How do they lose points? What is their style of play? Watch a set and keep track. When they lose or win a point, make note of it. Remember what they do at game point or set point. You'll see a pattern of their weaknesses and strengths. It's part of what you'll use before the match in your preparation and during the match in deciding how to play. Know thyself and thy tennis game. Do to yourself what you've been doing to others. Learn about your game. You may think you know your strengths and weaknesses, but you're probably not as bad or as good as you think. Take notes after a match or have a friend watch one of your sets and keep track of who's doing what to whom. Take a lesson from your club pro, but not the kind of lesson you usually take. Sit down for coffee and ask him or her to tell you what they tell another player about how to beat you. How are you vulnerable? What are your strong points? Have them analyze your game, and your opponents while you're at it, and pay them for their time. It's as valuable as hitting balls. When you play a match, have a friend keep track of your game. Find out just how many double faults, unforced errors, and winners you hit. Believe me, it's vitally important to a thinking player. In fact, a company in Florida just started manufacturing a pocket computer that allows you to do just that. The Tennis Analyst gives you information about why you won or lost. If you're too busy to write it down, this will keep track of it for you. It's recognition of the importance of knowing who's doing what to whom. A fool is someone who doesn't know what they don't know. Anonymous. I believe the most effective athletes are the ones who know their weaknesses. Of course, they know what they can do, but just as important, they know what they can't do. The snake was a beautiful example of that. He knew his limitations and worked around them. He knew he couldn't really throw long, so he worked the 14 or 18-yard pass to perfection. He knew he had slow feet, so when he dropped back and got trapped, he took the punishment instead of risking a stupid mistake running around. He looked for his spots, and if they weren't there, he was willing to take the beating. He wouldn't risk mistakes trying something he knew he couldn't do. Stabler was a very intelligent athlete. He maximized his strengths. But just as important, Kenny Stabler minimized his weaknesses. Sound familiar? Maximize, minimize? And he was tough as hell. You got to love that combination. It won a Super Bowl for the Raiders, right? All through the 80s, Joe Montana did the same. He knew what he could do, and he knew what he couldn't do. I tried to bring those same assets to the tennis court, and so should you. A better understanding of your own game, with input from a club pro, will give you better results. You'll have a clear understanding of what you've got to work with. Your tactics out on the court will become more calculated and less haphazard. Take notes during and after class. I also recommend that you take a notebook out during a changeover and write down information as it occurs to you in a match. As you do it more often, you'll be like a computer logging information about who's doing what to whom. And of course, the best time of all for recording information is right after the match. Always spend a little time reviewing what just happened in the match. Grade yourself and come to some conclusions about what you did right and wrong. Add information about your opponent. Why did you win or lose? It's amazing how perceptive you can be if you just decide to focus on it. Having collected all of this before, during, and after a match, you'll want to use it to your advantage. We'll get to that in a minute. Drawing the wrong conclusions. I kept that notebook of my scouting reports going until 1986. Then I started to notice I was being influenced too much by my belief about my chances of winning. I'd seen somebody out there who looked bad, and I'd be thinking, hey, there's no way I'm going to lose to this guy. He's playing like a plumber. My action to Wilander was an example. I didn't think he was a plumber, I just didn't think he was anything special. Wrong attitude to have going into a match. Or I would do just the opposite. I'd see Becker and catch myself thinking, holy cow, there's no way I'm going to beat this guy. He's playing awesome. It's not good to go into a match thinking you can't win. I didn't want to assume anything other than that I'd have a chance to win if I gave it everything I had physically and mentally. That I'd have to fight like hell in every match. So I quit scouting players myself. I asked my coach, Tom Chippington, to take over that job. He began doing my scouting and giving me the analysis of a player before a match. For your own scouting reports, just stick to the basics. Strengths, weaknesses, patterns, unforced errors, favorite shots in certain situations. You can do it while watching a match. You can do it while playing a match. You can do it after a match, but do it. By knowing who's doing what to whom, you can capitalize on a tremendous advantage. Here's a great example of how I used that advantage to beat a good friend. The combination to Krickstein's lock. A couple of years ago, I faced Aaron Krickstein during a tournament in Brisbane, Australia. We get along well off the court and work out occasionally, but during a match he's just another guy trying to take money out of my kid's college fund. Just like every other player I face, he's trying to kick my butt and send me home a loser. It's not hard for me to get motivated against him, but it's hard for me to face that bazooka forehand Aaron's perfected. He controls play with it by hitting routine winners from the baseline and generally putting me on the defensive in every point. I hadn't had much luck against him over the years because I couldn't figure out a way to neutralize that power. He'd jerk me around until he'd open up the court and then blast a winner. He was doing it to me again in Brisbane. Then something happened during a point that got my attention. I hit a slice backhand that unintentionally landed short on his forehand side. He ran in and hit it, but nothing special, just a routine forehand, and not the monster he usually unleashed. I tried it again a little later. This time I intentionally hit a soft short slice to his forehand. He ran in, hit a return with nothing on it, which I put away. A light went on in my head. Was I onto something? Krickstein loved to camp on the baseline where the ball would sit up for him, and he could knock it off with that big power spin. It was like playing t-ball for him. But with a soft slice that landed short just inside the service line, he lost his favorite shot. He couldn't get under the ball because it stayed low. It meant he couldn't really crank the topspin. And it was soft, so it gave him no pace to use. He was hitting from an awkward position, and he was on the run. He couldn't hit a forcing shot and never a winner. What he gave me was a playable ball that I'd drive deep to his backhand. He was suddenly out of position, playing a shot that wasn't his first choice. He'd make a weak return, and there I'd be waiting. From then on, it was easy. The payoff. I had applied part of the formula just like you should be doing with your opponents. I had minimized Krickstein's great forehand strength from the baseline and maximized a weaker aspect of his game. Suddenly, I was making him try to beat me with a backhand that wasn't as strong instead of that world-class forehand. He was leading in the first set 3-2 when I made the discovery. Then I won 6 games in a row and went on to beat him in straight sets and win $32,400. By knowing who's doing what to whom and being able to capitalize on it, I had found a solution to his major weapon. You're thinking I'm a little dense for not figuring it out sooner. I was so worried about his forehand that it never occurred to me that I should try and make him hit it from a different position, especially one that was closer to the net. I discovered that accidentally, but once I saw it, I took full advantage of it. Okay, that's how I've used information about a player's game against him. Recognize, analyze, capitalize. Next, let me give you the combination to the locks of the players you face in tournaments, ladder matches, and just your regular Tuesday game. When facing a particular style or problem, you'll know the best options for you to capitalize on. Next, what to do and when to do it. 8. Destroying your opponent's game plan. Identify the problem. You know who the players are who give you trouble? The opponent whose style of play or type of shots beat you more often than not? For you, it may be a serve volley player or a retriever. It could be a lefty who always gives you problems. It could be somebody who's very fast out on the court, a bloopster, or someone with a huge first serve. And, of course, you get players with combinations of these abilities. Every player at every level has at least one opponent whose style gives them fits. You'll tell yourself, their game just doesn't match up very well for me. That opponent for me is Ivan Lendl. I've never beaten him. At last count, I was 0 for lifetime. He's like a tennis version of Darth Vader for me. My son Zach even gave me a dinosaur toy to carry in my bag when I play against him. Maybe it'll scare him, Daddy. I hope it does. When Ivan sees me heading out on the court to play him, it's got to be tough for him not to drool. He's beaten me 16 straight times. On tour, beating that nemesis player is more difficult because pros develop their particular game to such a high level of proficiency that it's tough to find any cracks in their armor. Secondly, when you do force them away from their best shots, their next level of shots is still pretty darn good. That's why Lendl is so tough for me to beat. When I force him out of his A game, he beats me with his B game. And Ivan doesn't have any C game. Fortunately, I don't have to make a living playing just Lendl, and neither do you. However, there are opponents who give you headaches just like he gives me. And against those players, keep what follows in mind. The typical weekend or club player's game is one-dimensional. It's pretty easy to crack open. They've usually got a single shot they like and are fairly good at. They play a certain style and go with that. Make them change styles, or take away their favorite shot and you'll win because their next alternative isn't nearly as effective. In fact, it's probably pretty bad. So how do you do it? First, the bad news. Here's the truth. Some days you won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to turn it around. Your opponent will successfully do their thing and you'll lose. They'll successfully attack your weaknesses and make you play their game at their rhythm and you'll lose. Some days you will not win regardless of what you do. I've learned that lesson well with Lendl. Now the good news. Let me tell you something else I've learned and apply every single time I go out on the tennis court to compete. Most of the time, there is a way to win. You just have to figure out what it is. Club players don't believe this. You probably don't believe it. And if you don't, it's because you've fallen into a common trap. Don't overestimate or underestimate. The average player tends to go into most matches thinking the wrong way. They believe pretty strokes mean something. They assume better conditioning means more than it does. They assume the opponent who's got more natural ability or had more experience will probably win. They think past results dictate future results. That kind of thinking will get you beat because it leads you to the wrong conclusions. That's why I had to quit scouting players myself and have my coach do it instead. I started to make assumptions about who was going to win or lose. I started to overestimate or underestimate players. As a result, I either assumed victory or defeat. Assuming victory will get you beat, and so will expecting to lose. The only thing I wanted to assume was this. I could win any match against anyone if I worked hard out on the court, physically. But more than that, I could win if I worked hard mentally. When I go into a match, I take my lunch bucket, my hard hat, and expect to work for my pay. I came to believe that it wasn't up to my opponent whether I won or lost. Most of the time, it was up to me. And it's up to you, too. So if that's true, why haven't I beaten Lendl? Simple. I've had chances and blown them. In Part 3, on psyching, I'll explain how a guy like Lendl will try to beat you with his racket first. If that doesn't work, he'll beat you with his gamesmanship. On those days when I could have beaten him physically, he beat me up emotionally or mentally. He's a master of it. But the point is, I could have beaten him. He knew how to take back control of the game when it had slipped away. My chance will come again. Knowing who's doing what to whom puts you in a position to consider your options and capitalize on the best one. Next, I want to tell you how to take advantage of the following types of players, shots, or situations that may be giving you trouble out on the court. They include the retriever, the player with speed, the attack to your backhand, the serve, the return of serve, the serve volley player, the weak serve, the lefty's serve, the heater. The retriever. You know who the retrievers are that you play. In fact, you may be one yourself. Don't feel bad. I've been accused of being a retriever myself occasionally. A match I played with Boris Becker in the semis of the 1989 Thriftway ATP Championship in Cincinnati was described as like watching a man chasing a chicken around with a stick. I was the chicken. Boris had the stick. The description may have been accurate, but the chicken won the match in 3 sets by getting everything back over and over again. On that day, I was a great retriever. In fact, I eventually won the tournament with wins over Sampras, Chang, and Edberg. Just so we get our terms straight here, let's agree on what a retriever is. The basic garden variety retriever, also known as a pusher, a rabbit, or a golden retriever, stays on the baseline and gets everything back. They don't use pace. They don't use depth. They don't use spin. They don't use angles. They don't use touch. But they do drive you nuts. Everything comes back. They chase everything down and they do it relentlessly. They're married to the baseline and will stay there all day. As retrievers perfect their game, they may start developing spin, depth, and/or pace, but their basic game plan stays exactly the same. Get everything back. The bloopster or moonballer is a variation of the retriever, a refinement. Harold Solomon perfected this style and Andre Jaeger got pretty good at it. Hitting balls very high over the net, deep in your court with extreme topspin. Thomas Muster and Jose Higueras use this style a lot today. They stand out there and just keep hitting these hard, heavy, topspin shots that bounce up shoulder high. Moonballs are frustrating because they hypnotize you. You stand there and before long you quit thinking. The moonballer keeps looping the ball to you without mistakes, over and over again. They're like the garden variety retriever because they really test your patience. The main distinction between the moonballer and the typical retriever is that the moonballer hits the same shot back to you all the time, the big looper. A retriever style of play can be very effective against an opponent who doesn't know how to break it down or gets frustrated. Boris got frustrated. Toward the end of our match in Cincinnati, all he wanted to do was get off the court and take something for his headache. He was ready to lose. The club variety retriever. Here's how it looks at the club level. I was watching a match between a couple of 4.0 players at the San Francisco Tennis Club after a workout there. One of the players is a classic retriever. His name is Mason Grigsby, but his nickname is the Great Grigsby because he's so steady at the baseline. I was just casually watching when the following point occurred. During the exchange, his opponent hit a good drop shot and Mr. Retriever, the Great Grigsby, raced toward the net. I didn't think he had any chance of getting to the ball, but he did and pushed it back to his opponent's baseline. The Great Grigsby was now at the net in position to close out the point, I thought. To my surprise, and before his shot even landed, he turned and headed back to the safety of the baseline. A classic retriever. He had gone from being 3 feet away from the net, back to the baseline without even bothering to see what shot his opponent was going to hit. He wanted no part of the net. The baseline was his security blanket. That style of play is typical of a retriever, and it can drive you up the wall if you don't know what to do about it. Beating a retriever is tough because the points go on forever and they test your patience to the extreme. Bjorn Borg and Chris Evert were the greatest of all time at it. Today, the best examples out there are Alberto Mancini, Todd Witzken, and Michael Chang before he added a little net game to his arsenal. All of them specialize in that everything comes back style. Chang is particularly tough because he can get to absolutely everything. His calf and thigh muscles are so developed they look like they belong on a person twice his size, and they generate tremendous speed and give him super coverage, maybe the best of any player in the world. They say when Michael was a kid he could outrun his shadow. The problem for me is that he can still outrun most of my shots. However, speed alone doesn't win matches. Here's how I play and have beaten him, and how you can apply my technique to your own favorite retriever. 1. Patience is your greatest ally. The average retriever's success is based on the same principles as Chinese water torture. It's dull, it's repetitious, it's slow. The same thing happens over and over again, and it will drive you up the wall. Retrievers love being a human backboard. Push the ball to them and they push it right back. They'll outrun you, they'll outsteady you, and they'll outlast you. Your mind begins to go. Prepare to suffer. If you're going to the dentist, you prepare yourself mentally. You tell yourself, it's gonna hurt, but it'll be over soon. You adopt a certain mindset. By the time you hear, open wide, this isn't going to hurt a bit, you're mentally set to suffer. You need to do the same against a retriever. Prepare to suffer. The right mindset is important. It may or may not help at the dentist office, but it will definitely help against the retriever. Preparing yourself mentally for what's ahead is necessary because a retriever style works on your head as much as anything. You must go into a match against this kind of player really understanding that every rally is going to be long. You're going to have to hit 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or more shots than you'd normally have to hit. And when you do hit a good shot expecting a winner or a weak return, the retriever will get it back. Mentally, you have to get ready for a lot of tennis balls coming back over the net. Know it, believe it, expect it. Here's why. Retrievers may be dull and repetitious, but they're also very consistent and patient. Consistency is a retriever's primary asset. At any level of play, this is a valuable tool. At the club level, among average players, it may be the most valuable tool. Consistency is tough to beat. On tour, a player has to hit winners to beat another player. However, at most other levels, it's the one who keeps the ball in play best who usually wins, and the retriever really keeps the ball in play. Unforced errors determine results more than spectacular shots do. That's the key to the retriever's game. It's also the key to beating it. The retriever's game may be consistent, but it's also limited. If you're patient and know how to take advantage of their game, you can break them down. This is what happened to Chang. Other pros started to exploit his baseline retriever game to their own advantage. They started to neutralize his advantage in speed, more on that coming up, and exploit his one-dimensional game. Until he developed a net game and improved his serve, Chang was getting beat. Now he's winning again. Why you lose to a retriever. The retriever beats you because you choose the wrong game plan. As more and more balls keep coming back at you, frustration sets in. You get impatient. You try harder. You go for better and better shots, deeper, harder, more angled. You end up trying for shots you don't have and never did. You try shots McEnroe wouldn't attempt. The pusher keeps them coming back until you screw up. They keep retrieving knowing you'll eventually make an unforced error, or possibly you'll just give up and start pushing the ball back too. You'll lose. They're better at pushing than you are. That's why it's important to set your attitude going in. Recognize that patience is a great ally when a retriever stands on the other side of the court. Having prepared yourself mentally for a long day at the office, with points that go on, here are the other tactics that can tilt a match in your favor against the pusher. 2. Go to the net. Your primary goal when playing against a retriever is to make them hit some real tennis shots. Instead of their usual push it back or keep it in play stuff, you want to force them to try something specific. You want to get them out of their comfort zone. The first way to do it is by coming to the net. Even if that isn't your normal game, you must get to the net. That means when you get a short ball, or even a medium short ball, get to the net. Go on the offense, but do it the right way. Not by trying to hit winners from the baseline or other low percentage shots, but by coming to the net when the opportunity presents itself, and even sometimes when it doesn't present itself. What this does to most retrievers is jerk them out of their comfort zone. It forces them to decide what specific shot they're supposed to make. Should they pass cross-court? Should they pass down the line? Should they hit the ball right at you? A lob? Suddenly, they face the problem of having to make quick decisions. Hey, retrievers don't like to have to think of all that stuff. It's easier just to keep pushing the ball over the net into that big, wide-open court you've given them by staying at the baseline. It gives them all that room for error. Take it away. Narrow their options by narrowing their target. I honestly believe you could almost come to the net without your racket in hand and win some points from a retriever. Just the sight of a person standing there shakes them up a little. But take your racket along just in case they actually get the ball over the net. A word of caution. I'm not suggesting that you should be running to the net every time a point starts, unless you're comfortable doing that. Be selective. On shorter balls, start coming in regularly. On balls in your midcourt, if you've got a good chance of making a decent approach shot, consider coming in. A deeper ball? Occasionally just for the surprise effect. How about on the retriever's second serve? Good idea. On their first serve? Now you'll see them start to get uncomfortable. You'll like what you see. Obviously, what you're trying to do is unsettle them. Get them watching you instead of the ball. They'll start rushing their shots and mishitting their shots. Suddenly, they'll start giving you what at the club level is the key to victory. Unforced errors. The retriever who starts making unforced errors will lose. 3. Bring the retriever to the net. You have another option with the retriever, and again it's aimed at getting them out of their comfort zone, forcing them to do something besides camping at the baseline. This option involves drawing them in toward the net like I did with Krickstein. Bring them in close. Make them hit some shots at the net. Let them show you a good approach shot, a good backhand volley, fat chance, some overheads, not if the sun is shining, some half volleys, call me collect when they do, and anything else you can offer up to them. By doing this, you've taken a retriever's A game away and forced them to rely on their B game. In order to accomplish this, you'll have to hit some short shots. If you don't think you can hit that kind of shot, practice it. Remember, you've done it accidentally plenty of times. Now try doing it on purpose. Because once you've done that, you've effectively set your trap. The retriever hates the net. The Great Grigsby attempts a volley. Remember the Great Grigsby, the retriever I was watching who got drawn into the net? Here's the rest of that story. After he'd raced in close to the net and pushed the ball deep to his opponent, he ran right back to his own baseline. His opponent then hit another drop shot. The Great Grigsby came charging in a second time, and again he hit the ball over the net to the baseline. And again, he turned and ran right back to his own baseline. This was getting interesting. His opponent then hit a third consecutive drop shot. I had never seen anyone hit 3 straight drop shots in my life and get away with it. Think about it. Would there be a fourth? No. The Great Grigsby ran up to the net once again. For whatever reason, he finally decided it was time to take advantage of his court position and finish off the point. He hit a volley. Or at least I think he was trying to hit a volley. From his stroke, it was hard to tell. Not only did he hit the ball 3 feet wide, but on his follow-through, his racket banged into the net. Now I was beginning to understand why he kept retreating to the security of his baseline. 3 consecutive times he was brought into the net. Twice he went back immediately to the comfort of the baseline. He was acting like it was illegal to get close to the net. Later I asked him why he didn't just stay there the first time. He told me, and this is a key to cracking open a retriever's game, I just feel more comfortable at the baseline. From what I had seen, I could understand his thinking. Take them out of their comfort zone, and you'll win. 4. Softer is harder. In most cases, a retriever feeds off your pace. They love to take what you've supplied, energy in the form of a hard-hit ball, and turn it right back on you. The harder you hit the ball, the harder they hit the ball. Only they aren't hitting harder, you are. And the harder you swing, the more likely it is you'll make a mistake. They just stick their racket out, and with the new wide bodies, that's all they have to do. And like magic, the ball comes back harder. It's not magic, it's physics. Throw a ball against a wall without any zip, and it comes back without any zip. Throw it against a wall with some zip, and it comes back with zip. In the case of a retriever, they are the wall and you are the zip. The wall usually wins. The middle-level player who faces a retriever falls into the trap of trying to hit the ball harder and harder to win the point. The pusher sits on the baseline blocking back hard-hit shot after hard-hit shot. They love it because they know eventually you'll overhit and make an error. Finally, you hit one over the back fence or into the net, and the retriever won't even say thank you for doing all the work for them. 5. Hit your second serve. Teaching pros like to say that the average weekend player has 2 primary serves, slow and slower. There's a lot of truth to that. While someone on tour like Goran Ivanisevic can pump the ball in at 130 miles per hour, the weekend player serves at less than half that speed. So don't worry so much about trying to serve up aces and service winners, especially against a retriever. In fact, think second serve against that kind of player. Once again, it robs them of pace, makes them try to generate it. It will make them actually have to take a swing at the ball. They don't like that. When they start trying to generate their own pace, watch the unforced errors start popping up. And if they just block your soft serve back, it'll fall short. When it does, you've just been given a ticket to the net. Use it. No insult intended. Let me clear up one thing you may have thought about when I said that Borg, Evert, Chang, Krickstein, and some others would generally be classified as retrievers. Obviously, players of their caliber don't just push the ball or block it back. I mean no disrespect when I call them retrievers. They have taken that style of play to its highest level. Having someone come to the net doesn't bother them like it would the retrievers you play against. When I come to the net against Michael Chang, believe me, he's got 10 ways he can beat me. The problem is, if I don't come to the net, he'll retrieve me to death. I played him recently in the semis of a tournament and lost the first set, 6-0. I started coming to the net in the second set and came close to winning it. Why didn't I start coming in sooner? That's what I've been asking myself. In any case, unless you're better at their kind of game than they are, you have to figure out another way to beat them. Next time you play a retriever, try bringing some of what I've suggested into the match. Give yourself some time to get used to the new tactics. Develop a sense of when to do what and what works best for you. You'll like the results. And as you get more comfortable with it, you'll see match point going in your favor more often than it did before. The player with speed. Occasionally, you face an opponent who's extremely quick. They get to drop shots. They cover lobs. Shots that pull them off the court are no problem. They're like water bugs. They skitter all over the place and have you trying harder and harder to hit a shot they can't reach. Forget it. They'll get to everything. And by the time you've hit the one winner, and one may be all you'll get, you've committed lots of unforced errors. Michael Chang has that kind of speed. I'll force him wide on his forehand and come in behind it. He'll run it down and make a return. I'll be coming in and hit a volley wide to his backhand and start licking my chops. No way he can get there in time to do anything with it. Chang will get there. He will make a shot. He will beat me with a passing shot. Tremendous speed and coverage. Very quick. Who's your Michael Chang, that player with unusual speed? Here's a very direct approach to minimizing their advantage. Don't let a runner run. Players with speed love to run, and they love to hit the ball on the run. Swing them wide off the deuce court, and they'll hit a good running forehand. And they'll do the same on the other side. They're real good at it because with their speed, they get to a lot of balls and get a lot of practice. Don't let them use their speed. Take away their asset. How? Hit deep down the middle. Make them play more in the wheelhouse. Suddenly, instead of running to the ball, which they love, you're forcing them to run away from the ball, to get out of its way. You're crowding them and not letting them exploit their speed. Think of wherever they're standing as a target and them as the bullseye. Quit trying just to hit shots out of their range. Part of their success comes from mistakes you make trying to hit a shot they can't get to. Don't try to make it harder for them to get to your shot. Make it easier. Hit it at them and see what happens. They'll overrun shots. They'll start to hit shots off balance. They'll start to hit weak returns more frequently. But remember that it's important with all of these tactics to use them intelligently and prudently. When you're onto something that works, don't use it exclusively. Mix it in with the rest of your game. Keep your opponent off balance, wondering what you'll do. Your results will be better. The attack to your backhand. One of the first tennis tactics any player uses or encounters is attack the backhand. For most recreational players, the backhand is usually the weakest. If you somehow had to play a match against a player you'd never seen before and couldn't warm up against, or spy on, the very first thing you'd test is their backhand. Automatic. Most players have a better forehand than backhand, including you and the players you'll face. So what do you do if your backhand is questionable and you face a player who really exploits your liability, who knows how to get everything to your weak side and does it relentlessly? Until you get a lesson from your club pro and work on it, is there any way to minimize the damage? Yes. 1. Be conservative with your backhand. When your backhand is being attacked, your first instinct is to attempt a better shot than you're capable of hitting reliably. You try to be an overachiever. Instead, you become an underachiever. When your opponent comes to the net, your mind short-circuits. Crisis. Danger at the net. Do something. The problem is you have limited resources with which to do something on your backhand side. Your brain tells your body to do more. You panic and squeeze off a desperate shot that goes long, wide, or into the net. Instead, do just the opposite. Think less, not more. Just get the darn ball over the net and back into the court. Don't worry about hitting that great backhand return. Be conservative. Be patient with your backhand. Your first duty is to avoid the unforced error. Initially, force your opponent to make a shot, to at least hit the ball. If the other player volleys your conservative backhand shot for a winner regularly, move on to other options. But first, make them hit the ball. And you do that by not trying to get more out of your backhand than is there. Make sure your mediocre backhand doesn't make world-class errors. 2. Run around the backhand when appropriate. You're thinking, this is too obvious. You'd love to run around every single backhand you get for the rest of your life. But the important thing is to understand when you can do it most effectively. If your opponent is hitting constantly to your backhand, but without much pace or depth, think of it as an invitation to hit your forehand. Run around the backhand and tee off on the ball. Smack it. When you begin to take advantage of that opportunity, your opponent will start trying to hit a better shot, one with greater depth and pace. If they can do it, you've got a problem. But if they could do it easily, they wouldn't be hitting short or without pace to begin with. Increase the difficulty of the shot they have to hit to get it to your backhand. Again, shot selection is important. A player who tries to run around everything on the backhand side will find themselves getting jammed, hitting off balance, and losing even more points, not to mention getting exhausted. Look for opportunities to run around the backhand when your opponent's shot lacks depth or pace. Also, keep this in mind. Running around a ball near the alley on the ad court, for a right-hander, can pull you wide and off the court. In this situation, you should go for a winner or a good forcing shot. Otherwise, your opponent can put you on a string. You've given them the whole court to hit to. Running around a ball hit to the deuce court, or close to the center line, leaves you right in the middle of the court, and you don't need to be as ambitious with your shot. 3. Get to the net. Your opponent can't force you to hit backhands from the baseline if you're at the net. Even if your backhand volley is weak, it may be an improvement over your backhand ground strokes on that particular day. A weak or mishit volley often drops in for a winner. If you're losing lots of points on your backhand ground strokes, get into a position on court where you don't have to hit backhand ground strokes. Look for your chances and come to the net. 4. Attack the second serve. There is another way you can take the offensive before your opponent has a chance to pressure your backhand. It allows you an often overlooked opportunity to get to the net. Most players don't think attack off someone's serve. However, if your opponent's second serve is typical, which is to say a variation of the Nerf ball, it shouldn't be difficult to hit a shot that allows you to follow it to the net. Just stand a step or two closer than your normal position for receiving. When you hit your return of serve, immediately follow it to the net. You've now taken your vulnerable backhand out of play as well as forced your opponent to make a more difficult shot. Be reasonable. Don't try for a winner when you make an approach shot off the player's second serve. Go for placement. Get it in and even go for their backhand. Turnabout is fair play. See if you like the results. Remember, this is what smart tennis is all about. Testing and probing. Shrinking the gate through which a player can attack your weaknesses and finding a way to go after their soft spots. 5. Don't forget the lob. Many players make the mistake of hitting a shot over and over again when it isn't working for them. Sometimes they'll do it for the whole match. It may be the approach down the line, a slice serve, a forehand volley, a forehand ground stroke, or an overhead, or a backhand ground stroke. They never give up trying to make it work. If you're going down the dumper, you've got to do something else or you'll lose. At some point, it's important to quit trying to correct the stroke and start winning some points. And with a backhand that isn't working, for whatever reason, you have another option when it's costing you games. The lob. If your opponent is coming to the net on your backhand side, and you haven't made a passing shot since that accidental one in the warm-up, remember to lob. Find out if they can hit an overhead. Do it once. Twice. 3 or 4 times. Maybe they'll get dizzy looking up and have to sit down. Make them show you that they can hit an overhead. Not once, but several times. And preferably throw it up to their backhand side. When a smart opponent sees you having a particular problem, you have to prevent them from exploiting it. You've got to keep the flesh wound from hemorrhaging. You can do that by knowing and using your alternatives. The serve. Ask the experts what the most important shot in tennis is, and they'll say the serve. Is it? Maybe on tour. For recreational tennis players, that answer is doubtful. How often do you or your opponents hit aces or service winners? How many times does your serve force a return that puts you in a plus position you can take advantage of? And most important, how often do you hold serve? Probably not as often as you should. The pros expect to hold about 4 out of 5 of their service games. My own hold percentage is 77.9, and I'm not a great server. Pete Sampras and Michael Stich get close to 90%. For recreational tennis players, holding serve is often a 50-50 proposition. The serve can be the most important shot, but for most recreational players, it isn't. Even among women pros, the serve isn't much of a weapon. For Martina Navratilova in her prime and Steffi Graf, it can be. But generally, it isn't the asset you'd expect from the most important shot in tennis. Hey, I'm not being critical. I usually don't control play with my serve. However, I'm good at managing it so it doesn't get exploited badly. I do that by good placement and getting the first serve in a lot. Most club players just use their serve to get the point started. It's one of the reasons there are so many service breaks. The serve is the toughest shot to learn and the most difficult to hit, especially under pressure. Most of the time, your serve probably doesn't do more than give your opponent a chance to immediately take the offensive. Why? For almost all club players, the return of serve is an easier shot to hit than the serve, especially with the more powerful rackets. Especially under pressure. This is because it's usually easier to react than to act, and the service return is a reaction. A short swing, something between a swing and blocking it back, can often put the receiver in charge of a point immediately. Add in the occasional double faults at pivotal moments, donating points and games to the server's opponent, and you can see why serving isn't the advantage for most players that it can be for guys like Pete Sampras, Michael Stich, Richard Krajicek, or Goran Ivanisevic. If there's one shot in your collection that you can work on that will help your cause, it's the serve. I can say that because I've seen lots of players at clubs and public parks around the world for 20 years. If you can develop a penetrating, varied, and reliable serve, you'll be looking for new opponents soon. Your buddies will get tired of losing to you. But good luck. Jimmy Connors went through his whole career and couldn't develop a threatening serve. But he did develop the world's best service return, until Agassi came along. And with it, he won over 100 championships. So while you're waiting for that great new weapon, the serve, the one that will become the most important shot in your game, there's something else to think about. The return of serve. I want to tell you what can become the most important shot for you with a minimum amount of work. It's your return of serve. It's a lot easier to improve this than it is trying to learn a big serve. With a strong return of serve, you are constantly putting pressure on your opponent, capitalizing on weak servers and neutralizing better servers. The return of serve is an important opportunity to attack your opponent where it hurts most, by taking the offensive away from them and by constantly threatening to break their service. A player who's always struggling to hold is like a fighter on the ropes. They worry about just surviving. It's mentally and physically very damaging to know your serve is going to be neutralized or taken advantage of over and over, that you're constantly struggling to avoid being broken. How important can it be? Ask Connors. He was able to neutralize his opponent's service and then work the point to his advantage. At the pro level, he made the return of serve his most important shot. One year at Wimbledon, Jimmy played Roscoe Tanner and got aced almost 25 times. Jimmy still won the match. He made great plays on most of the other serves and kept the points going until he could capitalize. A more dramatic example is the '92 Wimbledon final between Andre Agassi and Goran Ivanisevic. Andre got aced 37 times. That's 9 games worth of aces. Then add in Goran's service winners, and you've got to wonder how Andre even stayed in the match, let alone won it. He won because his return of serve is a monster, the best ever, even better than Connors, at least according to John McEnroe, a player with a great serve who faced both of them. So here was a great matchup between a super server who had over 200 aces in the tournament and a great service returner. Who won? The great service returner. Knowing what your options are on a service return can produce quick results with little effort. What I want to do is show you how you can capitalize on your opponent's weak serve by knowing what to do with your service return tactically. Whether it's a big serve and volley, a weak first or second serve, or anything else, you'll be able to minimize their service and maximize your service return. You'll love the results. The serve volley player. The great serve volley players are incredibly tough when they're on their game. Guys like Edberg and Ivanisevic and McEnroe at his best put so much pressure on you to make better and better shots that the odds swing in their favor. It's one thing to make a tough backhand passing shot when the net is covered and it's early in the match. It's something else to try and hit the great passing shot on set point or match point. On the big points, I'd much rather be trying to hit a volley up close than a passing shot from the baseline with somebody all over the net. Stefan is one of the most difficult to play. He will serve and volley on every single point. He makes you hit the difficult shot over and over again. Even though his serve isn't as fast as Becker's, he gets such a jump into the court with his service motion that he's almost hitting his first volley from inside the service line. Because his serve has such torque on it, he has more time to get in behind it, and he never misses the volley. Those volleys are like having bees attack you. They just keep coming and stinging. The hard truth of the matter is that when a serve volley player is really playing well, you may have to kiss your lunch goodbye. But don't give up without a fight, because there are tactics you can use to take the play away from that type of game. Agassi used them successfully in the finals of Wimbledon, and you can use the tactics in your own matches. You won't face attacks like Ivanisevic's, but you will face capable players who get in behind their serve and cause problems for you. Here are the tactics you need to apply. I know they work because I used them against Edberg to defeat him in the semis of the '91 LA Open when he was ranked #1 in the world. 1. Watch the correct moving object, calmly. When someone starts attacking you at the net, it's human nature to watch them and not the tennis ball. At all levels of play, A, B, and C, there is an automatic urge to watch the player attacking you. But the player isn't attacking you, the ball is. The player doesn't come over the net, the ball does. Watch the ball. Concentrate totally on the ball. I tell players at my tennis camps to start watching the ball as early as possible. Start watching it while it's still in its can. Unfortunately, most players at most levels get distracted when a body is moving at them at the same time as a tennis ball is flying over the net. Their focus shifts off the ball and onto the body. Good contact is almost impossible when you're watching the attacking player with one eye and the ball with the other. It's why so many of your returns go wide, long, or short. You donate the point to your opponent. I know because I've done it a lot myself, especially against McEnroe. He'll come in sometimes and stay back sometimes. So you get caught by surprise and suddenly Mac is coming in behind a serve. That's when I do everything I shouldn't. I take my eye off the ball a little. I rush my return a little. And even if I manage to wobble the ball over the net, he's there waiting. With Edberg, who hasn't not come in behind his serve since he was 7, you expect it, and it's a little easier to make yourself focus on the ball and swing normally. You need to block out the server like the Texas Rangers' great slugger Jose Canseco blocks out the pitcher. He sees only the baseball. If he didn't, he'd miss every time. Ted Williams, the last batter to hit 400 in the season, said he watched the ball so hard he could see the seams turning over as it got to the plate. That's how you watch a moving object. You'll notice something happen as watching the ball becomes automatic. You do see the server, but peripherally. Your primary focus is still the tennis ball. Increasingly, you see the onrushing player with your secondary level of vision. For many players, it's the other way around. They see the opponent with their primary focus and the ball secondarily. When you're seeing that ball more clearly, remember to stay calm. Avoid the panic attack. With a player coming at you, there is a great tendency to speed up your swing, to jerk it. You tend to lose balance and form. Stay calm. Your primary goal, the goal that will produce the best results, is to take a rhythmic swing, controlled, balanced, and steady. The kind of swing you would probably take if the server didn't rush the net. With better focus on the ball and a less frantic swing, you'll make better contact with the ball. Watch the ball, not the person who hit it. Don't jerk your swing. You're now in a position to begin making some choices on your service return that can cause the net rusher some problems. 2. Hit a soft return. When you're being attacked at the net, a natural response is to hit the ball harder. You want to get the ball back past the net rusher before they can cover the net. A natural reaction, the old fight or flight impulse. You can't take flight when you're attacked at the net, so you fight. And the normal fight response is to hit hard. Resist it. Take some pace off your return of serve. Resist that urge to hit hard and to hit quick. First of all, swinging fast and hard causes errors. In your panic to do something immediately, you give away a point. But more than that, a good serve volley player can handle your pace, if you manage to hit it in the court, and simply use it against you. They'll angle off a volley with a short, crisp stroke before you can even finish your swing. A poor volleyer also gets a little advantage when you pound a return. How? The most common mistake a bad volleyer makes is taking too big a swing on the volley. When you send the ball back hard, they don't have time to wind up and overswing. They just stick the racket out and make contact and angle off a volley. You've made them a better volleyer than they are. Returning with less pace can help you accomplish something that can be even more important. By the time your opponent gets to the ball, it will be dropping below the net, or at least dropping. The net rusher will have to hit up on it. Hitting a ball that's fallen below the net is a lot harder than hitting one that's above the net. Maybe John McEnroe can angle it off for a winner, but let your opponent try it. I can guarantee that the player across the net from you won't like a low, soft return that's dropping. Their volley, if they can make it, won't be penetrating, won't be low, and won't be a problem. Obviously, you can also get that ball dipping below the net with topspin. The dipper is more difficult to execute, but just as effective. Either way works. Best of all, mix them up. Hit with less pace occasionally. By varying your shots, you keep them guessing. 3. Bust a return right at your opponent. When I come to the net against Ivan Lendl, I make sure my health insurance is paid up. I call him the Terminator. One of his tactics is to seek and destroy. He'd as soon hit you as pass you. Obviously, most players on tour can fight off a ball hit directly at them from the baseline, but Lendl will nail you occasionally even when he's up close. I got hit so hard one time I had Wilson spelled upside down and backwards on my chest for a week. But it's legitimate. After all, a player who's covering the net is basically trying to limit your escape options. They're stealing the court from you, with their body, and forcing you to hit to a smaller target. One way to escape is to go right at them. A running back in football generally tries to go around tacklers. When necessary, Eric Dickerson will put his head down and go right through the tackler. Ivan isn't afraid to go through a net rusher in his own way. He wants you to have to keep in mind that he might go cross-court. He might go down the line. He might lob. Or he might put the tennis ball right into your belly at 100 miles an hour. He can make someone at the net look silly a lot of ways. And by occasionally hitting at the player, he's added another option his opponent has to worry about. You can do the same. Don't be polite. A player who wants to come in behind their serve should have to factor in that you aren't afraid to hit at them. It means they have to consider an additional option. When to do it? Do it when your other options are limited, when the net rusher has closed off easier shots and forced you to make a difficult one to win the point. Then they become fair game. And just so you don't hurt yourself by swinging too hard, remember this. When I say bust it, I don't mean wild flailing or overswinging. Take a full cut at the ball. Aim for a high-velocity swing, but stay in control. Most players tend to slap at the ball when they want to hit harder. It's all arm and hand. Bust it, but don't break it. Do this just enough to keep your net rusher guessing. One of the added payoffs is that they will tend to hit balls that are going out. Because the ball is getting to them quicker, because the element of surprise is at work, because it's harder to judge a ball's distance when it's coming right at you, players are likely to take a fast reflex swing at a ball hit directly at them, even if it's headed out. Remember this about sportsmanship. It's not appropriate to hit at someone if you're looking at a sitter. In other words, if you're hitting an overhead up close, or if you have another option that's an easy shot for a winner, it's inappropriate to nail someone just to get their attention. But if they're closing you off and you're looking at tough shots to get out of the point, your opponent is a legitimate target. Put your sights on their belly button and let it fly. 4. Return serve cross-court. Let me give you a rule that applies generally whenever you return serve, but especially when the server attacks you by coming to the net. Hit your service return cross-court when possible. It's a good idea to return serve cross-court because of the logistics involved. When you try to return a serve down the line, you have immediately brought the sidelines into play. You're flirting with hitting the ball wide. Being just a little off means that you lose a point without even making your opponent have to hit the ball. Also, as you know, the net is higher at the sides than in the middle. Finally, you have more court to hit to going diagonally or cross-court. Pretty solid reasons for going back cross-court if possible, right? More court, less net, no sideline. But there's another advantage to hitting cross-court. By knocking your service return back diagonally, you force your opponent who's coming to the net to make a more difficult volley. If they want to hit to the open court, away from you, they have to hit down the line. Suddenly, they have to make a shot that gives them less court, more net, and brings the sideline into play. This applies on either the deuce or the ad court. Or they can make the other choice and hit the ball back to you. That's okay, it saves you a lot of running. So as a rule, and especially on big points, go cross-court on your service return. It'll pay off with more balls staying in for you and more missed volleys for your opponent who's approaching the net. 5. Learn to love the lob. The lob is often overlooked by club players returning a serve because it's a shot that seems difficult in that situation. Give it a chance. Remember, you don't really even have to swing. Basically, you just have to block the ball back using the server's pace. Always try to lob to their backhand side. You'll see good results. The element of surprise is what is important in this response. The serve volley player who knows you're just going to keep trying to make a passing shot will try to get closer and closer to the net. If you occasionally throw up a lob, it forces that player to protect themselves by not closing to the net as much. When you've got someone who is camping on the net, hoist a lob up to their backhand side. It'll keep them honest. This is a response you rarely see on tour because of the difficulty of making a lob off a pro's serve, and because lobs tend to get eaten up at that level. At the club level, the lob can be a useful return of serve option. 6. Mix and match. The tactics I've suggested here will work. The serve volley player tends to put you on the defensive and you get on the run. You never get a rhythm going and everything is reactive. By adding what I've suggested to what you're now doing, you'll make yourself less predictable, less defensive, and more varied. You'll force the serve volley player to do more and more to win a point. Eventually, their mistakes will start mounting up. That's when you'll win. Also, keep in mind that points usually end quicker in a serve volley game. It can be extremely aggravating to have your opponent win points so fast over and over. Keep your perspective. A point is just a point, whether it's an ace or a 20-shot rally. If your opponent is serve volleying and winning points, stay calm and resist the urge to hit out in anger. Andre Agassi never lost his cool when Ivan Isavic was throwing all those aces at him during Wimbledon '92. Andre kept looking for his shots on the service return and didn't let Goran's service winners break down his composure. You should do the same. Stay in control when your opponent starts ending the points quickly. Make them hit a variety of shots. Don't give them freebies. If they can counter what you're doing for the whole match, they deserve to win. But chances are they won't. The weak serve. The player who can take their opponent's weak serve and use it to their own advantage has a tremendous asset. In my own game, my serve works against me like this. My first serve is good enough. On a day when I'm on, it can be effective. I played Agassi in a Volvo semi-final match in 1991 and aced him 15 times and hit a bunch of service winners, beating him in straight sets, 6-1, 6-2, because of it. But that's my first serve. My second serve is another story. The second serve has me psyched out. All my career, I've had a weak second serve. It's just something I've never been able to overcome. There's a little more pressure with that second serve, especially on big points or when I know the receiver is good at capitalizing on my weakness. My second serve stinks, and it has really cost me against the players who know how to take advantage of it. Lendl is the best, or worst, for me. He's like Freddy Krueger when he's waiting for my second serve. He absolutely eats it up. Becker is another one who feeds on my weak second. McEnroe does, too, not by using power like Lendl or Becker, but by taking the ball early, chipping and charging the net. Either way, I'm immediately playing catch-up. So what happens? To protect myself against a player who can take advantage of the weak second serve, I'm forced to make sure my first serve gets in. To do that, I have to take something off of it. Doing that reduces its effectiveness. You can see the progression. By knowing how to capitalize on a weak second serve, mine, the receiver, Lendl, has forced me to change my first serve or suffer the consequences. Fortunately, I'm good at working the first serve to my advantage. Not necessarily with power, but with good direction, consistency, and movement. I maximize the first serve because my second serve often makes me vulnerable. That's what you want to do with the player with a nothing second serve. You want to force them to get more cautious on their first serve. The nerf serve is probably the one you'll have to receive most frequently at the club level. Whether it's a second serve that's weak or first serve that has nothing on it, you will see the nerf serve often. You'll see it most of all at important moments in the match. That's when the player serving to you is most likely to get nervous and develop the elbow. The tennis ball comes over the net with nothing to it. No pace, no depth, no spin. It's like watching sand go through an hourglass. It takes forever. And it's a son of a gun to take advantage of. Here's opportunity waiting and you can't capitalize. The problem is that a ball just sitting there waiting to be creamed brings out the beast in you. You know it's opportunity knocking, but instead of just opening the door, you try to tear it off its hinges. Bang! As hard as you can. Bang! As big as you can. Bang! As deep as you can. Bang! It goes in the can. Unforced error. Dumb mistake. In golf, they'd say too much club. You do that a few times and you get gun-shy and change your tactics. Pretty soon you see a nerf ball serve and you hit a nerf ball return. You get timid. You had opportunity staring you in the face and you handed it right back to your opponent. Back and forth you go. Every so often you get up the courage again and take a ferocious cut at a weak one. Into the back fence. Then it's back to the patty cake return. There is a solution. Here are the tactics you should use to capitalize on a weak serve. 1. Move inside the baseline. Waiting for the weak serve in your usual spot on or behind the baseline means you have to be running forward to get to a weak serve. You've made the shot more difficult by making yourself go farther to get the ball. Step inside the baseline 2 feet, maybe 3 feet, depending on how bad the server is. Now you're in a position where you only have to move forward slightly to get the weaker serve, and you can swing normally. 2. Keep your feet moving. The easier the shot, the lazier the player. It's not that receivers don't try to kill the ball, it's that they quit doing what's necessary to hit with force. They swing at the ball with a swatting motion like they were trying to catch a hummingbird with a butterfly net, all wrist and arm. It's like the brain is telling them, hey, this is no sweat, an easy one, take a break. With a weak serve coming, the tendency is to let up. Bad thinking. The laziness first shows up in your footwork. I see big lunging steps or no steps at all. A player will stand there waiting for the ball to arrive or wait until the last second and lurch at the ball. Instead, you should keep your feet moving with short, peppery steps. Watch Connor's feet, or Lendl's when he's getting ready for the weak serve. Light, quick, and on their toes. They can get to and set up the ball with much more consistency, much better balance, and much better timing. Start the feet moving before the toss. Stay light and loose on the balls of your feet when you smell the weak serve coming. 3. Shorten your grip and your backswing. The urge to overhit a ball that looks easy, the sitter or duck, will be reduced if you grip down a little on your racket. This will shorten your swing and help you maintain control of the racket. I've seen players grip down 5 or 6 inches. That's too much, or at least unnecessary. Just move your hand 2 or 3 inches up toward the racket head. You're much better able to control things that way, and psychologically the shorter grip tends to reduce your urge to overswing. 4. Hit with your racket, not your ego. Having done all of the above, you're still going to make unforced errors if you don't control your urge to kill the ball. I call it getting big eyes. The player sees that soft serve waiting to be destroyed, the eyes bug out in anticipation, and the mind short circuits. Result? Unforced error. Keep your eyes in your head. You just want to make a good return, so hit it with your racket, not your ego. And that goes for any sitter. Volleys, overheads, ground strokes. Manage your shots. Power is usually less important than placement. When you start seeing the patty cake second serve, make it a priority to place your return to the opponent's weak side. When the player across the net sees you successfully and consistently capitalizing on their weak second serve, they will start taking something off their first serve. You have made them change their game. Your advantage. The lefty's serve. The left-handed player has 2 advantages over you if you're right-handed. One is in your head, and the other is on the court. Let's look at the court advantage first. A left-handed server's strong side is the ad court. This is the court where they can more easily serve to your backhand. They can really move you off the court if they're able to swing their serve wide. A right-handed player's strong serving court to a lefty is the deuce court. Again, because it's easier to serve to a lefty's backhand on deuce court with a spin serve. So it all evens out, right? On one side, you have a serving advantage, the deuce court. And on one side, the lefty has an advantage, the ad court. The problem for a right-handed player is this. More ad points come up on the ad court than on the deuce court. How do you think it got its name? This means that in every match, a lefty has more game opportunities on the court that favors their serve. They can swing a right-handed player off the court on those points when it counts most. A right-handed player has a much more difficult time trying to exploit the lefty on the ad court. If you do try to move a lefty wide off the ad court, you're forced to hit a more difficult serve. Less court, higher net, tougher angle. And even if you succeed, the ball is still coming to the lefty's forehand and presumably stronger side. If you hit to their backhand, you're serving up the gut and leaving your left-handed opponent in the middle of the court. Not the best option when you want to get the point off to a good start. Again, you're going to have to take away the lefty's advantage by minimizing their strength. Here's how to do it. 1. Be an alley cat. If you face a lefty who's consistently able to swing you off the ad court by serving wide to your backhand, you have to cheat. By that I mean you have to take away the wide serve by moving closer to the ad court alley. It reduces their target area dramatically when you start cheating to your backhand side. Get closer to that alley, and a few steps forward or closer to the net, when receiving their serve. The pie chart for tennis. This might explain it better, and it applies elsewhere. Depending on where you are positioned during a point, you give up parts of the court in greater or lesser degree. I think of it like the pie charts in USA Today. If you're standing exactly on the center of your own baseline, the opponent has 2 equal pieces of pie to hit at, the deuce court and the ad court. If you move to your right, what happens? The left side of the pie gets bigger. If you move to your left, the right side gets bigger. Obviously, the bigger side is an easier target for your opponent. So when you face a lefty's serve on the ad court, move to your left and give them a sliver of pie on your backhand side and a nice chunk of pie on your forehand side. You've made it harder for them to serve to your backhand, to swing you off the court. You tempt them with more court on your forehand side, but to take advantage of it, they will have to hit a more difficult flat serve up the middle. You'd probably make this adjustment somewhat anyway. What I'm suggesting is that you over-adjust. Don't try to be secret about it. Don't try to sneak over a little bit. Do it big time. Let your opponent know you're taking away their advantage. Force them to serve to your forehand. Force them to serve up the center of the court on the ad court. and force them to do it on big points when you've got a 2 or 3 point advantage. At 0-40, stand in the alley, or even outside the double sideline. See what they do? You'll love it. Adjust somewhat if they can effectively hurt you down the middle. Find a receiving position where they have trouble swinging the serve to your backhand and can't get it by your forehand. You are disrupting their preferred routine. You've taken away what they would like to do and forced them to accept a secondary option. You have denied them the chance to routinely hit their strength to your weakness. You have forced them to hit a more difficult serve to your stronger side. This is exactly what you want to accomplish. Now for the consequences. Will you get aced down the middle? Of course, but challenge your opponent to make that move. The lefty will see the huge opening, the big piece of pie you've conceded, and start changing their game. Initially, they'll get greedy and go for the big ace down the middle to teach you a lesson. You can't step around your backhand on me, buddy. Remember, you're challenging them, disrupting them, probing them. If they don't get the ace, it'll either be out or in your wheelhouse. If it's in, nail it. The lefty may now decide to try your backhand side even though you've given them only a sliver to hit to. A couple of faults and they'll begin trying to go down the center again. If they happen to be sharp that day, you'll have to give up some of the alley you've claimed. You'll have to give them a smaller piece of the pie to hit to on your forehand side, but it's more likely you'll start to see mistakes. They'll try to steer the serve into the little opening on your backhand side, producing faults, or blast the ball down the middle for an ace. You've made them change their game from something that works against you to something that isn't as effective. Does it work all the time? No, but it works often enough to be a disrupting factor that can change their game, especially if you keep adjusting. Keep mixing your position up so your opponent has to react to what you're doing and not the other way around. Keep changing the pie chart. Give them a big chunk on your forehand side one time and less the next time. One time make your move when they can see you. The next time move just after they make their toss and can't see you. Take their mind off the ball they're trying to hit and move it on to you, especially at 40 love or love 40. Now you can really throw it in their face. 2. Don't give credit to a lefty. So the lefty has a court advantage that you have to deal with. What about the psychological advantage? This second advantage is more subtle, but just as common. Both club and pro players tend to get bent out of shape at the prospect of even playing a lefty. We tend to put ourselves under the gun and expect to lose. I used to worry about it a lot. I just felt that a McEnroe or a Connors had so much to start with that to have the advantage of being a lefty was almost unfair. While Connors didn't really maximize his serve potential, McEnroe did. His great hook serve was hellacious. It would swing wide, the can opener, bounce low, and run you off the court into the stands. Try and hit a winner with him at the net when you're sitting in the first row of seats. Tough. I'd get myself in a losing frame of mind just thinking about it. What I had to do was tell myself that the court advantage could be minimized somewhat, that I could reduce the effectiveness of his best serve with proper positioning. From that point on, I thought the lefty and I played on an even field. I simplified it. Once we got into the point, we were playing even. I quit telling myself that the lefty had such a big advantage. I quit worrying because I knew the lefty was at a disadvantage when I was serving to the deuce court. The best thing you can do to neutralize the psychological advantage is to play more lefties. Get used to knowing that when you hit a forehand to the deuce court against a lefty, it's going to your opponent's backhand and probably weaker side. Know that throwing up a lob on the alley side of the deuce court is going over their backhand side. The usual tactics you use are reversed against a lefty. When you include lefties in your regular schedule of partners, suddenly the perceived advantage evaporates. Putting it into practice against McEnroe. Remember the '86 Masters match against McEnroe at Madison Square Garden? He retired for 6 months after I beat him. The reason I won that match was because I used the strategy I've just outlined. I had played and lost to him several months before, but the match had been close. I lost 6-4 in the third, but for the first time I really felt that I could beat him. I thought about it a lot heading into that match at the Garden. In preparing my game plan, I decided to do exactly what I've just outlined. I intended to crowd the alley on the ad court when he served. In addition, I wanted to step in slightly closer to the net when I got a chance to see a second serve. I knew that by coming in a little, I'd get more aggressive. This was good. If McEnroe senses that you're tentative about what you're trying to do, he smells blood and takes advantage of your indecision. In that match, I had 2 goals. Take away his can opener serve on the ad court and be more aggressive. What happened? By the end of the second set, his serve had started to weaken. He was trying to force it up the middle on the ad court. I was giving him that bigger piece of pie. And he started missing it. Just a little, but missing it nevertheless. I was challenging him so much that on his first serve I'd be standing halfway in the alley, just tempting him to go up the gut. And on that day, he couldn't do it enough to hurt me. He was missing enough so that he had to let up on his serve and bring it into my forehand. Then I'd mix up my returns, busting it one time and massaging it back the next. It kept him off balance. I had minimized his strongest weapon in serving and made him try to beat me with something else. Most days, Mac could adjust, but not that night at the Masters in New York. If it worked against him, believe me, it will work against the lefty you play. The heater. The heater. The bomb. The serve with a lot of stick on it. These days, at least at the pro level, serves are coming in faster and harder. The new rackets are making ballistic missiles out of fuzzy balls. In fact, the tennis balls themselves seem different from a few years ago. I believe they're harder. That, combined with the newer rackets, means there's just more firepower available to good servers today. Stitch, Krajicek, Wheaton, and a lot of other young players are changing tennis with that power. Believe me, it's not just the result of their service motions. On grass, it can become almost a joke. At the 1991 Wimbledon men's finals between Stitch and Becker, the average point lasted less than 3 seconds. In the semis that year, Stitch beat Stefan Edberg, and Edberg never lost his serve once. Power serving. When I run into a guy who's in the zone with his serve on a particular day, just firing aces like it's nothing, there's not a lot I can do. I mean, in order to return a serve, first you have to see it. When a ball is coming up the gut at 131 miles an hour, it's by me before I can wink. It's like the story of the cowboy who said he was the fastest gun in the West. Somebody at the bar said, "Prove it, partner. Show me that fastest draw in the West." So the cowboy got up, put his hands above his guns, and stood there motionless. 5 seconds later, he asked, "Want to see it again?" That's how it is playing against a heater by Pete Sampras. Want to see it again? And my answer is no. It is unlikely you'll ever be on the receiving end of a serve that breaks the sound barrier. But you will face some serves that are big enough to put you on the defensive, forcing you to make errors or throw back weak returns. In that situation, there are a couple of important tactics to keep in mind that I use when necessary. Move back 3 steps. When someone is beating you with a particular shot or style of play, it's important to change what you're doing. Give the player who's cruising along on the other side of the net a different look. Make them react to what you're doing. That's true in almost any situation in tennis, and it's true here. When someone comes in with a serve you can't handle, change your court position for receiving serve. First of all, move back. Don't fall into the macho mindset where you're thinking, "Hey, I'm going to stand my ground. I don't care how hard he's serving." Don't be proud. Back up. Maybe 5 feet. The extra distance will give you the time you need to react to the ball. Move in 3 steps. Then move in closer. Get inside the service line closer than you'd normally position yourself. You'll try to block the ball back. Grip down on the racket and make contact in front of your body. The idea, of course, is to start disrupting your opponent's smooth ride. You're making him think. You're trying to get him to change what he's doing. And believe me, moving up or back will do that. When a server sees you standing up close, challenging him, the result is predictable. They'll try to hit even harder. And when you move back behind the baseline 5 feet, they start trying to take advantage of the angles available by going wide on either side of you. In both situations, do you see what happened? You got them to change their game. Sounds too simple, doesn't it? It works. Bjorn Borg often stood 12 feet behind the baseline at Wimbledon, and he won it 5 times in a row. Michael Chang stood almost on the service line because of leg cramps and forced Ivan Lendl to double fault on match point in the French Open. Michael did a major number on Ivan's mind with that move. Yes, it does work. Make your racket shorter. The big serve gets on you too fast. You don't have time to react. It's even more difficult if you're swinging the racket with your hands at the end of the grip. Make your racket more manageable by shortening your grip. Hold it 2 or 3 inches closer to the head of the racket. You'll have better control and be able to move it into position quicker. Cut your swing in half. When you're getting pounded by a big serve, shorten your swing. Think of taking half a swing. If that doesn't work, think of just blocking your return back. Agassi blocked serves back for winners several times in earning his first Wimbledon title. Use the pace your opponent is supplying and just make good contact. This is very effective at all levels of play and is usually ignored by recreational players. They love to hit a hard ball hard. That's why there are so many miss hits, late hits, and donated points. Messing with their minds. If you can diminish the effectiveness of your opponent's best serve, you've really given yourself a big boost toward winning the match. If it's a lefty with a good can-opener serve, cheat to the alley and force them to try and beat you up the middle. If you're playing a righty who can pound it down the middle on the deuce court, move to your left and give them just a sliver of the pie to hit to on your backhand side, and mix it up. If someone's beating you consistently with their serve, you've got to work on their mind. Move to your new position when they can see you, but before they settle into their pre-serve motion. Then, later, move after they toss and can't see you. Exaggerate the move so that you force them away from their preferred shot. It's poor sportsmanship to be hopping back and forth simply to distract your opponent. It's legitimate to move with the purpose of taking a new position. It breaks up their rhythm, the mental groove that they have. Instead of tearing you up with one particular serve, you make them beat you with something else. When you watch a match on the tube, think along with the receiver. Watch how they position themselves to force an opponent away from a damaging serve. Then do it in your own matches. Next, recognizing opportunity during a match. The smell of blood. 9. The 7 hidden ad points. Deadly dynamics. Recreational tennis players tend to consider most points and games in their match as being roughly equivalent. The second point of a game is about the same as the fourth point. 15-15 is no different from 30-30. The third game of the opening set is no different from one played at 4-all in the second set. With the exception of ad points, it's all pretty much the same on their scale of importance. Note: For brevity, add points and break points are both referred to as add points. Any point that can win a game for one of the players is called an add point. But the differences in the impact specific points and games can have on the momentum and outcome of the match are significant. There are certain moments in the match that are dynamic and volatile. They have both psychological and strategic weight that can really help or hurt your cause. Add points get attention. We know that an add point presents opportunity. The player who has one and converts it, wins it, secures a game. It's the kind of opportunity that every player from Mac the Hack to the #1 player in the world understands. On an add point, especially for a set or match, you sweat, your heart starts pumping, and your blood pressure rises. At least it should. Most players wake up for an add point, even the very first one, because a game is on the line, for them or their opponent. Since just about everybody recognizes the impact of an add point, players get a little pumped when one arrives. You're not going to catch your opponent unaware very often. When was the last time you won your add point and didn't know what you'd done? That was for the game? Rarely. And if it was for the set, never. The same goes for the people you play. Add points get noticed. They're obvious and they get treated with respect. Learning the moment. Sleeping booty. In my own approach to building victory, I seek those dynamic or impact situations that get overlooked by the other guy. Add points aren't included because players are alert to them. However, there are important moments during a match that significantly affect its dynamics and that aren't appreciated. I call them hidden add points. They are situations that allow a player to get to an opportunity like an add point, produce or deny momentum, re-establish their presence, or continue their dominance in the match at critical times. Often, there are moments your opponent won't regard as offering any special reward. So when they come up, your opponent is asleep. The booty is unguarded, especially at club level. That's when you can do yourself some real good just by being alert to the potential of the situation. I call it learning the moment, recognizing the dynamic importance of crucial junctures in the match. These undervalued swing points and games can have a tremendous impact on the outcome of your match if you're aware of them. If you do nothing more than recognize them when they occur, and they occur frequently, you'll be giving yourself a significant advantage. And if you play them intelligently, your winning percentage will go up. Your tennis security system. When those moments arrive, an alarm goes off inside me. Just as getting off to a dominant start can have a great effect on what follows, I know that these hidden or overlooked opportunities can also greatly influence the outcome. I want to recognize them when they arrive, be alert, and capitalize on them as best I can. Here are the ones I've singled out over the years as being especially important to me, opportunities where I don't want my mind to drift, where I want to be totally engaged and play smart tennis. The 7 hidden add points. 1. The setup point. 2. The setup game. 3. The dictate games. 4. Stretching a lead. 5. Stopping the match from slipping away. 6. Tiebreaker tactics. 7. Closing out a match. These are specific situations that come up, must be recognized, and need my full attention. Let's translate. 1. The setup point. For some pros, the ones not making any money, and most recreational players, there are 2 kinds of points: add points and all the rest. Wrong. I treat the point that can get me or my opponent to an add point as a major moment because it offers a major reward. That reward is the opportunity to win or convert a game. I call any point that precedes an add point a setup point. The point played at love 30, 30 love, 15-30, 30-15, 30-30, and deuce are all setup points for one or both players. When I'm looking at one of those, score bells are ringing inside me, especially at 30-30 or deuce, when we both have a chance to step up and get to an add point. Those are the points that really get the juices going. Each one is a big swing because it decides who gets a chance to cash in on the game. If the set or match comes with winning that game, the setup point's value is multiplied. I think of those moments as super setup points. If I win a setup point at 30-30 or deuce, I'm only 1 point away from winning the game. My opponent is 3 points away, a big difference. If I win a point at 30-15 to go up 40-15, the spread is even bigger. Psychologically, it's all positive. Winning it allows me to move into a strong position mentally whether I'm serving or receiving. In fact, often at the club level, if your opponent is serving and you win your setup point, moving to add out, it may be all you need to do. A double fault can give you the game. I know if I get enough add point opportunities, while limiting those of my opponent, I'll probably win the match. And the setup point is where those opportunities are created. In baseball, you can't get a hit until you come up to the plate with a bat in your hands. In tennis, you can't win a game without a convert opportunity. The setup point can give you the chance to come up to the plate, or to keep your opponent from doing so. It's very important and it gets my respect. And what's best about the setup point at the club level is that your opponent is usually unaware of the weight it carries. They tend to play them just like any other point, without a great deal of thought or focus. 30-15 just doesn't get their attention. 30-30 doesn't alert them. Their wake-up call is the add point, not the point preceding it, the setup point. Now is when you make sure your mind is focused, your body is prepared, and your plan is in place. It's when you can catch them unaware. Rule 1. Get it in or get it back. When a setup point arrives, either for me or the other player, I pay attention. The primary goal I have in mind is this: get it in or get it back. That means if I'm serving, I want to get the ball in. If I'm receiving, I want to get the ball back, and preferably to a spot that forces my opponent to hit a weaker shot. And it's even more important at 30-30 or deuce. These points require more caution. Or, to put it another way, they require less casualness or carelessness. Serving at 40 love, you might want to try busting one in, going for your annual ace. If you're receiving, maybe you'll try a spectacular return. Not at 30-30 or deuce. Let your opponent go for the glory. Serving at 30 love, the server tends to get careless because that score feels like it's bigger than it is. Pay attention. Win that point, and you get 3 straight convert opportunities. Get that first serve in. Don't double fault. What's surprising is how often club players will double fault or carelessly slam a service return long or into the net on a setup point. They've just given their opponent a convert opportunity or denied it to themselves, free of charge, because they didn't understand the significance of the point and what it can mean to the dynamics of the match. That's unintelligent tennis. Rule 2. Be sensible after the serve. Once the point is underway, be sensible. Don't get fancy, don't get brilliant, no stupid errors. It's amazing how often recreational players will go for the miracle shot in the middle of a rally when neither player has any advantage. That may be okay with a big lead, although even then I dislike seeing it and absolutely hate doing it. At crucial moments, a risky shot is a sign of a player who doesn't understand the game. Let your opponent play brain dead when it counts. This doesn't mean you should play patty cake tennis. It means you should manage your shots, avoiding low percentage shots that carry unnecessary risk at inappropriate times. And that's the strategy you should apply to all of the hidden ad points. Pressure paralyzes. Winning the setup point can create pressure. All players are most tense when something is at risk. Losing that setup point can put your game, set, or match at risk. Pressure will be layered on your strokes and confidence, and to some degree, pressure paralyzes most recreational players. Recognizing the importance of a winning setup point and approaching it correctly will consistently keep pressure off you and place it on your opponent. 2. The setup game. Any game that can move a player to within one game of the set is a setup game. It's similar to the setup point in that it's generally not viewed as anything special, just another game. But it is special. It isn't just another game, as I'll demonstrate with the '92 Wimbledon final. In the setup game at 4-4 or 4-5, when both players have a chance to move up to a set game, has tremendous dynamic value. If you break serve, you are then serving for the set. Or if you hold serve at 4-4 or 4-5, your opponent has the pressure of knowing if they don't hold serve, they lose the set or match. Knowing that they have to hold serve or lose is significant pressure for most recreational players. It can also be significant pressure for a professional. All Goran Ivanisevic had to do to stay alive in the 5th set against Andre Agassi in the '92 Wimbledon final was to hold serve. But Goran knows if he doesn't hold serve at 4-5, he loses the match. Pressure? Even though he had over 200 aces in the tournament and 37 aces up to that point in the match, he began that service game with 4 consecutive faults. On match point, his first serve went 18 inches below the top of the net. That's the pressure of knowing you have to hold serve or lose the match. And that's the kind of pressure you can put on your opponent by winning a setup game. Goran later told the press, "For the first time all match, I was thinking in the air. Instead of thinking about my plan before I tossed the ball, I started thinking when the ball was in the air." Pressure did it, and it was the pressure created when Agassi won the setup game. Andre understood fully the dynamics of winning the setup game when he was serving at 4-4 in the 5th. Agassi later said that he wanted to hang in long enough to make Goran think about it, to serve to save the match. He knew what enormous pressure would then fall on Ivanisevic's shoulders and elbow. Andre played a very effective and solid setup game at 4-4, holding at 15. He played very alert, stable, and sensible tennis. No shots with unnecessary risk. It was a classic example of understanding the dynamics of the situation. Underneath the long bleached hair was a brain thinking like a wise old professor of tennis. You can do the same in your matches if you pay attention. When a setup game arrives, especially at 4-all or 5-all, a flashing red light should go off in your head and signal, "Pay attention. The stakes have been raised. Don't be casual. Stay alert. Opportunity beckons." Your concentration level should notch up considerably. Every point here is a big point. Every point helps or hurts a lot more. The critical 7th game isn't so critical. Here's one of the reasons I don't agree with the common notion that the 7th game is such a critical game in a set. It is critical if it moves one player to within 4 points, one game of the set. This it can do at 4-2 or 2-4, but it doesn't have nearly the importance at 3-3 at the club level. The critical game of the set for me is the setup game, which moves one player to within striking distance of winning the set. Play like a boa constrictor. In those important swing moments of a match, I want to play like a boa constrictor. You know how a boa constrictor kills? It doesn't crush its prey, the victim suffocates. Each time the victim exhales, the boa constrictor tightens its hold slightly. The prey can't inhale as much on the next breath. Each time it breathes out, it can't breathe in as much. Soon it can't breathe in at all. Suffocation. Nothing flashy there, just constant, steady pressure. And that's my approach on the setup games where winning moves one player to within 4 points of the set, or match. Don't force shots. Don't get impatient. Don't try to make something out of nothing. Just keep squeezing. When I'm playing the setup game, I'm trying to get the other player to make mistakes, to get impatient, to go for the brilliant shot. And at a pivotal moment when a player can get to within 4 points of the set by winning the game, I put a premium on steadiness. I want my opponent to earn everything they get. Agassi played like a boa constrictor when he was serving at 4-4 in the fifth. Most of the time in recreational tennis, setup points and setup games are played loosely and without much consideration for their weight. A player who recognizes the potential in these situations will often have to do no more than get the ball over the net. The opponent will give up the points because of sloppy play and sloppy thinking. 3. The dictate games. The first 2 games of the second set, in a best-of-3 match, are my dictate games. It's when a player has an opportunity to continue their dominance over the other player after winning the first set, or to re-establish their presence in the match if they've lost the set. Here's what I mean. Win the first set, and the percentages say you should win the match. Remember, that happens almost 90% of the time for the top pros. Lose the first set, and you've got problems. However, there's a reason the contest continues after the first set. Winning it doesn't guarantee victory. Losing doesn't necessarily mean defeat. But win or lose, the first games of set 2 can significantly affect the dynamics of what follows. Rule 1. Beware the wounded bear. Let's assume you've won the opening set. Your opponent understands that it's a long road back to victory. Depending on their attitude or character, one of 2 things happen. They may get a little bit discouraged, figure it's not going to be their day, and quit trying. If they do, great. The meek may inherit the earth, but they won't win many tennis matches. More likely you'll have a wounded bear on your hands. A wounded bear is dangerous. You've injured them by winning the first set. Now their focus is sharp, and their motivation is high. They have to get something going, and they know it. They're prepared to dig in and fight at the beginning of set 2. For your part, it's critical that you continue the momentum you've created by winning the first set. Starting immediately in the second set, you want to stuff them. You want to slam the door on any hope they have. They're motivated and energized. You're looking for quick blood. They want to hurt you fast and turn this thing around, and they think they can do it. Of course they do. A good competitor believes he or she can turn it around. You want to puncture those hopes, and nothing hurts, or helps, their attitude and their game as much as losing, or winning, early in the new set. The dog in a player. Competitive spirit is an interesting quality in a player. Everyone has it, some more than others. Your job is to squash that spirit in the other player, to destroy any idea they might have of beating you on that day. But even quitters usually have a little fight left in them. They think they can win. It's just that it doesn't take much to convince them otherwise. A cloudy day can be enough to discourage them. With quitters, that first set loss may be all the convincing they need. With most others, it takes more to get them thinking, I'm going to lose today. How much more, you don't know. Against Jimmy Connors, it's a lot more. I know from experience. After I beat Jimmy in straight sets during the '87 Masters, we almost got into a fight in the locker room. He started yelling at me about how I'd never beat him again. So far, he's almost been right. How my win was an accident. How I didn't deserve to beat him. Sound familiar? He's standing there in his jockstrap telling me how I can't win even though I just canned him. Connors is a rare bird, though. He doesn't believe he should ever lose, and he wanted me to know that he didn't accept the fact that I could beat him. But I'll tell you this. Nobody you play thinks like Jimmy. After losing the first set, a lot of your opponents look at the beginning of the second set as a barometer of what's to come. If they lose early, they may quit early. If they win early, they think they're back in it. A lot of players will dog it if you can stick them early in that second set. Even among the top pros, you see it. Ivan Lendl was accused of tanking a match occasionally early in his career. He would just decide at some point, like early in the second set, it's not my day, and throw in the towel. Goran Ivanisevic does it occasionally now. Mentally, he's not as tough as he should be. He'll let something bother him, a bad line call or something else, and decide to check out for the day. Get 'em down and keep 'em down. I've seen in the course of hundreds of tournament matches that the beginning of the second set is often when a big psychological shift can occur. It's a new beginning for your opponent who's just lost the first set. You can smash that new beginning with a strong start. Even a quitter can get their hopes up if they get going early in set 2. But most of all, you must be aware of the wounded bear. When you win the first set, tell yourself you've just created a big problem. You've hurt your opponent and motivated them to come clawing out after you. You must pay attention or you'll get hurt. Rule 2. Beware the happy camper, or don't have your victory party before you have your victory. Players at every level of tennis are susceptible to relaxing a bit when they achieve something during a match. You know that one of the laws of tennis is this. The time you're most likely to lose your serve is right after you've broken serve. It has nothing to do with mechanics and everything to do with attitudes. A player who breaks serve tends to let down or get careless. The player who's been broken plays harder. The end of the first set is often when this attitude adjustment happens most dramatically. Winning that set creates a natural feeling of achievement accompanied by a false sense of security. After winning the opening set, a player becomes a happy camper, relieved, pleased, and satisfied. With this new attitude comes a decline in mental alertness and a temporary and subtle lessening of competitiveness. When you're a happy camper, that's when you're vulnerable. That's when you'll play a loose game, or games at a critical time. That's when you'll give your valuable advantage right back. It's truly a great player who gets hungrier with a lead, who doesn't get complacent and relaxed. There are 3 of them out there, and I'll get to them in a moment. The wounded bear and the happy camper go together. Of course, the wounded bear and the happy camper often appear at the same time. When you're feeling good and getting a little comfortable because you've won the first set, you can bet your opponent is feeling wounded and threatened. They are going to fight back hard. And conversely, when you get hurt and your system is on emergency, because you've just lost the first set, your opponent is across the net gloating just a little, relieved to be ahead. The window of opportunity. Close it or jump through it. If your opponent, having lost the opening set, comes out and immediately breaks you, the first set is erased in their mind. It's history. They feel the match is essentially even. If their attitude was negative, now it's positive. Just like that, the momentum shifts. And when momentum swings to the other player, it can be tough to get back. Don't let them crawl through this window of opportunity at the start of the second set because you've taken a little mental vacation. Slam it shut with alertness and solid tennis. And of course, it works the other way. If you've lost the first set, the beginning of the second set is when you look to strike back immediately, to re-establish your presence in the match. You want to take advantage of your opponent's more casual attitude and stick it to him. Your biggest window of opportunity exists right at the start of the second set. The dictate games. Jump through the window. Get back in the match. McEnroe understands dynamics. You'll see McEnroe become unhinged at this point occasionally. He's won the first set and is looking good. Then his opponent starts strong in the second set. McEnroe understands that you don't want to give the other player any hope at all of winning. This is why McEnroe really wants to drive the nail in the coffin. Instead, his opponent starts crawling out. The crowd is wondering why McEnroe will get crazy with himself when he's just won a set and loses serve early in the second. Doesn't he have a big lead? Isn't there plenty of time to get the break back? McEnroe understands the dynamics of the situation. He doesn't want to let the other player out of his grasp, and he knows that the psychological advantage he gained by winning the first set can evaporate with a bad start in the second. Be a good doubles partner to yourself. Sports psychologist Dr. Jim Loehr has found that a pro doubles team talks to each other an average of 83 times during a match. 83 times. That's a lot of talk, and we're not discussing where to have lunch. One of the most important things we talk about is those moments in the match where we have to be sharp and play a heads-up tennis. It's easy to forget in the heat of battle. In singles, nobody is out there to remind you. You have to be your own doubles partner. Talk to yourself. Tell yourself what's going on and what you want to do. I mention this because the beginning of the second set is a dynamic moment in the match. One of those times when you've got to remind yourself to be alert. Great gain can be made or damage done psychologically. If you know that and remind yourself to play accordingly, you'll capitalize on the moment more often than not. And that applies not only to this particular hidden ad point, but to all of them. Talk to yourself. Be your own coach. I do exactly that. If I get ahead, I force myself to get my mind right back into the fight. I don't want to feel any sense of relief that I've won the first set. I don't want to be comfortable. I don't want to feel like it's okay to relax a little bit. I don't want to enjoy the moment. I want to be afraid of what the other guy might do. In fact, I get nervous when I can sense that I'm feeling too comfortable in the match. I want to come out fighting. I know my opponent will. In those situations, and on the other hidden ad point moments, I want to play blue-chip tennis. No speculating on fancy shots or high-risk tactics. It's when I remember the tactics of the boa constrictor. Squeeze a little, then squeeze a little bit more. Those early games of the second set can make winning the match easier if you've won the preceding set. They can get you back into the match if you've lost it. Don't these same dynamics occur at the beginning of the third set? Not usually. Beginning a set where both players know they can win the match by winning that set usually alerts and motivates both players. If one of them gets broken early, they understand that they only have to recover that break, not a break and a set. Psychologically, there's a big difference. I'll admit that sometimes the beginning of the third set can create the same dangers and opportunities as the beginning of the second. In '93, I faced Andre in the finals of the Volvo San Francisco tournament. He won the first set and should have won the second set. I managed to fight back and win the tiebreaker, even though he had a couple of match points in it. He immediately broke me in the first game of the third set, partially because I'd let down a little. I was so happy to still be alive. From that point on, he ran with his lead and won easily. I let myself get vulnerable at the beginning of the third set, and he took advantage of it. But usually it happens at the beginning of the second. 4. Stretching a lead. Holding a lead once you've broken serve is often more difficult than getting the lead in the first place. Actually, increasing the lead is really tough. Again, it has to do with the psychology involved. It's the habit most of us have of getting comfortable after we've achieved something, whether it's winning a game or breaking serve. But this is the time when the alert player will get their head right back into the game. Anytime you break serve, the alarm inside your head should again start ringing. Concentrate on that first game after a break like it's the most important game of the match. Get the ball in play and keep the ball in play. I want to play more solid tennis. No mistakes, no unforced errors, no stupid shots. I want to squeeze my opponent more and more. I want to raise the degree of difficulty of the shots the other player has to make to beat me. This is when I tighten up the focus mentally and get more aggressive. I guarantee the other player is doing it. They want to get that break back right now. Aggressive doesn't mean hitting harder. What do I mean by aggressive? When I tell you to play more aggressively, you may think I mean run faster, hit harder, and get to the net. Attack. But playing aggressively doesn't necessarily mean hitting harder. It may mean hitting harder, but it may mean hitting softer. It can be the placement of the shot, down the middle or swinging wide. It can be the type of shot, topspin or underspin. What I mean by playing more aggressively is being mentally more alert, aware of the significance of the situation, and intent on not losing your advantage through sloppiness. I tighten the noose slowly. Michael Chang and Emilio Sanchez are experts at this approach. Once they have a lead, they just wait you out. They're very strong mentally with a lead. It is very difficult to get that lead back from them because you know they won't give you any easy points. You have to know your game. If you do play better with a lead, with less tension and pressure, go ahead and press the issue. If you make mistakes with that approach, stay with what got you the lead in the first place. Just concentrate on doing it better. As the saying goes, dance with who brung you. In either case, a primary factor is mental alertness and an understanding of the dynamics of the situation. You've got the lead with that break. Avoid becoming careless. Don't make stupid mistakes. Don't give up your advantage by getting mentally lazy. My motto, DRM. As I mentioned, my motto is DRM, don't rush me. Tennis players tend to speed up when they go ahead, or fall behind. It hurts their game. You feel good when you grab a break to go ahead. You're pumped. It's natural to step up the pace. But be careful. That's when mistakes happen. A double fault. An ill-advised attempt at a forehand winner. An approach shot at the wrong time. Bing, bing, bing. You've lost the break. So be deliberate. Don't race to the line and jump into the next point. Think a little about what you're going to do next. Don't slow it down, just don't speed it up. Here's my anti-rushing device. I'll pick out a spot on the back wall, in front of the spectator seats, or a mark on the court 5 or 10 feet behind the baseline. Each point, I will actually go to that mark and touch it with my racket or hand, or at least look at it. I walk back to it, touch it, and then go back to the baseline. It prevents me from jumping into points carelessly. When I've got a lead, I want to avoid getting careless. The best at stretching a lead. Jimmy Connors, John McEnroe, and Yvonne Lendl are the absolute masters on tour when it comes to holding and stretching a lead. Nobody else in tennis even comes close, although Jim Courier is showing signs of wanting to join the club. When I'm down a break at 2-4 against Lendl, the next time I look up at the scoreboard, it'll say 6-2, 3-0 Lendl. Before you even know it's happening, he's turned the match into a rout. Connors and Mac do the same. Most players don't feed on a lead like they do. There's something inside them that gets absolutely bloodthirsty when they go ahead. It's one of the reasons they're such great champions. When they've got you down and their foot is on the back of your neck, they're not satisfied. They want to get both feet on the back of your neck. And when they've got both feet on the back of your neck, they want to start jumping up and down on it. They are unique and very dangerous. Connors and McEnroe instinctively pound on the opponent even harder when they get ahead. I believe they avoid getting casual with a lead because they enjoy the thrill of beating on an opponent more than the feeling of being comfortable. They go for the throat when they have the chance. When they get up a break, they never think about just holding serve to win the set. They want to get another break, and another break. They don't want you to get another point. Lendl too. They get into a feeding frenzy with a lead. It's almost scary how focused and intense they can get. Courier now shows it in his game. Watch him play when he's ahead. He hits harder and goes for more at critical times than almost anybody else out there. Be a good liar. Very few players are like those guys. And just like most others, I tend to get comfortable when I'm ahead. The reason is simple and straightforward. Pressure makes us feel uncomfortable. We don't like it. So our mind will seize on any positive development as a reason to worry less, to feel less pressure, and subsequently think and play with reduced intensity. So when I do get up a break, I try to provide myself with a mental attitude that keeps me in a hungry mode. Here's what I do. I lie to myself. I'll think, Brad, pick it up now. You're down a break, even though I'm not. Don't fall behind. Work harder. You've got to break him back. This isn't going to be easy. It works. I feel like I'm fighting to catch up instead of sitting on and relaxing with a lead. In fact, the bigger the lead, the more I want to be concerned. I keep telling myself that unless I work even harder, I'll lose. The bigger the lead, the more consciously I work at being mentally engaged. When I'm behind, it happens automatically. The emergency alarm goes off by itself. When I'm ahead, I have to work on myself to keep my nose in the fight. I believe most recreational players are exactly the same way. What Connors, McEnroe, Lendl, and increasingly Courier do is very difficult to accomplish, and I don't recommend it. They increase the risk level of shots they take. They go into attack mode with a confidence that's really amazing. You've heard the phrase, protecting a lead? Not these guys. They're out to stretch their lead. And they do it because somehow, when they get ahead, they aren't afraid to start taking risks, and they can do it without making many mistakes. My approach is different, and I believe better for the average club player's game. Most players make mistakes when they start getting aggressive and hitting harder. My goal is to continue doing exactly what I did to get ahead, only better. I don't work on increasing my power. I work on increasing my awareness and concentration. I don't want to change my game. After all, it got me ahead. I want to work on my mind so that I stay on track. You should do the same. Players at all levels start feeling a great urge to experiment with new tactics and shots when they get ahead. It's strange thinking. They get a lead doing one thing and then want to hold or increase that lead by doing something else, usually something they're not as good at or they'd have done it originally. When you're ahead, keep doing exactly what worked to get you ahead. I go even further than that. I don't change anything when I'm leading. I usually keep the same shirt, even if it's soaked, the same racket, the same towel to wipe off sweat, and I want to keep the same ball in play after I win a point. Change nothing. 5. Stopping the match from slipping away. When I feel that a match is slipping away from me or in danger of slipping away, I want to make changes, strategically, mentally, and physically. In order to do that, I have to be observant. I have to ask, who's doing what to whom? If I can answer that correctly, I'll know where the adjustments in my game plan need to be made. First, I ask myself, am I following my game plan? Then, if I am following my plan, I ask, what is my opponent doing to defeat my strategy? Obviously, if for some reason the answer to the first question is no, I'll want to get back to what I said I would do in my pre-match preparation. I want to at least try and give my game plan a chance to work. Most recreational players tend to give up on their strategy too soon. They lose a few points or games with it and abandon ship. Give it a chance to work. Stay with it long enough to test your opponent. However, if you continue to struggle, you will need to address slippage. When a player breaks you and consolidates the break, hold serve, you have to be very sure it doesn't get any worse. I always figure I can come back from a break down. 2 breaks down is serious trouble. It's at that point in the match when DRM, don't rush me, is again very important. I know that mistakes tend to come in bunches. Suddenly, I'm not a little bit behind. I'm a lot behind. It's like stepping on a banana peel. Just like that, you can fall on your butt. And it's right at that point that I want to control the tempo of the match. I want to be deliberate. I want to avoid rushing. I don't want my opponent to cruise on that momentum they've built. That's when I'll make sure to walk back and touch the mark on the court or back fence between points. During that time, I'll be giving myself a pep talk. Come on, Brad, let's go. Work a little bit. Or I'll towel off. You'll often see a player take a towel from one ball person and after using it walk to the other side of the court and hand it to another ball person. It's just a mechanical device to slow things down and stop the slide from turning into an avalanche. Tying shoes, talking to the chair umpire or line officials, straightening strings, bouncing the ball before a serve. These are often just devices to cool the heat the other player has created. All done within the legal time limits, usually, but just bringing the tempo of the match back down a little. In part 3, you'll hear how McEnroe, Connors, and Lendl do this with great results. When a player starts to break open a tennis match, as Lendl does so effectively, it can turn into a stampede. You can lose control of things quickly, just like a car that hits a patch of ice and is suddenly skidding out of control. When that happens to me, I make the tempo of the match more deliberate. Most opponents will come out of their rhythm. They'll drop out of the zone they're in if you interfere with their momentum. This is going on constantly among the pros. Pay attention during a televised match to the tempo between points. Watch what a player does when they're behind or ahead. When they're ahead, they want to keep playing along at the same winning tempo that has given them the lead. When a good player starts falling behind, watch them slow things down. Change your shirt. When I'm behind and looking for a change, I shake up my attitude. And I do that by going to my equipment bag, my tools of the trade. I may change into a dry shirt, or put on a fresh pair of socks, have a Jolly Rancher, or just put a new sweatlet on my wrist. Just a little change to feel like it's a new start, a fresh beginning. When I'm trying to get a break back, I'll often tie both of my shoes. I'm telling myself it's time to bear down and work hard. Remember that old right tennis shoe that helped me win $114,000 against Jim Pugh at Stratton Mountain? I actually carried it around with me for a couple of years. I thought of it as my rally shoe and would change into it when I needed a little psychological boost. I want to feel positive and confident about my chances. I want to avoid that sense of being on the run. A little equipment change helps. A change of plans. At what point do you have to go further and actually change strategy? It varies from match to match and player to player. If you want a specific point in the match, it's this: when you're down a set and a break. That's not always the time to change, but it's a good guideline. You may have lost the first set in a tiebreaker and then lost serve because of great shots by your opponent. This is still a close match, but if your opponent won the first set easily and is doing the same in the second, you better change. Wait much longer and you're terminal. Occasionally, you will want to make a change in the first set. If you're down 0-5 and just getting wiped out, make some adjustments to see if they work. Get them going before you start the second set. If you want a specific point at which you should generally make a change, though, that's it. Down a set and a break. At that point, something has to change or you will lose. The match has been underway long enough to establish a trend, and the trend shows you congratulating the winner. Change your strategy. Analyze your options and give your opponent a different look. If I've been losing by staying at the baseline, I'll try to upset my opponent by coming to the net. If my second serve is getting bossed around, I'll know it's because my first serve isn't going in, and I'm letting my opponent see second serves. Remember the 87 Open against Becker? I was very conscious of keeping him from seeing my second serves. If I'm getting passed when I go to the net, I'll either attempt to improve my approach shot or decide to stay back at the baseline. If my opponent is attacking my backhand successfully, I'll take action to reduce my vulnerability there. My coach, Tom Chivington, actually believes I play better when I'm behind than when I've got a lead. He may be right, and if he is, it's because I'm better at handling things. I know what to do when I get behind. It's never a panicky situation. I recognize what needs to be done and do it. Perhaps the most important thing is to do it before it's too late. That's how you'll start climbing back into matches. 6. Tiebreaker tactics. During the 1993 ATP tournament in San Francisco, I had to play a total of 3 tiebreakers. I won them all, including one of the finals against Andre Agassi. My success in those tiebreakers and others was because I had a plan. Here it is. I think of a tiebreak as a mini-set. Everything is compressed, but the components of a set are all still present. During a tiebreak, you serve for the first time and receive serve for the first time. You need to break serve, a mini-break, to win. The tiebreak has a dictate game, or dictate points, at its beginning. It has the setup point, and it often requires that you hold a lead or stop the tiebreak from slipping away. The dynamics are very similar to those in a regular set, but condensed and more potent. Because the results of a tiebreaker decide who wins the set, and because it's so compressed, I am extremely aware of the tempo of the match during this period. DRM is my watchword. Playing quickly and carelessly can immediately put you at a disadvantage from which you won't recover. 3 double faults in the third game of the first set may cost you the game. Do the same thing during a tiebreak, and the consequences will almost always be much more severe. I approach a tiebreak just as I do the rest of the set. You should do the same. Approach the beginning of a tiebreak with the thought in mind that you are going to play blue-chip tennis. Let your opponent be spectacular. The first 2 points of a tiebreak are dictate points. You can seize control and put your opponent at an immediate disadvantage, in a position where they may pressure themselves into making mistakes because they're behind. Those first 2 points bring increased tension to the match, and so I want to be extremely careful not to go for a high-risk shot just because I'm nervous and want to end the point quickly. Separate those first 2 points of the tiebreak from the set you just played. Don't just glide into them. Gather your thoughts and refocus. Walk back and touch the mark on the court while you think over what your game plan is. This is not just an extension of the last game of the previous set. Make yourself isolate those first 2 points and play them with renewed alertness. Get it in or get it back. You don't want to play afraid, but you don't want to introduce loose shots or new tactics unless you're very comfortable with them. Continue to use what was successful in getting you to the breaker. The tiebreak is a separate entity and needs attention. Don't rush. Be deliberate and know what you're going to do, especially at the beginning. Each player's initial serve in the tiebreak is performed under high pressure. So again, my goal is to get it in. I don't like to try to do too much. I think of those first points as being similar to the start of the first set. I want to be sure early in the tiebreak to play within my game. I want to avoid being too ambitious. Often, with the increased pressure of a tiebreak, a player's nervousness will cause him or her to try an inappropriate shot. I want to play steadier tennis, not flashier tennis at this time. Too often, players will approach a tiebreak less with the thought of winning it than with the hope that their opponent will lose it for them. That's not conservative play. It's constricting play, and it will hurt you. Go for your shots if they present themselves, but don't try to jam in a winner just because you get impatient. The tendency to just hope your opponent loses it is especially common when you get a lead during a tiebreaker. You go ahead 4-1 and suddenly get nervous, hoping the opponent will just hand it to you. This is when I will lie to myself, tell myself that I'm behind so I don't get complacent and lose my intensity. It's when you have to talk to yourself about what you want to do. And, of course, the point in a tiebreak that precedes a set point is one that I treat as very special. A setup point in a tiebreak, for example 5-3, is almost always undervalued at the club level and even sometimes at the pro level. It can move me or my opponent up to an opportunity to win the set or match. I want no stupid mistakes, no unnecessary risks. Squeeze your opponent like a boa constrictor. At this crucial moment in a match, where you can move up to a set point, make sure your game is under control and you're thinking correctly. 7. Closing out a match. It may seem out of place to include tactics for closing out a match in a chapter called The 7 Hidden Ad Points. After all, what's so hidden about the opportunity presented when you're serving for the match? The reward is obvious: winning the match. While the reward is obvious, the dangers aren't. Closing out a match is a delicate time for the player who has the chance to do it. One of two attitudes usually prevails in the recreational player at such moments: an assumption that the job is almost done and victory is in hand, or a subtle fear that they won't be able to finish the task. More dangerous than either of those mindsets is what is going on across the net with the player in danger of being closed out. One of the most common mistakes tennis players make is to underestimate the opponent who is in immediate danger of losing the match. It's an extension of the wounded bear syndrome. That player is a lethal weapon. They will frequently play their best tennis just as you are in a position to win the match. Always remember, a fish fights hardest when you get it next to the boat, and a tennis player at any level does the same. Regardless of what they may have done previously in the match, expect the worst. This means expect their best. Assume they're going to be faster and tougher, to hit deeper shots with fewer mistakes. They will fight their hardest as you try to drag them in. The way I prepare myself is to lie a little, again, to myself. I tell myself I'm the one in trouble. I'm the one who has to work to save the match. I'm the one who needs to be most alert. I want to feel that just when I'm closing in on victory, I'm at the most dangerous point. I also remind myself to expect my opponent's best tennis to surface at this time. I don't want to be surprised by outstanding efforts. I'll be sure to keep nerves under control by monitoring my breathing and footwork. Nervebusters number 1 and number 2. DRM is my tempo. I don't want to drag along, but I want to be very sure that I'm mentally and emotionally under control before a point starts. And when the point starts, I return to my basic concept of winning tennis. No mistakes, no free points, no stupid shots. I want my opponent to get his points the hard way. I want him to earn them. Donate to charity, not to your opponent. One basic element of my approach to a tennis match, and especially to the hidden ad points, is to be very stingy when it comes to giving my opponent free points. I work hard at managing my concentration and making sure I understand the dynamics of the match. The 7 hidden ad points are recurring swing moments in the match where I want to be especially connected to what's going on. I want to make my opponent have to do something special to win the point or the game. I really batten down the hatches and try to produce my most focused thinking and smartest tennis. Is the first point of a game important? Yes. Is a game played at 3-2 important? Of course, all games are important. But for me, the 7 hidden ad points are the points that have the greatest potential for gain while being the most commonly overlooked and undervalued, especially among recreational players. If you recognize them as they occur in your matches and respond as I've suggested, you will win more often. You'll be taking advantage of the dynamic swing moments in the match. Improve your results there, and you'll improve your results when it comes to winning. Next, what to do when your shots fall apart. 10. The player's pit stop. Stroke repair. Tour players who are ranked in the top 20 or 25 play a few matches each year where they're in the zone. I mean, totally in the zone. When nobody on the planet is going to beat you on that day. When you feel no pressure and know you'll win. When shots come off your racket with a sweetness and power that almost makes you laugh, or cry because it doesn't happen more often. When it does happen, you hope it happens in the finals of a Grand Slam event. It did for Sampras against Agassi in the '90 US Open. Nobody was going to beat Pete that day. And late at night, over a cup of coffee, he'll tell you that. Michael Stich against Becker at Wimbledon in '91. Boris could have stayed home. Stich was in the zone so deep. Sometimes the zone lasts longer than one match. It happened for me during the summer of '89. It started in West Germany where I won both my Davis Cup singles matches. I had just won the tournament in Memphis in the spring. Then I got into a serious zone. I won tournaments in Stratton Mountain, Vermont, Livingston, New Jersey, and Cincinnati. Along the way, I defeated Jim Pugh, David Wheaton, Jim Courier, Boris Becker, Michael Chang, Pete Sampras, and Stefan Edberg. At one point, my match record was 17-0. I became the first player since Becker in 1986 to win 3 consecutive tournaments. I was scorching the tour. Then I went into the US Open and lost in the first round. Nerves? No. Food poisoning. Some bad shellfish the night before I played Todd Witskin. It was bad luck, but I still stayed hot after the Open. 2 weeks later, I got into the finals in Los Angeles, and later I won the tournament in San Francisco. It was a phenomenal summer and an unforgettable year. 5 tournament victories plus the Davis Cup wins. That's what you call really being in the zone. But it doesn't happen often, and it usually doesn't last that long. The no zone. What to do with dog meat. Usually when a match is underway, there's an ebb and flow to the quality of your play. It's true for everyone at all levels of tennis. The dynamics are changing constantly. A single player rarely performs at their highest level of play, in the zone, for the whole contest. Your game varies in effectiveness and reliability. Sometimes you're seeing and hitting the ball just fine. Then suddenly, the wheels come off some part of your game and you're dog meat. This book isn't aimed at improving your strokes. Go to a good teaching pro for that. They can see exactly what your particular problem is. They can evaluate your swing and give you specific ideas on how to improve. I want to give you some tips on what you can do during a match when a particular stroke suddenly goes sour. It may be that you start faulting on your first serve. Maybe your forehand ground strokes are falling short or being netted. Whatever the problem is, it's good to have an idea or mental image you can use to bring the stroke back to life before it costs you the match. These are tips that have worked for me over the years and have been effective for the players at my tennis camps. But like so many tips you read or hear about, some will work for your game and some may not. The next time the wheels come off, try these and see if they help. The failing forehand. If there is one stroke the majority of recreational tennis players feel comfortable with, it's their forehand ground stroke. It may not be great, but it's greater than the rest of their shots. You run around your backhand to hit it. You stay away from the net to hit it. You'd eat breakfast with it if you could. So when it gets wobbly, you're in trouble. Better late than never? Wrong. There are a lot of things that can go wrong with any stroke, and the forehand is no exception. Without question, the most stabilizing thing you can do to restore it when it gets in trouble is to check out your racket preparation. Are you getting your racket back in time? Probably not. More than likely, you're taking the racket back late. The reason is usually understandable. We tend to get casual or careless on those physical movements that we're comfortable with. Hey, we know that we can hit the shot with our forehand, no sweat. When you take the racket back late, when the ball is almost on you, everything else in the swing is thrown off. Footwork, balance, timing, and options. This can happen because of carelessness, casualness, fatigue, or the other player's forcing shot. When you suddenly find yourself missing that forehand, focus immediately on an earlier takeaway. It's at the net. Am I ready yet? The racket should be back when the tennis ball coming toward you is at the net. When that ball crosses the net, you should be ready. Can you take the racket back too early? Maybe, but better too early than too late. For every player who takes the racket back too soon, I see 100 who take it back too late. When your match is underway and suddenly you find yourself cussing at your forehand, say to yourself, it's at the net. Am I ready yet? Backhand blues. Most recreational players have low expectations for their backhand ground strokes. They expect a certain, modest level of production and are willing to tolerate mistakes up to a point. That point differs from player to player, but it usually ends up with this statement uttered in total frustration. I know I haven't got much of a backhand, but this is ridiculous. It's the backhand blues. Some C-level players have such a poor backhand they can't even tell when it goes bad. That's the exception, however. When your backhand gets so bad you're running around it, even to pick up a towel, it's fix-up time. The most useful checkpoint I have concerns how much you're trying to accomplish with your backhand ground stroke. Don't ask a skinny dog to fly. We all have a tendency to ask for more than a shot can give us. With the backhand ground stroke, asking for even a little more than it can give is usually a mistake. Recreational tennis players with a questionable backhand, if yours is solid, congratulations, tend to try to do too much with it, especially under pressure. It's very effective to come to the net against a weak backhand simply because a common reaction by the other player is to panic, to try and hit the darn backhand better than they've ever hit it in their life. Result, the attacking player didn't even need to bring their racket to the net. The opponent's backhand self-destructs. When your backhand starts to hurt you more than it usually does, lower your expectations. Stop trying to do more with it than you can reasonably expect. Get it over the net. Keep the ball in play. Go for placement instead of power. Keep your head when your backhand is under attack. Make your shot and force your opponent to at least make a play on it. If I put you in front of a ball machine and said to just hit backhands over the net and in the court, you'd do okay. Why? Because you'd just be trying to hit the ball over the net and into the court. When your backhand bites you during a match, remember that goal. Hit the ball over the net and into the court. Make that the goal. You'll achieve it, and the backhand will start to improve. Your serve goes south. When the serve disappears, it's the most frustrating of all stroke breakdowns because you can't really blame anyone but yourself for the trouble. When your backhand, forehand, volley, or overhead come apart, at least you can look over the net and blame it on your opponent. They had to hit the ball before you could screw up, right? Not with a serve. All they did was stand there. Tough to blame them for your double fault when they're just standing there. Note, I don't underestimate the effect that just standing there can have. Don't forget Chang beat Lendl in the quarters of the French Open by just standing there. On match point, Michael was cramping up so bad he could hardly move. To cut off Lendl's serving angles, Chang camped on the service line. The mighty Lendl collapsed. He double faulted his way out of the French Open. It was an unbelievable tactical move that had an unbelievable psychological effect. So there are exceptions, but generally you've got nobody to blame for your service fault but you. Look in the mirror. Do you see Pete Sampras? Start correcting the problem during a match by remembering this. Your best serve may not be as good as you think it is. It isn't a cannon. It isn't an ace machine, and it isn't worth double faulting for. And that's what you risk doing. Most recreational players, especially guys, believe if they can get everything right on the toss, the extension, the wrist snap, and the follow-through, they'll have a super serve. So they pursue that elusive monster at their own expense. Here's an indication of how it works. At the recreational level, a very common timed double fault is after a service ace. Reason? The player who serves up that ace loves it and figures the puzzle is solved. Hey, I've got it working now. Bang, fault. Bang, fault. Double fault after the ace. Which was the accident? The double fault or the ace? My suggestion is to get a realistic view of your serve. As for my own serve, I occasionally get my first working and it can spit out a few aces, but a lot of the time I know I have to manage it. It isn't going to overpower my opponent and I hate donating points. So I keep a realistic view of what I can accomplish with my first serve. And I've told you how my second serve is. The worst. So I don't get into a macho mindset of trying to show the other guy how big my serve is, and neither should you. Downshift from fourth to third. When you start missing that first serve, I want you to downshift. Let's call your maximum serve fourth gear. That's when you're going full out and really taking a big cut at the ball. What usually happens is a player who is missing that serve will keep missing it because they don't want to back away from the challenge. They keep banging their head against the wall time after time, hoping the serve will come back. Forget it. Shift gears. Not from fourth to first suddenly, but from fourth to third. Downshift slightly. Don't try to do as much. Don't worry about the ace. Don't worry about service winners. Worry about starting the point without a fault or double fault. Does that mean you should just bloop it over the net? No. That's going all the way down to first gear. Remember when Messire had all the double faults and started serving underhand? He went from fourth to first. Mentally, you should just drop it down to third gear. Get some balls in and some rhythm back. Then move back up to fourth. You'll like the results. The vanishing volley. The easier the volley is, the lazier the player gets. Watch the players at your courts. When anyone gets a duck, the kind of ball that's just barely flapping its way over the net, they get lazy or passive. They wait for the ball to arrive. They don't move forward. They assume it's going to be easy. And of course, they blow the shot. Usually with a huge last-second swipe at the ball that goes long, wide, or into the net. Move to the ball. The closer you are to the net, the better your chances of making a successful volley. The net is less of a factor. You have better angles to use, and you have more of your opponent's court to hit to. Never wait for the ball to arrive. This isn't the post office. You don't wait for delivery. In tennis, you've got to go pick it up. And with a volley, that's especially true. The quicker you pick it up, the better. The extra step or two into the net will improve your percentage of successful volleys dramatically. So as you're going in to hit a volley, get close to the net. Every step you take closer to it improves your chance of success. Watch John McEnroe or Stefan Edberg. Both of them close out points by getting so close to the net they could lick it. And they do it with great swiftness, like a hawk swooping down on its prey. The underachieving overhead. So you take my advice and now you're on top of the net for those volleys. Only you're not getting a chance to hit any volleys because your opponent realizes you're up so close even rim shots off your racket can dribble over the net for winners. So they start lobbing you, and now it's your overhead that is missing in action. You're snapping them into the net. You're pushing them deep. They're going so wide they'd be out even if you were playing doubles. Go for placement. When that happens, it's because you're usually thinking power instead of placement. Most of the time, when an overhead is coming toward you, the goal becomes to end the point, to hit an outright winner. Again, it's the trap of asking more from a shot than one can reasonably expect it to give. If your overhead gets shaky during a match, you've got to regroup. Don't try to do so much with it. Resist thinking, I've got to end it. Go for placement instead of power. You'll have immediate results because you've taken the pressure of hitting hard off your swing. It will be more rhythmic, more loose, and much more effective. Playing in wind. The wind can affect your strokes because it works on your mind. If you're uncomfortable in the wind, here are some ideas that will help you neutralize its negative effects. 1. Start with the wind in your face. Sun is the most important factor to consider when electing which end of the court to choose. As I mentioned in Chapter 6, The Smart Start, if the sun is a problem, I'll start the match with it at my back so my opponent has to deal with it first. However, if the sun isn't an issue, at night or not in the line of sight, the wind is the next consideration. If it is blowing north to south, baseline to baseline, I will elect to start the match with it in my face. That first game is shaky enough without having the wind push my shots long. Hitting into the wind allows me to hit out, and I have the assurance of the wind knocking the ball down a bit. 2. Lower your toss. A ball doesn't have much weight. A windy day can make it seem like it's a leaf blowing around, especially on your toss. If the wind starts to affect your serve, bring your toss down. Reduce its height a few inches or more, and you reduce the wind's effect. 3. Shorten your strokes. The same goes for your ground strokes when you're playing in a real breeze. Try to make your shots more compact and concentrate on good contact. You'll reduce the number of mishits and increase the number of shots that go back over the net on a windy day. 4. The best weapon against wind. Finally, remember that if the wind is making your tennis life miserable, the ultimate wind cheater is this. Build your own indoor court. Then invite me over to play. I don't like playing in wind either. A final fact about footwork. Tips are tips. You'll find one in Tennis Magazine that works for you, and you'll tell a friend. It won't do anything for them. Players differ so much in their physical skills, the amount of time they play and practice, and their motivation level, that it's rare that a tip will help everyone. But there is one tip I'll give you, again, that does work for everyone. It's this. Good footwork improves your tennis. All of the problems you face with strokes have many solutions, but the first and most important thing to check is your footwork. If it's bad, it can hurt every shot you hit, or it can improve every shot you hit. Whenever you start having a problem with any shot, check your footwork. You know how to do it. Get on your toes, the balls of your feet. If you stay light and on your toes, you will increase your chances for good stroke execution significantly. Practice doesn't make perfect, but it helps. The real key to improving any of your strokes is to work on them when you're not playing a match. Most players think they'll get better if they just play tennis. They play and never can figure out why they don't improve. Practice may not make it perfect, but it sure makes it better. In golf, if all you do is play and never hit a shot out of a sand trap except during the round, you won't get better at sand shots. In fact, you'll probably get worse, because as you miss some, you'll start to get nervous about the shot. Practice like Jack Nicklaus. The greatest golfer in the history of the game may also have been the greatest practicer in the history of the game. He practiced with a purpose. He knew what he wanted to work on, and he isolated it on the practice range. He was very methodical about fixing the problems that occurred during a match by addressing them in his practice session. You can make a great improvement in your tennis game by doing the same. Working on a specific problem, even for 30 minutes once a month, will give you terrific results. If you can do it twice a month, you won't believe what can happen. How to improve? 1. Check on swing mechanics by taking a lesson. Your club pro will get you swinging correctly. 2. Practice what you learned during the lesson. Use a ball machine, the backboard, or a wall. Don't just flail away without a plan. Start by swinging easily and go for consistency. Play little games with yourself. Try to hit the shot you're working on 2 times in a row, then 3 times in a row. Isolate it and concentrate on it. When I was a kid, I spent hours and hours hitting against backboards and walls in Piedmont, California. I would play entire imaginary matches in the US Open against an imaginary Ilie Nastase. The wall was Nastase, and it was great practice because the wall would never miss. 3. Play someone you know you can beat without much trouble. Look for opportunities during the match to work on the shot that you practiced against the backboard. You may lose. Don't worry about it. If your backhand is weak, make sure that you never run around it in this practice match. If your backhand volley is in question, look for chances to hit it. Club players don't like to do this because they're afraid their friends will find out about the results. Don't let your ego get in the way of progress. You'll be winning points from those same friends with what you've improved. 4. Bring the shot into your regular matches. You'll find that instead of expecting difficulties on the weak stroke, you'll be looking at it with more and more confidence. Both your shot and your attitude about the shot will be better. 5. Play against someone who is better than you are, who will beat you. Playing your buddies all the time gets you into the habit of putting your mind and your game on automatic pilot. Go against someone better, and you've got to dig down inside yourself. You've got to work harder, think more, run more, and you're still going to lose. Great. That's why you're there. It'll pay off when you go back to your regular opponents. A little attention in the form of practice will produce big results in your game. Winning is a lot more fun than losing, and improving your weakest areas will make winning easier. Next, stealing from the superstars. 11. Learning from the legends. The superstars of tennis exhibit physical skills that are almost uncanny. In his prime, John McEnroe's eye-hand coordination was equal to any athlete in the world. If you've ever watched a cat's paw toy with a ball of string, or a mouse, John's hand on the racket had the same delicate grace and deadly purpose. Boris Becker's overwhelming physicality would make him a superstar in almost any sport he chose. Early in his career, when he was diving after shots, he almost made tennis a contact sport. Boris as a star quarterback, home run king, or basketball hero? No problem. And what about Andre Agassi? How can a player take the ball that early and hit it that hard? His timing is better than a Rolex. The same level of outrageous physical gifts applies to all the great ones: Sampras, Edberg, Connors, and others. So, can you learn anything from them? After all, they're blessed with physical gifts most people only dream about. You can't learn a natural gift, can you? Yes, you can, but not necessarily in the way you think. Obviously, certain mechanical fundamentals apply to all levels of tennis. Turn your shoulders, use your legs, keep your eyes on the ball. All stuff you've heard before. I'd like you to think about a different area when it comes to learning from these tennis superstars. It is this: their attitude and tactics during a match, and how these apply to your tennis. Keep in mind that very few rules apply to everyone. What works for you may not work for someone else. As you think about what these superstars bring to their game, remember they've often succeeded with totally different approaches. Study what they do and look for what can help your own approach, given your style of play and temperament. Andre Agassi. It's showtime when Double A arrives. Neon clothes, neon hair. He's like a rock star. He gets away with it because when it comes to tennis, he delivers the product. I've never seen a guy his size get so much stick on the ball. It's really unbelievable. He's just got serious heat. Because of it, he puts immediate fear into you because you know he can just rack the ball and control play. When he's on his game, he just moves you back and forth at will. It's no fun to play Andre when he's on. He is also a guy who plays on emotion. If he's feeling mentally, emotionally, and physically good and things are working for him, he is definitely the best player in the world. Except for Jim Courier, who, when he's on, is also the best in the world. Two best in the worlds? Right. I think that one of the great rivalries of the 90s is going to be Agassi and Courier, two phenomenal athletes who go back a long way with each other. They battled when they were juniors and then at Nick Bollettieri camps. On the court against each other, they take no prisoners. When they meet in the finals of a slam event, and I don't think it will be long from now, be sure to stop whatever you're doing and watch it on the tube. There'll be blood on the tracks when they're done with each other. One of Andre's greatest assets is his ability to take the ball extremely early on the rise. Connors has also done that throughout his career, but Andre takes it even earlier and hits it harder. The way he does it is almost impossible to copy, or more pros would. Many times his ground strokes are virtually a half volley. He takes it so close to the bounce. However, the basic idea is something you should keep in mind for your own game. Taking the ball early means sending it back to your opponent harder and sooner. It's devastating to hit a shot to Andre and have him blast it back to you before you've even finished your swing. It seems like it happens that quickly. Your own opponents won't like seeing the ball come back at them sooner either. For your own game, don't think about hitting the ball early. Think about hitting it earlier. Normally, you'd wait for the tennis ball to land on your side of the court, bounce, rise, and start to fall before you hit it, below the top of its arc. That's because it's easier to hit that way. It's moving slower and you've had more time to get to it, but that strategy also gives your opponent more time to get set, attack, or recover. It also means you have to swing harder to create pace or get depth because the ball is losing speed by the time you hit it. So think earlier instead of early. Here's how to start. When you get a ball that's coming deep to you, the natural tendency is to back up and wait for the ball to drop before you hit it. Instead, force yourself to move into the ball and take it just slightly earlier, 10% earlier. When practicing, make it a goal. Look for balls that you might otherwise be a little lazy on. Step into them and hit 10% sooner than you normally would after they start descending. Get used to it, and then start looking for an opportunity to take the ball at the top of its arc. Now you'll see some results, both good and bad. You'll have your share of mishit balls, but as you get comfortable with taking the ball earlier,